Hello, Sofa Squad, and welcome back to the sofa. It's a sofa. There's a Roscoe. There's a candle. And there's a something. Hello, everybody. My name is Paul, if you're new to the channel. If you're not new to the channel, my name's Dan. Okay, it's Dan. Okay, just plain old Dan. Not Daniel, not Nathaniel Daniel, but just Dan. Okay, at least for today. Now, like I said, today we're going to be...
All right, if that's the case, hey, welcome to Dan D True Crime. I'm your host, Paul. If you're new to the channel, you can call me Paul. If you're a regular to the channel, you probably know I'm Dan D. Welcome, and we're not going to waste any time. We're getting straight into the testimony today because Betty is still on the stand. She's involved in her direct examination, but scrubbing ahead, we see some cross today. We also see some breakdowns. Betty gets messy. So we're not going to waste any time. We're going to get straight into it. I hope you got your medical snacks, medical cigarettes, and all of that. Good morning to everyone. I'll see you in the chat. And I think that's launching. Yeah, it takes a few seconds. There we go. Courtroom TV coming online.
The fall of 88. Did you start some new sometime in 88, and it would be the summer or fall of 88? Was there some new hearings that were instituted in regards to the divorce case?
Yes.
And what kind of hearings were those?
After the mandatory settlement conferences were over, then I got these papers to show up for a hearing about vocational testing.
Okay. And what did you go to a particular courtroom for that?
Yes, family court, Judge Castro.
Okay. And that's the family court that you've told us about, the small
On
family
6th
court.
Avenue, yes.
Okay. And
You guys are interested? The intro, I just happened to see that this morning. Haven't even watched the video, but that was Paul from the Sofa Squad, and he's doing a video on the Afro-Man trial that I'll probably be checking out before I go to bed after this live stream. So check out Reporting Live from the Sofa with Paul and a little Afro-Man coverage. That was a hilarious trial, and I love his takes on it too.
what was the purpose of that hearing?
Mr. Barry and Dan wanted me to agree to submit myself to vote.
Also, a special shout out to Daniel Siobhan's chat. Daniel Siobhan just finished up her live. She started it about an hour and a half ago. So thank you to all the people from that chat that decided to come over and take a peek at the Betty Broderick trial.
Battery of vocational testing.
Okay. And did you agree to that?
I showed up at the hearing and I said that I really didn't have any argument with vocational testing per se, but it just appeared to me that this was this month's garden variety delay tactic. If they had wanted vocational testing in this divorce.
Sustained. How did you feel about vocational testing? How did you feel about vocational testing?
I didn't mind doing vocational testing. It was the time frame that was a problem.
And why was the time frame a problem?
Because if anyone wanted vocational testing in this divorce was filed in 1985. That was the time for them to ask for me to submit myself to vocational testing. At this point, it was just a delay tactic.
Now, were you representing yourself at that time?
Yes,
Okay. And did they want you to go to any particular vocational tester?
yes, they of course wanted me to go to their expert
Okay.
in the field.
And at the hearing, did you agree to go to vocational testing?
I didn't have any choice. Yes, I agreed to it under the conditions that if they wanted it, they'd have to, meaning Dan would have to pay for it.
Okay. And did you also ask for a different vocational tester?
Yes, there's a very famous woman in La Jolla that does stuff like that, Marjorie Shavitz, and I asked the judge if I could go to her, and he said yes.
Okay. And when you went to the vocational testing, after you went to to that expert, did anything happen to the vocational testing?
Yes, when I got there, I
Bella's
told her
mom.
what had happened with Ruth.
Thank you, Bella's mom, who's just joined at Dan D True Crime. Thank you very much. I saw Bella's mom in the chat over at Daniel Siobhan's live this morning. So thank you for jumping over and for committing so quickly to Dan D True Crime. I'm glad you like what you see. I hope we can do more that you enjoy.
Ruth Roth earlier, is that I was ordered to go to Ruth Roth, and Dan was supposed to pay, And then when I went to Ruth Roth a few times, Dan wouldn't pay, and Miss Roth sued me. So I warned this woman that the same thing might happen again, so that she better call up Gerald Barry and get it straight in writing that they are really going to pay for this, because they were.
And thank you, Elsie. Your free gift membership just went to Sarah Pings Witherby. Thank you, Elsie B, and congratulations, Sarah Pings Witherby.
Court ordered to do that, and she called Gerald Barry.
Okay, now, did Mr. Berry also want this woman to release confidential information?
Yes, he would only agree to pay if she would tell him how it was going and stuff.
Okay, and at that point in time, was she willing to release confidential information?
No, she was not.
And
She said she was uncomfortable with that arrangement.
and were they then willing to go ahead with the vocational training?
No,
And was there, at that point in time, was there any issue of vocational training in the case? Or did that stop that procedure?
Right, it never progressed.
The
A to B says that she slept through Daniel Chavon's live and asked when the next one is. I recommend the replay crew on that one. That was a fun one. I was just waking up when it got started, was listening on time and a half. I had to slow it down to regular time just so I can enjoy everything. So I'd recommend that one might be worth a replay there, A to B.
Now, was the case eventually sent to
Lola.
at some point in time, finally given a trial date?
Lola.
Yes,
Okay.
wasn't given a trial date. I went there and demanded
Oh.
one.
And did you eventually get a trial date?
Yes,
Okay. Now, when did the trial take place?
end of December 1988, the week between Christmas and New Year's.
Now,
I'm just air freshening.
in November of 1988, did you go over to Mr. Broderick's home again?
Oh,
Yes, after the
Oh, that's
vocational testing fell apart, I didn't have the trial date yet. And I didn't know where we were going from here. I mean, I needed a settlement. And so I got all dressed up and I went.
all dressed up. I put on my best Diane Freeze dress, my peacock sweater.
Over to Dan's house on purpose to demand that he talk to me and that we do something about getting a settlement.
And was that to talk to Brandon Broderick?
Yes,
And did you talk to him on that day?
yes,
Now, at the time that you went over there, did you do anything? Was there anything that you did to force him to talk to you?
yes. I was always scared confronting him. And so, because he'd tell me that he'd arrest me if I went near his house. So as a protection for myself, I called Diane Black ahead of time and I told her what I was going to do. So I was going to go over to Dan's house and confront him. And if he arrested me, I had my cellular phone in my hand. And between the time that he called the police and the time they actually arrested me, I'd have time to call her and tell her that I'd been arrested.
Okay. And
That she would get me out or call lawyers or do something.
did you tell Dan that you were going to call Diane Black that time?
Yes.
And what?
And I threatened that Diane then would turn around and call the press and everybody else if he had the nerve to arrest me again.
And what did he do at that time?
He talked to me. As I approached the house, he was out front gardening, so I didn't have to get in the house. And he was very surprised to see me. And I said, I just want to talk. I just want to know, how can we settle this? Let's just please settle this. Let's get something done and be done with it. And he said, okay, but I don't have my figures with me here. He was literally gardening. And he said, I can't do it here. I don't have my figures, he said. But he would get back to me the next day. So I said, fine, thank you very much. And I left.
Did he get back with you after that? Okay. Now, showing you, do you need a break at this time?
No, come on, keep going.
At the,
Oh, Betty.
if I can show you what's been marked as ZZ.
Oh, Betty. Poor Betty's melting down. Let's rewind. She seems okay here. This is 15 seconds before, or 10 seconds before the meltdown.
Yeah. Now, showing
And
you.
breakdown.
Do you need a break at this time?
No, come on, keep going.
At
Come on. Out of the way.
If I can show you what's been marked as ZZ, this is what I showed you the other.
It's weird how the emotion is not paired with the most emotional testimony. You know, like this is remembering the struggles of the divorce and how she was asked to do vocational training, not when she was pinned up against the wall and grabbed by her shirt. There's a disconnect.
Do you recognize this letter that was written around Christmas time, 1987?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a letter that you sent out to a number of people,
Yes.
family and friends?
Yes.
Okay. And now, did you end up, did the trial proceed forward at that time?
Yes, I went to Judge Murphy and I demanded a trial date. And he called Mr. Barry and he came over and Mr. Barry said he could do it in what otherwise would have been holiday time.
Okay.
So we did go to court.
And did you end up representing yourself at that trial?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
I'll call you back.
during the trial, did you talk to the court about various things that you had saved, including the marriage encounter book and some cards and some floral cards,
Yes.
papal blessing?
Yes. Those were things I used in the trial as evidence or something.
Okay.
Used a papal blessing as evidence? That would be like Sarah bringing her chaplain in as evidence rather than as a sentencing statement.
Did you, and were those things that during the period of time of this divorce trial that you would refer to?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the purpose of looking at those things or reading them?
Because it seemed to me a tangible proof that what I was talking about and what Dan had promised us and everything was a tangible proof of that.
Mm-hmm. A to B. Yes. Because there's definitely some authentic sorrow, but it's like she's tapping into it, like, you know, as a child actor. Not, I wasn't a child actor, but in you know, the school plays, that sort of thing. We had a really good drama teacher, and you know, he would encourage us, like, think about things from your real life that make you sad. They don't have to be part of the play, but if there's a moment where you've got to be sad and you can think of something that's going to make you authentically sad, then do it. And the way that she's coming across on the stand is very much like that, like somebody who's just channeling sad moments rather than being authentically broken into sadness. And then there's that little bit of smirk. There's that little bit of like, yeah, this is working. I channeled that well. The jury's on my side.
And
this is a tale of woe like no tale has been told before. I'm telling it better than anyone. No jury in the world would convict me. Like, if you really needed a moment, you would almost have your own moment rather than watching the lawyers like a predator, just, you know, every movement. And I'm stealing that. Somebody said that in the chat yesterday. And now that's all I can see is her eyes following her lawyer around the room like a predator staring down, like a cat watching a mouse or a bird.
I believe I left something in the car, but I'll just go back to that. All right.
I left something in the car. I don't think Owens ever did that. Yeah, that's a little bit, it paused her on, she's not happy about that either. You left it in the car?
Yes, maybe this would be a good time for a sidebar.
All right. On the record?
No, I don't think it's cool.
All right.
Going to mention the court reporter's outfit here too. Something kind of funny about wearing black and white stripes when you're in a courtroom. Like, I don't know if that's just a little subtle. You're going to jail.
Approximately how long the trial lasted?
From the day after Christmas till whenever it was over. I don't remember if it went beyond New Year's.
Now, during the trial, there was some break during the trial where Mr. Berry had some appointments to be gone.
Hey, Mandy,
And there were
welcome.
some breaks in the days in the trial. I remember taking a break for at least a couple days where you weren't in trial.
I don't remember.
The
Cole C says the Pope has lost Betty's
what building
number.
was the trial in?
In the family court building on 6th.
Okay. And is there a public entrance to that building?
Yes,
Okay. And when you went to the court, how would you enter the courtroom?
through the public entrance and through the courtroom doors that go to the hall.
Okay. And while the court was not in session, would the courtroom be open, locked?
Locked, I presume. I don't know.
Okay. Well, you couldn't go into the courtroom until the proceedings started, could you?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
How did Mr. Broderick enter the courtroom?
Through the security judge's entrance and through the judge's office and the judge's, with the judge and his lawyer. He came in that way.
Okay, so tiny bit of actual testimony, but just trying to show how unfair it is that she was going up against her husband, Dan, who was a lawyer and was using all the pomp and privilege that the highest powered lawyers would have. Instead of entering like a proper client like she had to at the courthouse, her husband was able to come in through the judge's entrance. And it's a minor point, but I guess it's trying to show that she wasn't on a level playing field for the divorce. Still doesn't do very much for getting her from second degree down to manslaughter as far as I'm concerned, but that's what this testimony's about.
Okay. And when you came into to the courtroom,
That was
who
Kelly
would you
with the predatory
would you see
comment.
people
Thank you.
Talking, chatting.
Yes,
And
Mr.
who-
Barry and Dan and the judge looked like they were having
Ooh.
coffee.
Mandy's gotten ahead. Okay. Without telling any spoilers, are we as excited as we should be for the cross that's coming? You can let us know in chat.
And having a nice little talk before court started.
Okay, you didn't know what
I think Mandy's just a straight A student, wanted to do some advanced reading, trying to get ahead of the class.
we're talking about.
No,
And was Mr. Ashworth in that courthouse at that time?
yes,
And was he ever involved in the conversations?
yes, he was.
During the trial, was there testimony about community property and things that were to be split or divided up?
Yes,
Okay. And did that include the out-of-state property in Colorado?
yes.
And who was it that valued that property?
I allowed Dan to value everything because I had no knowledge. I wouldn't have been able to evaluate anything.
Okay. And
This is a good question that Bama Green Eyes asks is, I wonder if Dan's actions would be allowed today, if the special treatments, the buying of attorneys, and it'd probably be a lot harder to get away with now. I think that kind of behavior is kind of reflective of what we see in the corruption with cops before body cams. Not that the lawyers are body cam, but I just think there's way more awareness of all the steps. And before, if you knew people, there was people who would just open doors for you. Oh, it's Dan. We know Dan. Let him in. And that sort of stuff. I think some of it is 9/11 too. Security kind of, there's no more nod and, just the tip of the cap. We know who you are. Everyone is getting ID'd, whether, you're the president of the company and we see you every day, or Sector 7 grunt.
was the property in Colorado, was that all valued at a minus amount?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And who kept the property in Colorado?
Dan.
Okay. And did you have to pay him to keep that property?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, the judgment speaks for itself.
Sustained.
Were you charged during the time that the case was going through the system? Were you charged every month for the upkeep of that property?
Your
Yes.
Honor, objection, your proper Epstein credits and speaks for itself.
Sustained.
The Epstein credits will be coming in.
During the time that the
Yeah, maybe the entrance, Kel, yeah, but I think a lot of the things that he was able to do behind the scenes, like quietly, telling attorneys you don't want to get involved in this and that sort of thing. I think back in the day of, a bit more of an old boys network, I think the kind of power Dan had would have been more substantial, more useful, like soft power. It's not like, it's not like he had a badge or, some special privileges, but I think that he was just so well known and such a fixture in the community that he was able to exert soft power in a way that is probably legitimate to Betty's concerns had she not committed murder. If she was just complaining about how she'd been hard done by, I think a lot of us might have agreed with it up until she went off.
At the trial, the law practice was valued at the time of when Mr. Broderick left you?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have to pay for his loans, however?
The bifurcated divorce is interesting too. It's come up in the chat, and we had two people who kind of recognized the word bifurcated. I recognized it from like gardening, when you clip a limb and you get two limbs out of it. A couple people were also reminded of their anatomy classes, and I think it had something to do with hearts and valves and the things that might bifurcate from there.
That he was paying after the time he left you?
Objection, Your Honor. This is an area that
Sustained.
There's not proof, Kelya, but I would say that is sort of common. People accept that there was definitely some soft power exerted by Dan in the divorce. From what I was able to look up, the divorce was regional news, if not occasionally national news for, a high-powered San Diego lawyer is in the midst of a bitter custody dispute. Kind of, I think the car crash might have made the local news. So there was some coverage of this, and there seemed to be some understanding that, it was a two-way street. And again, we're not excusing the crime that she's up for today, but acknowledging the fact that it was a bitter mutual divorce, much more mutual than anything between Sarah and George, for sure.
After the trial, were you awarded any of the personal property from that trial?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you awarded?
No, excuse me. Again, I think the judgment speaks for itself.
May I be heard on that, Your Honor?
Certainly. Why not?
During the trial, did you...
And for anyone who's just joining us, that's one of the things that's great about rewatching a trial is all the pauses are eliminated. We just get to keep on rolling.
Did you put witness... You represented yourself, is that correct?
Hey, welcome.
And did you put witnesses on?
YTTV2RX says Dan was an elite lawyer and medical doctor. And thank you for joining the chat, YT. We haven't seen you here before, but that's exactly correct. He started with his medical degree, went on to become a fully fledged lawyer, and used what he knew in both disciplines to make a lot of money suing doctors for malpractice.
For the purposes of trying to have custody of your children?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And without going into specific property, did you receive some property that you wanted as attached to the children?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get the children out of that
No.
trial? Okay. Now, was there any effect from the trial that you felt after the trial and after the decree that, is there any feeling that you had about Mr. Broderick or what had happened to you in this case in regards to that judgment?
Yes, a lot.
And what was that?
Well, I felt I had done a fairly good job in the trial and in the courtroom, and the evidence about the children and the evidence about the money seemed to indicate to me that I would get a substantial amount of money as community property. I should get a substantial amount of money as support.
Just going to go back because listen to this, any of the Sarah Boone fans that I know there's a significant chunk of us here. Going back about 15 seconds, This sounds exactly like Sarah if she was asked, what did you think of Judge Jackson's judgment?
Well, I felt I had done a fairly good job in the trial and in the courtroom, and the evidence about the children and the evidence about the money seemed to indicate to me that I would get a substantial amount of money as community property. I should get a substantial amount of money as support, and I should have gotten custody of the children and child support. And so I was very optimistic between the trial and the
Very
approximately 30
optimistic.
days we had to wait for the verdict. I thought it was going to come out okay. I didn't know about a lot of things. I didn't know about that the custody of the children and the Epstein credits were the discretion of the judge. I didn't know it could go that, and I didn't know about Epstein credits really that much.
Does anyone know about Epstein credits? If you've been watching along since the beginning, you do. Epstein credits were used by Dan Broderick as a way to pay down the amount that he would owe in a separation of property. All the loans Dan took while he was in law school were shared debt, so they incurred that together, just as the same way as if, Betty had won a lottery while they were together, Dan would have had half of it. You spend millions of dollars on law school, half of the debt was Betty's. That debt stayed until Dan started making money. It was after the divorce that Dan started paying back those loans, and every loan that he paid back, Betty was on the hook for half of it because they incurred that together. So once Betty's half of his loans was deducted from their shared assets, which was around just over $1.5 million in 1989, her share was $28,000, which was the equivalent of almost 2 months of her alimony payments. Does seem like a lot, and I can understand, like I could still live off of $16,000 a month quite comfortably now. But in the grand scheme of things, you should get about half of what the person's getting. $16,000 was not half of what Dan was earning, and she didn't get half of the house because he used some interesting legal maneuvers, including one known as the Epstein credits, to keep her from getting that substantial settlement.
Have an effect that you believe that there was a purpose of Mr. Broderick delaying the trial?
Yes, it was then that I realized, because of these things called Epstein credits, that every time he didn't show up at depositions and every time he didn't show up at mandatories and every time he put off everything, he was charging me and charging me and charging me and charging me against what in the beginning of this divorce was over $1 million worth of community property that was mine. Because of all of these delays and all of these charges, it dwindled to practically non-existent.
While he's gathering his thoughts, I'm just going to address some of the conversations going on in the chat. There's definitely some people who have staked out their position and know who they're supporting going into this. I'm really glad that we have people on both sides in the chat, because it's a much healthier discussion with both sides represented. So all I ask is respect each other. We're allowed to have different opinions. It's not like somebody's coming in here and, defending Sarah by any means. We'll give people the room to have different opinions. We still have to get through the whole trial before we can really solidify our opinions. But I think that having a chat that is in a little disagreement makes this much more interesting as a trial. So let's make sure that we're enjoying that conversation and not getting too worried about defending our sides that we have going in, because I think the conversation's more interesting than winning any kind of conversational battle. But definitely advocate for your side.
Did you learn at that time of specific amounts of money that had gone?
We're just all good people here, and we can't let a disagreement over a 35-year-old murder case get between us. That's the main thing I'm getting at.
On to Larry Broderick before the divorce?
Yes.
Before he left you?
I didn't know until during the trial. A girlfriend discovered, because she could read numbers and bank things a lot better than I could. She was just flipping through these piles and piles of legal papers that are all over my house. And she found by luck that he emptied 2 bank accounts 2 days before he walked out in February of '85. And so during the trial, I went in and I said to him on the stand, I said,
Danielle, you and A to B both slept through your premiere. Well, I recommend watching it. It was a good one.
you know, you close these bank accounts, where did the money go? And during the trial, he said he forgot that he had sent, his brother needed $1 million or something. He had sent all that money to his brother Larry, and he forgot. And if I hadn't have discovered it, I never would have been informed of what happened to those accounts.
Did, after the judgment in January, was there a change in the visitation regarding the two boys?
There was a court-ordered visitation now. So it was in writing that I should have those boys every other weekend from after school till 5 p.m. on Sunday only. And then in writing, it said about which Easter and which Christmas and which Thanksgiving. And so for the first time, it was in writing when I should have the boys.
And just full disclosure, as far as my feelings on the case, in case people in the chat are wondering, I came into this sort of 75% wanting to support Betty. After hearing the opening arguments, it dropped down to a 50-50 again. Listening to the whole state case, it's down to like I was, 20, 25. Betty's a bad person. This is all lies. I don't think her testimony so far has helped her, but I'm still open to the fact that that I'll have sympathy for the position she was in, and it's really to me a question of how much I'm going to believe the spiral to madness, or if it was a calculated progression towards, well, they don't think I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. But that's my biggest hurdle right now. I'm not, if I was on the jury, I would still be open to manslaughter at this point, but I'd be leaning second-degree murder.
And I didn't think Dan could fool around with that.
Did you, did you try, at least with the visitation, to get the boys longer on the weekend?
Yes, when the verdict came out, I tried to explain to the judge how couldn't I please have the boys from after school on Friday to put them back to school on Monday, because Sunday dinner has been a big tradition in our family. You've heard the kids mention it in here. I'm an Italian Catholic, and Sunday is like the core of the entire week, where I always made a big roast or a turkey or something, and Sunday dinner was very important to the children and to myself. And if they had to be picked up at 5 o'clock, we'd have to be home by 3 so they could get their things together and get their homework done and be ready at 5. And it really messed up our Sundays. And I was denied. I could not have them until Monday morning.
Now, was there a, was the court file still lost at the time of the trial?
Yes.
And was there a file that was made up for the court for the divorce proceeding?
Yes, Mr. Barry supplied the court with portions of the file.
Okay. Were you ever requested to supply the court anything for the trial?
No, nobody asked me.
Oh, the arm finally comes off the table. That's been there for hours. Like, since 2 days ago, she's been resting that arm up there like she's hanging out with Cliff and Normie at the end of the Cheers. Got to be almost asleep at this point. Yeah, I think she's rubbing it.
When you went to court to hear the verdict on January, the trial ended the very first week in January, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you went to the court on January 30th to hear the verdict, did you know what the verdict was going to be?
No, I felt very positive about it, though. I was absolutely thrilled to have it over with.
Sustained. Yeah. Did you have a belief as to whether you were going to have custody of the boys?
Asked me.
Sustained. That weekend, did you have any problems? Was Lee living with you at that time?
Yes, she was.
And did you have any problems with her?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
We had been invited to Beverly Hills for the weekend, right? I had to go for the verdict on a Monday in the morning. I believe the 30th was a Monday. And that previous weekend, we went up to Beverly Hills to a birthday party, my sister's 40th birthday party. And I had to rent a car because the Suburban was crashed during the trial by Kim. I rented a van, and I brought the kids. I picked Kim up at the LA airport because I flew her in from Arizona. And Lee was living with me, and I got the boys, and we went up to Beverly Hills to have this family thing. My parents flew in from the East, and my brothers were there, and we had this big party. And Lee really was sick. She had a fever, and she was very sick, and I'd spent a lot of money dressing her up and stuff, but she couldn't attend the party because she was really sick. She was very pale, and she was very sick. So while we went to the actual party, she stayed in bed at the Beverly Hills Hotel and had room service and couldn't get up for the weekend.
Did you end up, when you got back that week on Sunday, that weekend, did you end up having a fight with her?
Yes, I put Kim back on a plane back to school, and I put the boys back at Dan's house, and Lee was at my house, and I was exhausted from the weekend, and I had to exchange the rental car, and I had to go to court in the morning. And about 9:30 at night, or late to me, I go to bed early, but 9:30 at night, some boy comes to the door, and she's going to go out with this kid on a Sunday night after we just got back from this busy weekend. And I said to her, I said, Lee, please don't go out, because, I have to go to court in the morning, and I'm really tired. And if you go out, I worry about you. And of course, I've still got this kind of drug problem in my mind, and I'm really being careful of who she's with and what she's doing and stuff. And we'd gone to therapy at a guy who was telling me about tough love. I'd have to be very specific in what I wanted of her.
I had to go through tough love for a while as a teenager. I didn't like it. I didn't like it one bit. It was just basically a book that told my mom how to be mean to me, and congratulated her for staying strong. And I'm like, I don't care what's in the book. I'm talking to you. Listen to me.
Very specific about times and about what the rules were. Specific. So I said to her, I don't want you to go. Please cooperate with me just this once. Let's just go to bed, and you can go out tomorrow and do whatever you want. And she wouldn't do it. And I said, okay, you walk out that door. You're not coming back. And I locked the door, and I went to bed, and she didn't come back. And that was the night before the verdict.
Yeah.
We were always having fights like that.
See, and that should have been an emotional retelling, right? When you're telling a story, like you'd imagine it would have been an emotional moment, and you're remembering it, you'd probably be thinking about those, like, oh my God, we've never been so angry at each other. Like, I remember the tough love, like even me just describing it to you, I got more emotional than Betty got describing going through it with Kim. And that reset face, that's just so, I don't know if it's just like pause is not doing her any favors, but it's not doing her any favors.
When you, after the verdict, how did you feel?
I felt absolutely robbed, both of the children and of all the property. And I also asked the judge that the verdict have no loopholes in it, so that Dan couldn't jump through those loopholes like he always did in the past, that it be airtight and be specific about payments on certain dates of certain amounts so that there weren't loopholes in it. And there ended up being a lot of loopholes in it. I asked that Dan's monthly money to me be automatically transferred through banks, so I wouldn't have to be subject to his checks coming late and his fines and everything. And I was denied that request. So I was still subject to Dan's personal checks being sent, and I didn't want to live like that. And because of the community property split being so minuscule to me, I was totally dependent on that monthly check, which again, I didn't want to be dependent on. I asked that if I got support, that it be for a determined amount of time, not at Dan's whim or dependent on other things, just so that I could make plans in my life about investments and about where I'd live and stuff, and I didn't get that.
And I'm going to come to the defense in chat here of Victoria, who's mentioning, let me just pull it back up. He was too cheap to let her live a normal life and was cocky enough to say she'll never kill the golden goose. And that's the perspective that we need to remember for this. Like, instead of, it's easy to put our own sensibilities on 16 grand being enough to live off of, and why didn't she? And it's still absolutely correct. She could have, her life would be way better had she chosen, hey, this is enough for me to live off of. Let me go live my best life. But that doesn't change the fact that in the moment, if it was just about the divorce and, we don't think anything else, she probably deserved more. And having the rug constantly pulled out from underneath her, 1 month she, thinks that she has 16 grand a month is what she's earning. So maybe she has a house that costs her 8,000 a month. Maybe her bills are another 4 grand. Maybe she's got another 4 grand of, social life living, all those things she does. And then all of a sudden she loses half of it because she was swearing too much, or, because. So I can get how it, just not having the security of knowing what next month is going to bring. And she didn't. It's not like it was on paper. It was really up to Dan to follow his own rules until it went into a court judgment. So this is where I have sympathy for Betty. This is where I can kind of see. And I remember my mom as a single mom going through divorce and, trying to get what was already like what was court ordered. And still, some months, hey, it's just, things didn't work out. That's huge when you're expecting it. When whether it's $300 or $3,000, if you expect it, you make plans based on it. And yeah, if you don't get the $300, what gets cut?
The monthly money that I got was,
This is kind of a narrative.
Stan? Did on January 22nd, before the verdict, did you start a job anywhere?
yes, there was an ad in the newspaper in the La Jolla Light for a preschool teacher, which is what I am and what I like to do. And I knew the verdict was coming. The trial was over. I knew I had.
Stan. So did you get it? Did you?
I applied for the job.
Oh, her sighs are big. Nicole C. has a great comment, and I think gets to the heart of this, the challenge in supporting Betty. Whenever I have a sneaking bit of sympathy for Betty, I think of the phone call with Danny wailing that he just wants her to stop calling Linda a C word on the answering machine so that he can see her. And that's devastating. But pull back a little bit and think of the whole picture. Danny wasn't just on the phone. It wasn't just a phone call between Betty and Danny. Danny was in Dan's house and was on a loop of like 3, things that if I had to guess, I would say was coached. Like, you tell your mom she's got to stop swearing. You tell her that if, I know you want to live with her, but I'm not letting you live there until this, and this. And the poor kid is being placed in the middle, and in the middle, not giving Betty absolution here, but that's a terrible spot for the child to be in. Like, if I'm a father in that home and my child is crying like that on the phone, you pick it up and, hey, what the hell is going on here? Why are you making him bawl like this? But it was a planned attack. And so if you lose sympathy for Betty on that phone call, there is an opportunity to lose sympathy for Dan too. And again, he can't defend himself, but if we're looking and giving her every benefit as jurors and, trying to understand her state of mind, got to at least consider that she might have been driven crazy by the fact that that was happening out of her control, and knowing that her kids were being set up against her.
Got the job, yes.
Okay. And did you arrange to take at least a day off for the time?
The proof to me, Kelly, on that is really, like, that's just my impression of the call. When I heard the call and I'm hearing the kid, just picturing myself as a kid at that age, I wouldn't have been that focused. I wouldn't have been returning to, the same 3. I personally feel like it sounded like the kid was coached. And when they did say that Dan was in the house, that part was sort of agreed. I can't remember, but it's accepted. There wasn't dispute over, how do you even know he was there? Because I think it was Lee that testified that Dan was there. Anyway, he was there in the house, and then if he was there, you'd think you'd have to hear this wailing. And so if you're not stopping it, is it because you were orchestrating it? And if you were orchestrating it, would that drive your wife crazy, who's the mother of the children? And so it's a lot of ifs, and, I recognize that the evidence is yet to come in on it, but those are the things that are leaving my mind open.
Good report.
Yes, I told the lady that I knew I needed January 30th off to go to court, but besides that, I shouldn't have any more problems about going to court.
Was there a reason that you got a job after the trial and before the verdict?
Because I wanted to start a life, and the job fit who I was and what my degree was in. It also fit the hours I wanted for the boys. I worked from 7 to 2, which left me free in the afternoons and on weekends. Other jobs that I looked into didn't leave you free for the kids. And so this was perfect, that I'd be free after school to go to all the boys' sports and stuff, and I'd be free on weekends. It was a perfect schedule for me.
Yeah, now during this time, you mentioned that you flew Kim in from Arizona. Where was she going to school at that time?
Yes, University of Arizona.
And that's in Tucson?
Yes.
Okay. During this time, did she have an old boyfriend that was causing problems with you?
By this point, she had had 2 or 3 years of problems with Tom, yes.
Also, the evidence that the call that Dan would have been home, or that it was part of an orchestrated event, is the fact it was recorded. Remember, this is 1989. It's not just push a button, record whenever you talk to your mom. That would have been the big clunky answering machine. Oh, okay, it's happening. Let me go. If it wasn't a call, if it wasn't her leaving a message, because usually if the message was going through and you're talking, you can no longer pick up the phone and talk to that person. You can pick up the phone, but that person's talking to the machine instead of you now. So somebody made the tape. It wasn't Lee. If Lee is saying that she picked up the phone somewhere in the call, and you do hear the part of the call where somebody picks up the phone, she's the one that testified to bring it into evidence that it happened. It's not strong evidence, but it may be some of the strongest evidence that I've seen yet as to why Betty could be upset.
Did sometime in the late winter and the spring of '89, did you receive any calls from Tom?
Yes, he was angry at Kim.
Were there times where he was angry at you for meddling in Kim's affairs?
Yes, he was just ranting and raving and screaming and cursing and calling her horrible names and threatening to kill her. And he had physically attacked her earlier at 2 different locations. And I was very scared of him. She told me he had a gun. She told me he was a drug dealer. And I was afraid of him. I thought he was kind of off the deep end.
Were you getting any calls at your home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sometime in the beginning of March, did anything happen to your home as far as anyone trying to break in?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a time where there was somewhat male people who tried to break into your house?
There were several problems over the years with my house, yes.
Okay, and what do you remember the date that did someone try to break into your home at some point in time?
Yes, several times.
Okay. At some point in time, did a stair break in your house?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
I don't remember exactly when it was, but someone was coming up the back stairs to break into the house, and Kim had had a huge party the night before, and with 100 of people banging on the stairs, one of them broke, and the burglar fell down the stairs because it was dark.
That's a pretty cool alarm system.
Did you, now after January of 19...
There's a great comment. Kelly just says the kids. And I think that, if there's any arguments or, disagreements about the case, the thing we can all agree on is that the kids were the ones who were most affected, that are still, around today. And getting back to the kids are split. The kids are, two want mom to get out on parole. Two of them say she should stay in there. And if the kids are split after all these years, they're our age, or the kids are my age anyway, mid 50s. So they're grown adults. They've had time to kind of process and, look at evidence and look at all the sides, and they're split. So to think that we're not going to have some splits, some bifurcations in the chat amongst our feelings for one side or the other, that's to come with the territory on this case. That's just the way it is. But if we can get together and, be united in anything, I think we can all agree that, the poor kids, what an awful thing for, to be born into the basic lap of luxury and then just have life torn away from you. Like, it looks so good on the outside. And yeah, I wouldn't trade my upbringing for theirs. That's for sure. Like, we had some tough times, but I had a good life. These kids, I think, had terrible, like, from ages 12 when the divorce started, probably before that, and then, decades afterwards, the aftermath of this, all this stuff coming out.
89, did you make any decisions about the home that you were living in on Cali de Cielo? About whether you want to stay there or sell it?
Exactly what time are we at?
Sometime after 88, after December of 88, January of 89, did you make a decision about selling the home or moving out of the home?
I've made it.
Yeah, the split, it's one each of the daughters, one each of the sons. The oldest daughter is against, the younger daughter, Lee, is for, and I keep getting confused on Danny is the next oldest and the oldest son. Red is the youngest. I'm confused as to which of those two, which way they are. But the sons are split, the daughters are split, and it's not like the oldest and the youngest. Like it's split as much as it could be split.
It wasn't a hard and fast decision at that time. I was thinking about that. Being that I didn't get the children, it seemed pointless to stay in that house that was gobbling up all the money, and I couldn't have a life if I stayed in that house. And I didn't have the money to pay bills and stuff. So there was no point in me staying in that house if I didn't have the children. But at the same time, I hired an attorney to help me get the children. So I didn't make any hard and fast decisions about the house.
Did you do anything about fixing the house up in January?
Yes, the house, as we've discussed before, was a mess. And so if I was going to sell it, I had to repair it to get a decent dollar for it. So I had the kitchen remodeled only to the point that they took the fronts off the existing warped cabinets and put fronts on them. And I had the entire house painted outside. And I had further landscaping done so that it really looked good. If I was going to sell it, I had to do those things.
Did you have room? Did you have things on the inside painted and fixed up?
Yes.
Okay. You've seen some photographs of your house, what your house looked like in November of 19. You've seen the photographs here before of your house in November that were taken in November of 1989?
Yes.
Was that photos taken after the house was fixed up?
This
That was
Calle
the best the
de
house ever
Cielo.
looked because I wasn't living.
Bailiff saw Jack Early hit this thing on the wall, put it all catawampus. Bailiff has to go over and fix it.
There, and I had fixed it up as a model home. It had fresh flowers everywhere, and everything was painted, and everything was spick and span, and I'd moved out all the junk that people live with, and I wasn't showering or sleeping in the house at all. I just had it all set as a model home so that every time a real estate person wanted to show it, it was ready. And there were no remnants of showers or people eating there or anything like that.
I've heard a fart there.
Was there before March of 89, had you had any discussions about having a gun for any purpose?
And in the back of my mind, I was thinking about having the gun for several years because a friend of mine who lived in the same neighborhood and was a woman that lived alone in a house like mine had a gun for her own protection.
Super narrative answer there. The answer was yes, I believe.
And so ever since she had a gun, I thought maybe I might get one. But I had never, there was no particular day I went and bought a gun.
Now, in sometime prior to that, did you ever go shooting at a shooting range?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Frant testified as to a particular incident. Was that about the time you went there?
Yes.
Do you remember why you went to the shooting range?
I remember that they called me at the house and they were soliciting people for this sporting club. It had racquetball and exercise Nautilus machines and shooting and stuff. And this was an introductory offer. They were trying to get this off the ground. And I had my mouth.
A to B, that's what I was thinking of with Lily, is when Murdaugh kept saying, no, A to B says Mags and Paw Paw. I always kind of shuddered at him talking about Paul. Oh, Paul was out with the dogs. Paul.
MasterCard, and I did shoot guns way back in grammar school, and it was a fun experience. I was looking to meet new people and get out of the rut that I was in, and I thought I might do it. I think it was only $30 or something. And so I went primarily to meet people, but I went to the class.
You know, when you went to the class, when you shot the guns, did you wear anything?
When you go in the little room where you actually shoot the guns, it's mandatory there that you have ears and I think plastic eye things that they supply.
Now, in March of '89, were you still working at the preschool?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on some morning, do you recall getting some calls at the preschool?
Wow.
It was actually, yes.
Talk about driving with kids in station wagons. Did anybody ever ride one of those station wagons that it was seats that sat between the wheel well? They kind of went horizontal to the car so that you were sitting sideways while the car was going that way. It was just for children. Like you couldn't, I don't think you could even get small adults in the back there. But yeah, the back opened up and I remember there being that little well of seats, and thinking about it, our legs are probably, that far off of the ground at whatever the clearance is.
And can you describe those calls?
It was just an average day at the preschool. I went to work at 7:00 like I was supposed to, and it was a regular day. There was nothing happening. And I got a few phone calls through the main office. Is Betty Broderick there? Is Betty Broderick there? And the woman had put it on hold and come get me.
Tam Namaste, she is an experienced marksman, and she testified at the beginning. I don't know if it was to make it sound better, but she was like, yeah, no, I learned how to shoot at church group. It's just what we did. It was like somehow by attaching the church to it, like, I'm not a bad person. I didn't learn to shoot to kill people. I learned to shoot for Jesus.
And by the time I'd pick up a phone, the person would have hung up. And it happened 4 times. And being that nobody really knew I worked there, and the children wouldn't have done that. If they needed me, they would have spoken. And I thought something's really weird here. Somebody's trying to determine that I'm here. But it made me real upset and nervous, and I left work early and went home.
Okay. And when you went home, did you find out whether someone had been in your house?
Yes.
What did you find out?
Maria, when I got home, Maria told me that when she got to work, someone was in the house. And it was someone with long blonde hair, and she got in a white and with a black roof car, and I knew the description was Linda Kolkina.
Did you show her a picture of Linda Kolkina to
Yes.
see if in fact that was who was in your house?
Yes, and she said she was in my bedroom and that she took things.
Let's do a little thought experiment here, because Murdaugh came up in chat, and Murdaugh is maybe a case that we have more contemporary knowledge with. So let's just forget about the Dan and Betty case aside from the particulars, and think if Betty was divorcing someone like Alex Murdaugh and how she may have been screwed over in the local community, and how a divorce from a guy like Alex Murdaugh maybe, could have driven someone to craziness. Give it that lens for like 2 or 3 minutes and just because I agree, it's not right to, assume things about Dan who can't defend himself. So let's just take somebody who we know is a bad guy. We don't have to worry about defending himself. And it makes, I think, a lot easier to kind of understand, how, like in that, she could have gotten a $20,000 a month settlement, which would have been, generous even to these standards. And she would have been getting screwed, right? So let's think about it in that way for just, I could see how being wrapped up with a guy like Alex Murdaugh and trying to both establish freedom and at the same time get what you deserved could drive you a little crazy.
When she left.
Just a little crazy.
At that point, did you have an answering
Never
machine
gonna
on your phone?
survive.
And was there any message on the answering machine?
Yes, there was a 4-hour notice put on the answering machine at 9:30 that morning, which meant there was going to be a proceeding at 1:30, exactly 4 hours later.
Okay. Now, other than, so the first notice you got of that was when it was on your phone at home?
Yes.
No one called you at work about it?
Well, I figured they were calling me at work to establish.
No, not helpless, but think, she's fairly capable. And, let's say she was married. And so Kelly S. says it's hard to see Betty is helpless. She's extremely capable. She says how she did everything to support him, but now she's helpless. She wants it both ways, in my opinion. I agree 100% that if she had the wherewithal to help jumpstart his career, that there's no reason she couldn't have been more successful in her own career without having anyone to have to help her, because it would have been self-directed. So 100% on that, not even going to argue that point. But the point I'd be getting at is just that if someone like Betty had gotten with somebody like Alex Murdaugh, who we know is a bad person, who we, have the history of, he screwed over everyone from the kids of the maid that got killed in his house to, so he would do nefarious shit. He has the connections in town. So a lot of the allegations, and again, without having to make Dan defend himself, we'll just apply it to Alex Murdaugh. You could see how that might be a situation to create a true woman scorned with justification. Like, you guys don't understand. He was driving me crazy. He knew everybody in town. Every judge I would go to, he had him in his back pocket. So, you can kind of see it with the Murdaugh. I don't, know that it's an exact parallel with Dan Broderick, but the Murdaugh one interests me because it is at least the contemporary comparison, and someone that we don't have to feel bad assuming the absolute worst from. And then when we assume the worst, how much credit can we give Betty if she got the worst, and then now dial that back to what she really got? Interesting.
That I couldn't
Love this chat.
pick up the 4-hour notice at home.
Okay. But nobody called you at work and
Spoke to me.
and spoke to you
No.
and said, we're going to court.
Only
on a
the hang-up
4-hour.
calls.
Okay. Now, did you go to court?
Yes, I got home. I
The way
shouldn't have
back,
gotten
that's
home
what it
till
was
after
called.
2, but I got home around 1:20, which didn't leave me much time to get there for 1:30, but I just flew right out the door and jumped in the car, and I was down there at 1:30.
And when you got there at that time, where did you go?
I went to the family court, and there's a clerk's window with a sign-up sheet for ex-parties. And that's what it was called, a 4-hour notice of an ex-party hearing. And so I asked her to look, and I looked on the sign-up sheet to see where Mr. Barry was, and he was not on the sign-up sheet. So she couldn't tell me what courtroom he was in.
Did you, at some point in time, did you go to Judge Howitt's courtroom?
Yes, I went to Judge Howitt's courtroom to ask the reporter about something, and it was locked, and I couldn't get in.
Okay. And did you see Mr. Barry at the courthouse?
Yes, I needed to speak to the reporter because I had ordered a written.
Okay. You've already gone through that you needed to speak to the reporter. Did you see Mr. Barry?
Yes, as I was waiting for them to open the courtroom doors, he came out of them.
Okay. So he was leaving Judge Howitt's courtroom.
Yes,
Did you confront him as he left the courtroom?
yes.
Okay. And what did you do at that point in time?
he told me what had happened in the courtroom, and we went back in.
And had the hearing already been had by the time you were there?
Yes, it was over, and he was leaving.
And when you went back into the courtroom, did anything change when you got there? In other words, did Mr. Berry's whatever order happened before you got there, was that just the order that the court gave when you went in there?
Well, we kind of discussed it again, but it ended up everything that he got stood anyway. I didn't have any effect on it.
She's really a master of the tilted head eye contact message with her lawyer. Like, she's sending signals that I'm sure she's not happy he's not picking up.
And what was that hearing about?
That hearing was about changing the visitation for the wedding, suspending the $16,000 a month.
Oh, okay. So Kelly's asking how much longer. We'll do a quick scrub ahead. This looks like good testimony towards the end of her direct. Her face is like whole 4 or 5 different shades of redder. That's an hour from now. 2 hours from now, she breaks down, and then, she's even got Kleenex out. And at 2 hours and 15 minutes into the video, so 1 hour and 30 minutes from now, no, a little bit more, hour 40 minutes, the prosecutor is standing up. And all the rest seems like it's cross-examination after that. So about 2 hours of cross, and she's still standing at the end of the video, so we may have more cross tomorrow.
And
There
was
are
that
a
about
bunch
a
of
wedding
other
list?
things.
Was it about a wedding list?
Yes, they wanted the wedding list back that I had taken from the steps, I don't know, a week or so. I don't know how much earlier than this.
Okay. Did you take a wedding list from their house?
Yes, when I was dropping the boys off on a Sunday evening, I picked up an unmarked envelope that was on the front steps of the house. It wasn't addressed to anyone, didn't have a return address. It was a white envelope.
And did you look in the envelope?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was it a wedding list?
It was, yes, it was a copy of a wedding list.
And did you take it?
Yes.
And what was that for?
I thought it was interesting from my point of view that that he invited the child psychiatrist that said stuff against me that cost me my children, even though he never met me. And he invited his accountant, the one who added 2 + 2 comes out -8. And he was inviting his attorneys that helped him get this incredible settlement against me. And several judges were on the list. And it looked like a thank you very much for helping me screw my wife party.
Did you
Aw, poor
was there an
Betty.
appeal pending at that time?
I don't think at that time.
Okay, but there was an appeal notice filed.
Yes, but not yet.
Now, did you do anything after you left the courthouse? Did you
Yes.
stop anywhere?
I was very upset at both Linda being in my house and mostly at the 4-hour notice, because I was making attempts to have a normal life and get this all behind me. I felt like if Dan wanted that wedding list, he could have called up, or he could have come and just asked me for it, give it back. Big deal. It wasn't a big deal to me. And so I felt like I was being attacked, and the 4-hour notice on the machine was really kind of shady, being that they knew I was at work and it was them that called and hung up. And I just felt like it was back to the same old dirty tricks. And suspending the $16,000 a month, as a joke to people when I got the verdict, I said, I probably won't get 30 days down the road here before it's all pulled out from under me. And sure enough, that was the first thing they did, was totally suspend the monthly check. And I just, and with her being in my house, I just felt I was being attacked, and I didn't have any defenses to make them stop or to defend myself.
Hell yeah,
Did you purchase anything at that time?
Yes, between the courthouse on 6th, you get
Hell yeah speculates that Dan D may be tall, so I'm just posting a picture of myself wearing shoulder pads in the 80s with 15 to 20 other guys.
on 5 and you go north to La Jolla, and this shooting place, the Weiser place, the Nautilus place, it's all the same place, and it's right on the freeway, kind of around India Street. And I'd been there before, so I knew what it was.
I'm the tall guy.
Your Honor, I believe that I left my evidence box in the car.
I left my evidence box in the car.
You want to recess early, or you want to go on to one of your boards?
Maybe I could go on to the board and maybe that would be.
Board sucks. Nobody likes the board.
I'd ask the court to take judicial notice that on January 15th of 1988, there was an appellant's reply brief that was filed.
So you notice
All right, let's see how much.
On February 2nd, there was personal service of an order.
So again, what we're doing here, I'm going to go at a faster speed, but while he's on the board, he's just stipulating to all of the different court hearings that Betty had to attend, and as evidence of that she never got to put her divorce behind her. She was constantly being harassed with meetings and, 4 hours until you have to be here. This is in court tomorrow, which, one thing for a lawyer to fit that into his schedule. It's another thing for someone who's trying to have a life, if she did have a full-time job, which I don't think she did at that point. She was a socialite. Anyway, looks like up to 9 minutes of that. So let's put them on double speed and turn down my audio so that.
Yeah, take notes of that. On February 3rd, there was an ex parte order sealing exhibits. There was no appearance. Mandatory letter, no appearance made by the defendant. Take notes of that.
There we go. Okay, and we can talk a little bit. We can talk about what's going on in the chat. Let me know if my voice is still over the audio enough. I can bring that down, maybe just a touch. Bring it down there.
On March 21st, there was a
Maybe we should get our first chat going. We'll get our first poll going. I think the first poll is going to be, should Betty Broderick be granted parole? She's up for parole in 2032. She'll be 84 years old.
On May 4th, there was a contempt hearing.
Good. Betty Broderick granted parole. I used to be 6'2". I think I'm closer to 6'1" now. I think I'm shrinking. In the mornings, I'm taller, and then kind of gravity gets me by the end of the day, and I'm a little bit shorter by the end of the day. 2032.
I would ask the board to take
Period.
additional notice of the mandatory settlement conference that was set for the date of July 1st. That was vacated. Take note of that. There was a trial set for July 27th. That was vacated. Take note of that. On August 29th, there was a hearing which was continued. There was no appearance made by the defendant at that hearing. Take note of that. September 2nd.
Yeah, she blew both of her parole hearings, and I think it might be something I end up screening maybe at the end of this series.
December 27th, there was
Because the verdict day is a slightly shorter day, so maybe I'll set up those videos to go at the end of that. But at both parole hearings, she went in and just said, I had every right to do it. If I went back, I'd do it again. And they don't want to hear that when you go in for a parole meeting. They want to hear, I'm sorry, I would never do it again. I've had a lot of time to think about what I did. I shouldn't have done it. We're getting through it. Good. If anybody does really want to hear this, you can go to Criminal Conversations, listen to all of these documents being stipulated to in full. They're hosting the original Court TV videos. Court TV got started. This is the second trial of 1991 that they covered that was significant. Pamela Smart was earlier in the year. I think that was a July trial. We know that this is October, November, because there was some cool Halloween tchotchke on the court reporter's desk.
February 3rd, there was an ex parte minute order filed on the sealing of exhibits with no appearance.
This may even be the anniversary of the original deaths. Dan and Linda Broderick were killed on November 5th, 1989.
was had on 411.
She had a hung jury at her trial in 1990. 10 jurors said second-degree murder. 2 jurors said manslaughter. They could not resolve it, and that brought us here.
And it was personal service on the order in regards to custody support, and a qualified domestic relations order.
Oh, Victoria points out she did actually say she was sorry. Okay. But that, I wonder if it's like Sarah. So Sarah, people say she doesn't say sorry. She does say sorry. She just never says for, meaning she's quite capable of saying, I'm sorry, forgive me. You know, I'm sorry, now you give me something. But never, I'm sorry, because I did XYZ. I'm sorry for hurting you. I'm sorry for... That's the part she's incapable of. And I wonder if that's the same thing with Betty's sorry. Was it, I'm sorry I did it? Or, I'm sorry for the pain I caused my children. I'm sorry for, all the extended pain to all the families and, loved ones of Linda who had nothing to do with it. Or was she just sorry that she's in prison and sorry that she isn't getting out?
On July 5th, there was a notice of transcript that was filed by the defendant.
Sorry can mean a lot of things. And he says Betty never said she is sorry for what she did. She's sorry it happened. All Dan and Linda's fault. There's a huge difference. And, a good example of that, because I can respect that sort of sorry in the right situations. So Afroman's trial, he keeps getting, are you sorry for what you did to Lickum Low Lisa? Oh, we'll go back to regular speed here. Hold on. But yeah, he's asked, are you sorry for, look at Lickum Low Lisa there. She's crying. She's in the witness stand. Do you feel sorry? Do you? And Afroman says, no. What I feel is that they shouldn't have broken into my house. And if they didn't break into my house, then I wouldn't have been writing songs, Lickum Low Lisa. And in that instance, I have no problem with, I'm not sorry. I'm sorry they did it. Because he didn't murder anyone. He just stuck up for his rights. So, there is a world where that sort of sorry is acceptable, but it's not when you've committed murder. And that's, I think, the problem that both Sarah and Betty come up against.
Hearing in regards to child
custody. Let me just get the volume. I've slowed it down, but we made this mistake yesterday. There we go to full. Get the filter back on. Oh, yeah. Okay, we are back in action.
And attorney fees, that was off calendar and no appearance by either party. Take notice of that.
That's the last taking notice, and we're back.
Now, at the time that you...
Linda was either 21 or 22 when she was... no, she wasn't murdered at 21 or 22. That was when she originally was hired by Dan. There was a 5-year divorce, and the divorce was, the affair coincides with the divorce. I don't know whether it happened much before, right around the same time, but they stayed together and then got married after the divorce was settled. And then Betty killed them very shortly after they were married. So that's why it's Dan and Linda Broderick. But Betty killed them immediately after. They did stay together. So, give them credit for that. Like a lot of affairs are, you just ruined your life over a little fling. Obviously, there was something that was keeping them together. But yeah, it's... So she was an adult, but barely an adult when she got hired into Dan's firm, and her previous career was as a flight attendant with no law school experience, or as Betty points out, she couldn't even type.
Did you purchase a gun at that time?
Yes,
And at the time that you purchased the gun, did you purchase some bullets?
yes,
Okay. How many boxes of bullets did you buy?
3,
Okay. And at the time you purchased a gun, did you actually fire a gun?
yes,
Okay. And what was the purpose of firing a gun? Was there a shooting range where you were at?
yes. Where they sell the guns is right across the hall from the firing range. And when people are buying guns, they take the guns that they're interested in and shoot them to see if they're interested in it.
Okay, so they had you bought one of the box of bullets. Did you fire that
Yes.
to a gun?
Mhm.
And did you end up purchasing that model of gun?
Yes.
Now, were you able to pick the gun up on that day?
No.
And did you have to show identification for registration?
Yes.
Okay, and was there a waiting period before you were able to pick up the gun?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you in fact go back to, where was it that you bought the gun?
This place that was called Not.
Did you go back there and, did you end up going back there and picking up the gun?
Yes, it was all paid for and everything on the first time, and then you just pick it up.
And showing you what is, the bullets that we've seen in court, the 2 boxes of bullets.
Yes.
Did you buy the bullets the day that you bought the gun?
Yes.
These bullets. And you've seen another box of bullets here in the courtroom, is that
Yes.
correct? Did you buy those bullets there on that day also?
Yes.
Okay. When you picked up the gun, did you fire that gun at all?
I fired a gun. I don't know if when I went back and picked up a gun, it was the exact same gun. I don't know if they just let you fire the ones in the
sorry.
case and then you get one off the
Sorry,
back
Tam
shelf.
Tam.
I don't know if it was exactly the same gun.
Okay. Did you have to clean your gun
Better?
at all? In other words, did you?
When I fired it the day that I bought it, when you fire it, it gets real dirty and grungy and messed up. And the man in the store took it all apart and cleaned it. But personally, after I got it home, I never fired the gun and then I never cleaned it.
And now it goes to pure silence as I'm trying to type out something. So call me out if you're hearing breathing in the mic and you don't want it. That could be 1-900. Maybe I can set up an Only Dan's account for breathing into the mic. But yeah, if I'm breathing into the mic, it's probably because I just accidentally hit the boom, and it's so sensitive that being a half inch closer to my mouth picks up every little sound I make, and being where it is now, hear when I'm talking, which is probably more appropriate.
Yes, yeah, I need to get the items that I left.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning recess at this time. We'll be in recess until 10:30. Give you enough time, Mr. Early? 15 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor. I hope they are just right down in the car.
If you want to take a little longer recess, what's your
If we
pleasure?
could take 20 minutes, if not, they would just be in my office.
All right, let's be in recess for 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, until 25 to 11. Please remember the admonition.
Christina Garcia, welcome.
Broderick, showing you what has been marked DDD for identification, Your Honor, and that appears to be a cash register receipt dated 3/14/89 in regards to a purchase of a handgun. So marked. And also, if we could have marked, Your Honor.
Danielle Chavon was talking about how back in the day we used to play on our phones and you do prank calls and stuff, and I remember heavy breathing calls being a thing. Well, look at the court reporter's outfit today. She's got kind of a Laura Secord thing going on with lacy, is that a pastille? Classy look.
The next in order, I marked EEE, which is a bill of sale in regards to a pickup date of 3/29/89. So marked. Broderick, you recognize both of those items?
I kept a file on the gun and all the papers that had to do with it and the rules of it and everything. So these were from my file.
Okay. So this would have been, this is related to the guns we've seen here in court, is that correct? Now, after the trial was over, was there some was there some paperwork that had to be done as far as transferring property?
Detective Wolbefitz
Yes.
here.
And did you receive anything in the mail in regard?
Oh, the cameraman just changed. What? He changed his filter. This is interesting because I can see in the testimony she starts crying a little bit more coming up. This filter change isn't good to her. She's going from almost a soap opera lens. 54:33. We'll go back 20 seconds, but watch how she goes from kind of this soft Gaussian blur kind of look into a much more high contrast red and white that we see now.
After the trial was over, was there some paperwork that had to be done as far as transferring property?
Yes.
And
5-6 seconds now.
did you receive anything in the mail in regard? There was a matter I previously discussed. Can I step out in the hallway with someone about a matter I previously discussed with the court?
Sure.
They usually cut away. They usually stick around for this. Everyone's just sitting quiet, enjoying each other's company.
Well, we'd tell you what was going on if we knew what was going on. Apparently, Jack Early, as you can see for yourselves, has stopped the questioning.
Even Court TV doesn't know what's going on. They got their anchor. Jump in there, say something. We need something. This is before they realized people would watch silence too. Like we've proven it over the years. Like we'll watch a silent courtroom, but they had the court reporter from New York jump in on the feed like that.
Perhaps he's just checking his notes. The camera angle makes it impossible to see what's happening at the defense table. In the foreground is the... Here we go. He apparently went out in the hallway, we're told by our cameraman, to speak to someone. We'll see whether or not that has an effect on his question.
You know what I think it was? Remember he said that something was in his car? He probably sent a paralegal to go get wherever his stuff was, and it finally just got to him.
What is marked as, Your Honor, first of all, FFF is a quick claim deed for property, Lot 9, Sierra de Calea, piece of property.
All right, so marked.
And GGG is another quick claim deed.
I'm going to do a little check-in with chat because we got to remember we're all friends here. Victoria Carmen has said only people with no empathy, kitten, narcissists themselves. Kelly says, Victoria, you might want to check yourself. You're a little out of bounds. Remember, we're all friends here. Like, we can definitely have different opinions on the case. And I think having different opinions is totally valid. That's what makes this a community discussion worth having. If we want to go to something where we all agree, we can go into some Sarah coverage and just, enjoy completely bashing. But, we can respect each other for having different opinions here because there's enough nuance to have a discussion. So I think just try and remember to use language that includes, qualifiers in my opinions, the way I see it, just to keep things from sounding pointed or, personal, because I don't think they are. I think this is more just a rousing discussion. But yeah, if you notice that you're defending yourself a little vociferously, throw in a little, the way I see it type of thing that, your opinion's still just as valid, but it leaves just an opening for, you're allowed to see it that way. I don't need to convince you otherwise. I'm going to be the 100th like on this video.
The first one would be the property at Cali de Cielo. GGG would be property that would be described as a timeshare at Warner's Spring, Your Honor.
All right. So Mark.
Have you seen these two documents before?
No, and that is one of the, if you see that when you come into the chat, respect for members of chat is mandatory. Respect for Sarah is optional. And the third one is something goofy about throwing emojis in instead of swear words. If you can swear with emojis, that's more just because I like emojis. So, those are the standards. That's what we try and keep it to, so that everyone's having fun.
And did you receive those in the mail?
Yes, as part of the divorce settlement, Dan was ordered to finally take his name off the house I was living in.
Okay. These have been taped back together. Did you do anything with these when you received them?
Yes, I tore them up
And why did you tear them up?
because Linda Colkina was not supposed to be doing the paperwork with me.
And had there been any discussions in court before about her having her name on paperwork?
Yes.
That's what it's called,
Okay,
a
when you
doily.
received
That's
that
right.
property, who was the person who signed it as the notary?
Linda Colkina?
Linda
The,
Colkina.
Sometime in 1980.
You don't even have to use emoji for swear words. If it's the sort of, I think more importantly, like, instead of using, because we know that YouTube doesn't really like, murder and kill and all those words that two of them I just said. If you use like the squirt gun emoji instead of a gun, that I think doesn't trigger the automatic censor. That said, I've positioned my streams to be for adults, for people who are looking for it, so I don't think I get suggested too much in the search or in the browse features anyway, because I do swear a little bit more than your average bear.
Did you have a discussion?
No, so there's no banned words. Everything is fine. It's just, if anything, it just encourages a little creativity. So if you know a way that you can say something with emojis, you can say it, spell it out, and then say it in emojis after if you want.
With Mr. Broderick in regards to your marriage? I mean, had you had discussions about your marriage at that time?
In 1983, we had a lot of them, yes.
That the emoji thing was just when I was first starting my channel, and I was, trying to do vertical lives, and they would get promoted out into the algorithm. So you were trying to at least behave yourself enough to the fact that YouTube would promote you to random people. But I don't think random people are going to be that interested in what I'm doing anymore. So I might as well just stay focused and let you guys spread info of Dan D by word of mouth.
Okay. And did you do anything yourself in regards to your marriage in 1983?
Yes, that's a papal blessing for our family.
And showing you what has been marked as HHH, Your Honor.
Triple
Which
H.
appears to be a papal blessing that's dated in 1983.
So Mark.
Have you seen that before?
Yes,
The 1983 papal
And,
blessing?
Was that something that you procured in 1983?
yes, we had received a papal blessing in our marriage the day we got married in '69. And this is now a papal blessing for the entire family, including all the children. And it's November 8th, 1983.
Okay. Now, during a time in 1983, did you have any discussions with Mr. Broderick in regards to anything that you were looking forward to in regards to your marriage? Any trips that you wanted to take?
Yes,
And how did that come about?
Oh, no.
there was this boat that I read about in a magazine that had sailed, and it was owned by Marjorie.
Kitten Pusher says there's been another mass pew-pewing in the U.S. It must be Sunday. Scary and sad. Not going to look up and break the news on that. It's devastating and way too regular news. It's kind of why I need to go back into the Wayback Machine and follow cases like Sarah and just mind off of the greater quality of the world.
Meriwether Post, and it was a gorgeous sailing vessel, and only a few people could sail on it, and it was very, very expensive. And I thought it would be a fun trip to do, but it was very, very expensive. And Dan said we'd do it on our 20th wedding anniversary,
Now,
which would have been a ways off because we didn't have the money then.
had there been, at that time, were there any friends that were planning, who'd been married longer and planning events like that?
Yes, a few of our friends were married 4 or 5 years longer than we were, and they were having anniversaries on their 20th. It was kind of a big deal. They weren't waiting till the 25th.
Now, in April of I asked you about whether you represented yourself in the divorce. How did you feel about representing yourself?
I was afraid. I was scared. I didn't know how to be a lawyer.
Did you make any request of the judge about your physical condition?
Yes, when the trial started, I was fine. I was just scared, and I was crying and upset, and I wanted to force this to a conclusion, which is why I represented myself. And during the trial, I got sick. I got a flu. I had a fever, and I was really sick.
Did you ask to have some time off till you felt better?
In fact, I had laryngitis. I couldn't.
Just going to check in again. Victoria, so a lot of the people that are in the chat here have been following me since doing my Sarah Boone coverage. And for a lot of them, they're, familiar with each other and, know there's personal friendship boundaries and whatnot. And I know you're relatively new here, Victoria. And I appreciate that you're bringing a side of the case that maybe a lot of us aren't bringing coming from following Sarah, because following Sarah, a lot of us have gotten used to, there's the bad person. I can see her on the screen. She's fun to laugh at. That's what kind of got me into true crime. So we're going to have a tendency to see it that way. But while I appreciate you bringing all of the facts and especially an opinion from the other side, remember that the people who are in the chat are they're regulars here. They're allowed to have opinions that might not mesh with yours, and we still love having you here. So nobody's don't feel like anyone's attacking you as a person, but I can see there's going to be disagreement with any defense of Betty, and if you don't mind continuing to defend her into people not buying it, keep doing it, because I want to have those conversations. Just be expecting the fact that there's going to be people who are like, nope, not interested. I see what you're selling and I'm not buying it. But I have nothing wrong with you selling it here. Like, bring the conversation and, but just, there's not going to be a lot of people that are buying it, and that's okay too. So, but just keep it to the, facts of the case and not, as personal. And I think we can all continue to have a good time.
Speak. Well, it was really obvious to the court that I was really sick, but they couldn't give me a day off. Yes, I asked 2 or 3 days in a row, could we just have a day off here? And no, they couldn't.
And why did they tell you couldn't?
They didn't have to tell me why. I asked for it, said I was sick, I couldn't talk, I had a fever, could I please have a day off? And they said no.
Yeah. During the trial, do you remember anything about Mr. Berry having a vacation plan?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Yes, toward the end of the trial, Mr. Berry was leaving on a firm trip to Hawaii. His whole firm was going to Hawaii. And so the last several days of trial, every time I started a line of questioning, they cut me off. And
I can see, like, they're the chat's getting a little bit fractious, and we don't need to, put blame onto anyone. Just, I can see that there's people who have reasonable opinions. Not all of them are going to be agreed with by everyone else, but they're certainly reasonable to have the opinions. So just try and keep the discussion to the opinions. And so there was a comment about if you had empathy, you would understand. And that can be taken as, how are you saying I don't have any empathy? I think as an editor, maybe the way to word it is, if you appeal to your deepest empathetic side, maybe you could see some side of Betty that, you do have empathy for. But that's a lot longer to say in chat. Sometimes when we're just trying to type and get our feelings out there, it, gets truncated. And when it gets shortened like that, sometimes it sounds more brusque. But we're all here because we're interested in watching trials. Everyone here, nobody here is second-degree murderer. We're all good people. So I think take a sip of your medical drinks, puff of your medical cigarettes, and continue enjoying each other's company.
Gone down that road. Let's not do that again. We've already done this way. And they kept cutting me off because Barry had to leave on this Hawaii trip.
Yeah, and so no name calling. Like, we can defend and certainly defend, give a vigorous and zealous defense with a side of keen. But there's always going to be detractors and people who don't buy those arguments, and that's totally fine too. So, but yeah, bring the discussion. The discussion's good. Just remember that everyone's here for pretty much the same reason. We've got more in common than we don't. So we can respect each other.
Did you end up hiring, when you purchased the gun, where did you keep it in the house after you first purchased it?
I bought it to protect myself in the house. So it seemed logical to me that where I would keep it would be in the nightstand next to the bed. So I tried that for a while.
Did you move it after that?
Yeah, I was uncomfortable with that. I told everyone I had the gun right away because I didn't want any accidents with this gun. I told the kids, I told Maria, I told other people I had this real gun, and I showed it to the boys, and I in fact took them shooting one time. So I was absolutely adamant that this was a real gun, and if they opened a drawer or saw it anywhere, they were not to touch it at all.
Now, when you took the boys shooting, did you take them shooting?
Addie weighs in with a little lukewarm water for everything. All of you are wrong. I don't know. Lol. Thank you, Addie. We needed somebody to clear that up.
Shooting with that gun?
No.
What did you do?
We had been to some appointment downtown, and on the way home, we stopped at Weiser and we used range guns.
Okay.
I didn't shoot at all, boys. I think the boys just shared one gun.
And when you shot at the range, did they wear any special protection again?
Yes, you have to. Eyes and ears.
Okay. Now, did you do anything in regards to hiring an attorney after the final decree?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that?
Well, I asked the boys if it was okay if we left things the way they were, and that they would just see me when the decree said they were going to see me. And Danny especially said, "Oh no, Mom, oh no, I want to live with you." And so I went out and I hired another attorney to try and fight for the kids.
Now, at some point in time, that there was a wedding that you became aware of, a wedding that Dan had. Is that correct?
Everybody became aware of it being planned.
We have about an hour and 10 minutes left of her direct before it switches to cross.
Quite a while before it, because it was in the newspaper.
Okay.
Oh, Larissa Harris, I didn't notice you come in here.
You also became aware that Dan went on a trip after the wedding, didn't you?
A honeymoon.
Larissa Harris says, I almost lost my childhood home because my dad's decision. Hold on, let me restart that. I almost lost my childhood home because of my dad's decision. Why can't I say I almost lost my childhood home because of my dad's decisions, and his new wife wanted to make my mom's life a living hell. It was hard as a kid to live through, probably why this case has interested me. And that's, I think, where we got to remember, as opposed to the Sarah case where she has no claim to all those arguments, there are some elements of Betty's arguments, not that excuse what she did, but can really hit home with people who have experienced it and not seen a voice. And I think that speaks to how this case was so popular in 1991, because there was a lot of people that, there's an element of her complaints that rung totally true to someone else who had never, who might have felt alone with that. So just remember that there's a lot of different emotions that come from watching a case like this, and it may even be bringing up memories from people's lives who are watching this that were going through similar things maybe 10 years before Betty and didn't have a voice, and didn't murder anyone either, so they're much more empathetic people. But yeah, still there's a lot of stuff that she went through that you can feel empathetic for, if you forget about what she ended up doing by the end.
Yes.
Okay. And your 20th anniversary, when would have that been?
April 12th, 1989.
And Victoria, maybe that, so to be totally clear on Kelia, because Kelia is, a valued member of my Sarah Boone content. And the more you watch of my page for the Sarah Boone stuff, it's nothing but, shit on her. Like there's no redeeming values. It's just, shit on Sarah, wake up, shit on Sarah in the afternoon, shit on Sarah for brunch, shit on Sarah for lunch. It's shitting on Sarah Day. So coming to a new trial, it's going to be hard not to shit on the bad person. And if somebody's committed murders, that's where the shit's going to flow. So know that coming in, and dropping a know that there, but know that coming in, that there's on a channel like mine, there's just going to be automatic, almost gainsay, hey, fuck the murderer, convince me, prove me wrong. And it's not coming from a place of you disagree, you're a bad person. It's just coming from a place of, this is Dan D True Crime, we shit on the bad people. So that may be a little bit of context to take coming in, and for anyone that's watching that wonders how my chat can be maybe a little judgmental for not having all the facts. And we're coming at this from judging Sarah and really shitting on her because she's a really bad person. And some of that's just going to be how we attack every case now.
And what would have been the closest weekend to April 12th, 1989?
I don't know exactly.
Okay. If
April 12th was not on a Saturday in 1989.
Yeah, I think there's room for us all to get along. I think there's a little bit of fractious, a little contention. But if we get past this, I think our community is going to be even stronger for having Victoria as part of it. So I think Victoria just needs to get to know us. And, she's got a strong voice and some strong opinions. And I think that's only going to help our community if we learn to all get along. To take a word from Rodney King. Can we all just get along?
Did you become aware of what kind of trip Mr. Broderick went on that year when he went on his honeymoon?
Yes.
And what trip was that?
The children told me that he went on a Caribbean cruise with a boat with sails.
Okay. Now, there was some testimony as to a party that Kim had at your house. Do you remember the party that they talked about?
And interesting, so outside of our chat, I'm just looking at the top chat replay on the court TV footage, and one of the comments is, it was so really I wanted to be on Betty's side. just happens to be the comment that's sitting in their top chat replay. So you can see that this case is a little divisive. Like there's opportunities for bifurcation amongst the chat.
Where there was a problem with the band.
Yes, Kim had a lot of wild parties at my house, but that was the worst and the last of them.
Okay.
That's a great comment, Bella.
Party?
Bella's mom just joined today, was over in Daniel Siobhan's chat and jumped over and became a member all in the same day. Says Sarah's a parasite. Betty worked hard and deserves some respect. Dan was a monster. But Betty totally reacted out of bounds and ultimately lost the right to that respect. Both played a role. So that's a great measured comment and kind of puts into perspective. Unlike Sarah, Betty was an extremely hard worker. Like there was a lot in Betty's early life that, could be a model for anyone. Can't say that for Sarah, but Melody Kate says Betty is worse than Sarah. She had money, security, and children. She threw away her children because a man was an asshat. Men are asshats, period. Murder is never okay, ever. And I think that hits on the crux of it. The empathy has to come from trying to not excuse the murder, but at least understand what drove her, if not to murder, to at least madness. And then, maybe she should have, at madness, gotten help rather than going to murder. But I think the easiest way to have empathy is to think about pre-murder, think about Betty during the marriage and how much of that is real, how much of it isn't. And that could be the beginning of trying to see things from her side without excusing the murder at all.
Full-blown riot.
Murders.
There were hundreds and hundreds of teenagers there all over the street, the front lawn, the decks. I have a large property, and every inch of the property was covered with
Hey,
people,
Beth.
most of which didn't know us and we didn't know them. There were skinheads with leather jackets and all kinds of people, and screaming and yelling, and people throwing in the pool and jumping on the trampoline. And the worst part of it was I lived on a cul-de-sac, and there were so many cars that they not only parked and blocked everyone's driveway, but they ended up filling the cul-de-sac like a solid parking lot. And the police had to walk in from way out on Calle del Oro. And they said that this was a real hazard, fire-wise and safety-wise, and we had to get those cars out of there right away, or I'd be ticketed or jailed or whatever.
Did you try to stop the band from playing music?
Yes, it was a band that was down in my pool house, and it was a real loud, plugged-in electrical amplified band with microphones and things. And I went down and I said, the police are here. You've got to stop.
Hey, another one to say. Made it here just in time. There's been no contention. The chat's just been getting along. We're all having a good time.
Got to stop, because all the neighbors were calling and stuff. And the man on the microphone said, don't listen to her. Let's party.
Okay. Did you eventually?
Oh, this is the party she broke up. The band said, don't listen to her. Let's party. And so that's when she pulled the Who. Smashed the guitar and the drum set. Party's over. Get the fuck out.
Do something that stopped the music from playing?
Yes, I pulled the main electrical switch to the entire property, and that's how I shut them down.
Okay. And then the party quickly dispersed after that.
Not that quickly,
But eventually.
but I shut down the main source of the noise.
Okay. Now you mentioned the pool house, and that was something that was in the pictures. When did you build that?
In 88.
And what was the purpose of building the pool house in that property?
The house that I lived in had 3 bedrooms.
Shout out to the mods. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Kitten Pusher says you and mods are handling our squabble really well. Thank you. I've been blessed in that there hasn't been a lot of disagreements in the chats in the time that I've been podcasting or live streaming. So I've been lucky, and at the same time, it's an important opportunity to kind of, set the stage for what this community should be. And everyone's welcomed. We don't need to be in groupthink, but at the same time, we need to respect each other in order to grow as a community and to enjoy our time that we're spending together. So just always try and remember respect for each other when we're having these chats, and we'll have a great time. We'll have a delightful time. And there's nothing I find more invigorating than a good argument. But I've always been the type of person, like in debating in the debating club. I was part of the debating club. In debating, one of the things I like best is not knowing what side of the argument I was going to be debating until the debate. So you would know what the topic is, you could research it, but you might not know whether you were for or against, whatever topic you'd be arguing. And it makes you much more flexible being willing to argue a side that you don't necessarily personally believe in. And if you can win that argument even more, it's like a feather in your cap. But it makes you a lot more open to arguments from all sides without getting caught up in, my side needs to win, what I believe is the right side. Sometimes the debate is fun just for the debate, and the less attached you are to a certain position, the more you can enjoy the argument.
And then the middle of it was kitchen, dining room, living room. It all kind of flowed together.
Kitten Pusher has sent 5 gift memberships out to the crowd. Clarice Loves Court, Christina Todd, CPT Dennis McCall, Boogie Bear, and Jill Corby. You've all received gift memberships thanks to Kitten Pusher.
I didn't feel like my children had a family room like we used to have back east, where the kids would go in the basement and they'd listen to records and talk. And
this was her own party, Larissa. I think Lee brought it up in testimony. Maybe it was Kim, but it was brought up. Maybe it was Kim. Brought up as an incident of where Betty kind of went crazy and shut down a party. It was the boyfriend. I think it was Jason, one of the good-looking guys. Anyway, it was talk about how, everyone was having a good time. I didn't hear any problem. And then she came down and smashed the drums and guitar and said the party's over. I don't really know the relevance of it, but it did come up in previous testimony. So maybe the party matters later.
Be no parent there. If my kids, especially Kim and Lee in the teenage years, but even the other kids, had friends over, I could hear them and they could hear me, and I could see them because of everything connecting. So I wanted to have a real family room for the kids, and that's what it was. It was a big
call,
room
Larissa.
with a fireplace in the middle and a bathroom and a little kitchen, but it was just a huge empty room with a fireplace for teenagers and other kids to have parties and get together and talk and dance, and out of underfoot and out of my way, and vice versa.
Did you expect to get the children back in your custody?
Yes, that cost over $100,000 to build, and I only did it for the kids. I didn't need a room like that. Yes, I always expected to get the children back.
Okay. There was a now, at the time that about the time that you hired Walter Ron.
Or don't even get married. I don't understand why people want to rush into marriage and then just have affairs. And maybe that's part of the problem. I stayed with a girl that I met in college for 12 years without getting married. And we kind of realized that we weren't going to be together about 10 years into it. But still, we're able to work together to make sure bills were paid. We could have clean exits and stuff like that. But you don't need to commit. You can always just personally commit to someone, and then when you don't feel it, just go your separate ways. Why do you got to get the courts involved? Marriage. Ugh.
Did something happen to your support payments in court?
Yes, I hired Walter Mond in February and wrote a check out of my regular checkbook. And then it was in March that the support was suspended.
During the summer, did you have some regular visits scheduled with the boys?
Yes, because of the decree, the divorce decree, I was supposed to have them for the first time for the entire month of July.
Okay. Now, had you ever had Was this the first time where you ever had a court order time where you were going to have the boys for a substantial period?
Yes, and then because of that, I was able to make plans and make reservations and think ahead of time that I have them from this day to this day, so what will we do? And I made plans.
And what did you do?
We ended up driving. It was the boys' idea. There was an article in a local magazine about skiing, snow skiing on glaciers in the middle of summer. My boys love to snow ski. And so we drove to a glacier so they could snow ski on a glacier in summer. And the glacier was in Whistler Mountain in British Columbia.
Whistler's beautiful.
The
Too expensive now.
During that period of time, were you seeing any doctors in regards to the boys in custody?
Yes, again, this was the first time I knew I had the boys and I could make a point.
Stand.
Okay, first answer the question yes, and I'll ask what the reasons. Were you making appointments with?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the reason for that?
This was the first time I could make appointments with Dr. Nelson since I had consulted him way back with the boys, because it's the first time I knew I'd have the boys. We also saw Dr. Gary DeVos, who's a child psychologist, and he saw the boys each separately. He saw the boys together as brothers, and then he saw me with each child separately, and then he saw me together with the two boys. So we spent a lot of time there.
And what was the purpose of that?
I hired Walter Mond to get my children back, and you can't just walk into court and say she wants them back. I mean,
I think that's an important point that Victoria brings up, that some people can't give her any credit for being a teacher and a great mom. And that's what we have to remember coming from watching Sarah, is Betty authentically was a good mom. Like, before any hint of the affair, all indications, all the people that know her, even her friends who testified against her in this trial, testified to how awesome a mom she was, and how she was part of the Parents Auxiliary Council, and did soccer, and all of these different things. So it's easy to see her through the lens of Sarah, especially because she sounds like Sarah in her entitlement and in her testimony and her pettiness. But there's a whole nother side of her. She's a much deeper person than Sarah ever can be. And maybe it's hard to see that when she comes out here with a little girl voice, whining about money issues that, in the grand scheme of things mean nothing. But it's easy to forget that, she was at least, there was no reason why Betty couldn't have been just a perfectly normal person, if a little shallow, but, a member of society that, we would have thought was a good person. And Sarah, on the other hand, there's no way, there's no path that's to goodness from the road that she was headed down. She was, bad early and worse later. So I think it's important to consider where Betty was. Like the starting points for them are not the same.
All I had was I wanted them back. So he had to have paper trails and expert witnesses and opinions as to why I should have them back and how well we get along and how we interact and how much they love me.
And that's where the similarity, thank you for mentioning that, Super Kelly G, who's just jumped in. But this part reminds me of, where did we go? This part reminds me of Sarah Boone. She just wants to tell her story so badly. And so much of her testimony is about justification and even her parole hearings. And all of that obviously goes against her. If she could just, focus on the things that matter, maybe she would have had a more compelling case. But she wants to drag their names through the mud. She wants to say that Linda's shitty making Boston cream pies so bad that she smushed it into the bed, like she was doing an Amber Turd impression futuristically.
They want to be with me. So it all had to be documented.
Okay. Now, did you have that summer that while you had the boys, how would you describe your mood? Did it improve at all?
Absolutely. As long as I have the kids, I'm fine. I mean, my energy level comes right back because I have somebody to do things with. I'm not alone anymore, and I love doing things with my kids. And we just have nonstop fun. We go from one thing to another. And my house is fun. It was near the beach. It had a swimming pool. The kids just love to be at my house, and I love having them there, even though they're noisy and they make a mess.
And were you also seeing other healthcare professionals in regards to, so that you could go into court and ask for custody?
Yes, Dr. DeVos referred me to a codependency therapy group because he thought that I was in a troubled alcoholic marriage and that I needed codependent therapy. And so I went to a women's group.
Now, was there a time that you had scheduled where you wanted to be able to resolve the issue as to the boys in custody?
Yes, it was always important to me. I waged custody fights every summer. So
Okay.
yes.
We'll go through this. I'll ask a question, then you answer yes or no, and then I'll ask you the reason. Okay, that's easier that way. Was there a time that was important for you where you were trying to get custody of the boys?
Yes, every summer. Yes, every summer.
Okay. What was the reason that there was a time that was important?
Because of the change in the school schedule of the what bus route they're going to be on and what soccer team they're going to be on and what Boy Scout is dependent on what part of your neighborhood where you live in. And once the children were established in September at a certain address.
Yeah, isn't Al-Anon the one that's like Alcohol Anonymous for people that are the family of the alcoholic?
I thought it was important that they keep a continuity going. And so every May or June, I'd start doing stuff to get the kids that summer. Because it didn't matter to me if they switched houses in the middle of the summer. There was no schedule. So I hired Walter Mond in February to do a custody fight that summer. So for sure I had the boys before school started, right in the beginning of September.
Okay, so you expected that there would at least be those court hearings by that time?
I was sure there would be, yes.
Okay.
No, Tam Tam. So Tam Tam says, should we empathize with Ted Bundy? He was a lawyer. No, the reason we're empathizing with, or at least I am empathizing with Betty for having done the work and been a school teacher and whatnot, is that she's not just some, high society, I deserved this, I deserved that. There's a legitimate claim to that she worked for Dan. The two of them built something together, and then he pulled it out from underneath her just as she was about to get the rewards of her work. So it's not just, wow, he had a job. Good for Ted Bundy. And that's, so not just good for Betty. At least she had a job. She's better than Sarah. Her job was kind of part and parcel with her feelings of feeling screwed by Dan because she put in the sweat equity in the early years that, there's no proceeds from it, right? There's no shared assets from her working two jobs while he's in law school and they're paying the bills and, maybe even racking up a little bit of debt. There's nothing to show for that. So when he leaves her at the point that he's making $1 million a year, his practice is up and running. It's been, 16 years of lean years, but now the gravy train is coming. You can see how there's a little bit more reason for her to be upset. Hey, I put in the effort. Why aren't I reaping the rewards from this? And we can argue that, the rewards that she was offered were ultimately very generous. Again, that's generous in terms of, what I could live off of now. I could live off of what she was offered then. But if she was married to Steve Jobs and Steve Jobs, gave her $20,000 a month in alimony rather than half of, his empire, there'd be a lot of people saying that Steve Jobs screwed her over. Not that she's allowed to kill Steve Jobs, but, yeah, you kind of got screwed there. So that's all. And good to bring it up, though, Tam Tam. But no, Ted Bundy being a lawyer does not earn him any empathy for having a job. He apparently was really good on a suicide line, too. He would counsel people to not kill themselves. So who knows how many lives Ted saved.
Now, was there a hearing that was set before school was set to begin?
Yes,
And was that hearing continued?
it was canceled or continued or put off or something.
And how did you feel about that?
I was absolutely devastated. I was horrified. I had done every single thing Walter Mon told us to do, and all the paperwork was done. Everything was in my file. He knew it was important to me to get it done before school started. And Dan was interviewing these doctors, and Dan was being resistant to the whole thing. And when the day came, it couldn't happen. But he told me, not to worry. It was going to be put off till October. Mm-hmm. And that not to worry, it was going to be put off till October. And I said...
Exactly, Dorgan. If she admitted to the fact, Dorgan 8881 says, admitting she did wrong and overreacted occasionally would have helped my opinion of her. And I think would have helped the jury's opinion too. A little bit of self-awareness, a little bit of self-reflection, like, yes, those were instances I went too far, would have made it a lot easier for a jury to see, okay, so she understands the difference between right and wrong. But this defiant justification, I think, is exactly why she got the sentence she did and why she's still in prison awaiting parole in 2032 at 84 years old.
I don't know if I'll be alive in October. I was so upset.
Okay. And was it continued till October?
Yes.
Okay. Now...
but it didn't happen in October either.
Was there a time that you sent Rhett to New York?
Yes.
Okay. And was that with a court order or court approval?
No.
Okay. And was there a reason that you sent Rhett to New York?
Yes. In August, when they came back from Hawaii, they were in Hawaii for 10 days or so with Dan. They came back from Hawaii, and then we were going to go back to the every other weekend. But it was still summertime, and the boys really always wanted to be with me in the summer rather than home with a maid. So Danny went to Sun Valley, Idaho to visit his friend Matt Curry, and that left only Rhett home. And now we're in the summer of 1989. The girls have both been invited to leave the house, so they don't live there anymore. And Rhett would have had to stay in Marston Hills all by himself with a maid of some description while Dan was at work, and he didn't want to do that. He wanted to stay with me.
Now, in the fall, were you doing anything?
All things come undone. His Betty's got a gun. Aerosmith follow-up to Janie's Got a Gun there, LZB?
Were you doing anything in regards to finances or trying to cut your expenses or do something with your house?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
Moving?
What did you do? If you can just tell me, did you do something to your house listed for sale?
Well, the thing was, if I didn't get the kids for the school year, I was going to get out of the big house and out of the big car. But I still thought I was going to get the kids before September happened. And then when September happened, it was put off till October and everything. I did list the house for sale, thinking I'm not going to spend a whole nother school year wasting all this money and all this time, wasting my whole life waiting to get the kids back.
Welcome back, LCB. It's been very active in the chat today. We're all enjoying a rousing discussion over many aspects of this case.
Did you buy a condominium?
Yes.
Okay, and where was that located in?
A 2-bedroom condominium in La Jolla.
And the boys, if you were to get custody at some time, would they be...
Christina Garcia weighing in on small dogs are kickable. To be fair, all little dogs get kicked. They follow you around. If you don't kick them, you'll fall down. Not on purpose, though. And that's very similar to some of the testimony we heard earlier from, I think, Patricia Monahan, but one of Dan and Betty's mutual friends that said, oh, the dogs were very kickable. They were Shih Tzus. My mom had a Shih Tzu, and Mom and I, we don't agree with kicking Shih Tzus. We're anti-Shih Tzu kicking.
Able to live in a condominium with you?
Yes.
Okay. And I take it at that time, Lee and Kim were out of both homes.
Correct.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, you became aware that Dan was going to leave the country, did you not? At some point. I'm not asking
Yes,
you
and
right
I got some sort of a letter about Greece.
Okay.
He was going to Greece.
And did school at some point in time start for the boys after the Labor Day weekend?
Yeah, right after.
Okay. Was the was there a time when you had Mr. Mon go to court for you to get permission to have your children with you while Dan was in Greece?
Answer, yes.
And why was that?
I didn't need Walter Mon to go to court for me. Dan sent me this letter that while he was away, there would be 3 or 4 different babysitters handing off Rhett, only Rhett again while he was gone, because at this time Danny's gone to camp with Francis Parker. So it's only Rhett at home. And I don't know the reason, but he wasn't going to have a full-time paid continuous babysitter. One secretary friend was going to hand him off.
Christina Garcia says, okay, it's more tripping over them than kicking them. So nobody send Christina Garcia dog kicking messages. She's just speculating on the accidental kicking of dogs.
Off to Robin was one of them, the old babysitter, and then hand him off to Sylvia Cavins, and they were handing Rhett off, and I thought, well, why have Rhett subject to all these different schedules? Just leave him with me for the week or 10 days or wherever you were gone. But Dan would not agree to it, just person to person, so we were forced to go to court because Rhett wanted me to get him. So Walter Mond went to court that day to get Rhett.
And when he was in court that day, did you find out later that another weekend had been switched?
Yes, Walter Mond called me and told me that, yes, hooray, you got Rhett for the time there in Greece. But in exchange for it, I had to make this deal where Dan would then get the kids on the SC Notre Dame football weekend, which was your weekend. So I switched, and now you're going to get the kids this other weekend. And I just went, oh, no, you should have told me.
Was there a problem with that?
That was the Acapulco weekend that had been planned for a long, long time, and all the money had been paid and all the arrangements had been made. And I assured Brad 1,000,000 times nothing would go wrong this time, because it had gone wrong a lot in years past. Nothing would gone wrong. I had it in writing that I was free that weekend. And so Walter went and switched the weekends, and then I couldn't take the kids, and it was a mess.
Okay. Now, after the school year started, how was your contacts? How would you have contacts with the boys?
After school started that year, I was only allowed to have them every other weekend, so I would call them all the time or see them after school at soccer or basketball games or whatever I could.
Were they calling you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, also, there was when you were married originally, was there some wedding china that you had at the time of your wedding?
Yes. I think everybody.
Aw, Izzy sounds adorable.
And after the divorce, did you know who had that wedding china?
Dan ended up with it.
Okay. And did you try to get the wedding china back?
Yes, Dan ended up with it because I never owned a china cabinet in all my years of marriage. I kept it in a closed up cupboard. Dan had a big glass enclosed fancy dining room china cabinet, and so he put all of my wedding china in there. After he married Linda, they got another set of wedding china of her taste, and mine was taken out of the china cupboard. So I said, well, as long as you don't want mine, I'd like to have it back for sentimental reasons. It had nothing to do with the cash value of the dishes, and I certainly didn't need dishes, but it was my wedding china, and I just thought, if you don't want it, I'd like to have it, please.
And were you able to get the wedding china?
No.
Please, if you don't mind, please.
Linda said she'd rather smash it or give it away than give it to me because I didn't ask for it in court.
Okay. Now, after school started and Dan Broderick and Linda returned from Greece, did anything happen which made it difficult to talk to your children?
Yes.
Okay. And what was it? By telephone?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
All of a sudden, Linda's voice was back on the machine.
Now, since the time that the court had talked to Mr. Broderick in 1987 about Linda's voice being on the machine, had it ever come on the machine again until this time?
No, he was court ordered to keep the girlfriend off the machine, were the exact words, I believe, of the court order.
Was there any reason at that time that you knew that the boys could not have their own line going into the house?
Everyone thought the boys did have their own line going into the house. There were still these two lines going into the house, the adult line and the boys' line. And the boys did have a line going into the house.
How old were the boys at this time? We're in 1989.
Rhett's 10, so Danny's 13.
Okay. And when Lee was in 7th grade, do you know what year that would have been?
Not particularly.
Okay. Assuming that she would have been 1st grade when she was 6. When was she born?
Lee was born in 71.
Now, was there a special event in October?
Yes, October to me started the next several months of holiday things. It had Halloween in it, it had the USC Notre Dame football game, and it had Larry's Oktoberfest, which ran right into our birthdays, which ran into Thanksgiving, which ran into Christmas. So yes, October was the beginning of a holiday season for me.
What made in that October in 1989, was there something special about that year?
It was the last Halloween that Rhett would have been in the lower school. He was in 6th grade at the time. And the lower school is the only school that has the parade with the costumes and everything. So he would have been graduating from lower school.
Okay, and I'll get back to that. But was there something particular that you found out about that SC game in Oktoberfest
Yes.
that had significance?
Yes.
And what was that?
Dan wanted to take the whole family to the SC Notre Dame game. And he and Linda, after Greece, they went to New England to tour the foliage or something for 10 days. And
The
they
foliage.
flew from New England to South Bend, and my kids flew from San Diego and met them in South Bend. And so it was the first time the whole family was going to participate in SC Notre Dame game.
Okay. And is that something that, was there something in the past that, where talked about that being an important time?
Yes, it was something we had always looked forward to, and we had other friends that we knew in college who were married and had children, and they were looking forward to it. And that was the year our friends came from other places in the country with their now college-age children. See, Kim was college age, and so our friends' firstborns were college age, and it was a big reunion of all these people who had been to Notre Dame as students.
Okay. And was there some document or something where that became important as to?
That was one of the goals that Dan had in life for us, that we could afford to go out to dinner, that we could afford to have a sofa, that we could afford to take the whole family to the SC Notre Dame game and not worry about the bill.
Okay. Now, you've referred to the marriage encounter before. Was that something that was present in the marriage encounter?
Yes, that's the only place I had in writing that Dan said, when he made all his money and if I gave him more time, he'd make all his money. And if he made all his money, then we'd have all these things. And there's a list of all these things he wanted us to have. And that's very prominently listed as one of the things we'd enjoy as fruits of our labor.
Okay.
So
now,
this
that
is
was not
both what she felt entitled to and to a lesser degree, but maybe legally felt obligated to because it was a promise.
You didn't go to the game, obviously.
Correct.
And how did you feel about that?
I felt cut out. I love Notre Dame games, and it's been a very long tradition for me and Dan. And I dress the kids all up, especially Kim, because going back there, everybody's dressed real nice, and it can be chilly. So I outfitted her especially for that weekend. And I went to Warner Springs Ranch by myself just to kind of get out of my house and do stuff. And I watched the game on a big screen TV. at Warner's just to see if it was snowing or raining or freezing cold and see if my kids were going to be warm enough at the game, because the weather can do anything in Indiana at that time. And so I was watching the game, and it was a beautiful sunny day, and I'm sure I didn't see them on TV, but I looked, and I'm sure they had a wonderful time.
What was your emotional condition like?
I was real sad. I wanted to be there.
He was watching the game, eagle-eyed, trying to see them in the crowd. Look at them having fun. I'm sure she was hate watching the game.
Okay.
Didn't end up seeing them, but that's what she wanted.
Was there a problem with
Oh, here comes
Kim in regards to the Notre Dame game?
So just so you're aware, the next half hour of testimony, her face gets progressively redder. There's a lot of emotion coming.
Yes, when she came home, she said that they were at dinner. We're talking large crowds of people now, friends and children and stuff. And Kim, because of her age, wanted to be included in the adults. She didn't want to sit at the kiddie table with Danny and Rhett and the other cousins. They're like under 13 years old. So Kim was sitting at a dinner table next to her grandparents from Pittsburgh, and she never sees them. So she was sitting there, and then Dave Monahan's girlfriend said, you know, I need this seat, Kim, you go sit with the kids. And she burst into tears at Notre Dame and said, I'm not sitting with the kids. And she wanted to take a taxi cab back to the hotel. She was real mad at Dan, and she conveyed all of that to me when she got home.
Did you go on the trip with Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Okay. And was that just the two of you, a large group?
It's an annual trip of a large group of racing sailors. They race, and they go down to that yacht club in Acapulco, and they challenge that yacht club, and that yacht club at another time comes up here. Did that answer your question?
Yes. Did you see your sons that weekend?
No, I didn't.
Detective Wolb, if it says Bundy trial or Green River killer, Daniel? Bundy trial, I think, has been analyzed enough by professionals where it would be tough for me to add anything new to the conversation as much as just, enjoying the trial. Green River Killer is a little bit more local to me. Green River Killer operated in Washington State, which is just south of British Columbia and the Vancouver area I grew up in. I think there was some talk, his name Gary Ridgway? There was some talk of him doing crimes on our side of the border as well. I think that was not that far outside of the realm of Clifford Olson, who was a child predator around the time I was a child. Also worked in the British Columbia area. He was the first serial killer that we, instead of it being a boogeyman in the woods, it was like there'll be a Clifford Olson in the woods. So yeah, maybe if there's footage of the Green River trial. Pamela Smart would be interesting too, because it precedes this. ADB brings her up. It precedes this trial, so it would be interesting to see the very first of the court TV trials, as long as we're doing deep dives into the past. But Pamela Smart was about 4 or 5 months before this trial, and was the very first court TV televised trial.
I called them from Acapulco, but I didn't see them.
And yeah, Nicole C., Nancy Brophy mentions that Dan Brophy was a truly inspiring person. There is something to be said for just covering Dans who've been killed by ladies. So there's at least a few Dans I know of. And worst case, we can break down Fatal Attraction. I'll just have Glenn Close telling me that she won't be ignored.
Now, so it would have been, with the change in the weekends, did it end up being a 3 or 4 weeks since you'd last seen your children?
Yes.
I'll be right back.
Were you having trouble contacting them at that time?
Well, the machine was on again with Linda's voice. And I heard that the ringers were turned off again. And the babysitter did verify that to me, that when she came to work, ringers were being turned off again. And that meant they were turned off the night before and the whole day until the maid got there at noon.
Okay. Now,
so they were playing games again.
Now, during that, before that, when you received any support from Dan in the months preceding that, Had anything happened with deductions and support payments?
Yes, Dan had fined me again for something he said that I did, but I didn't do it.
Okay. And did you receive anything in the mail that you had received before?
Yes, the same wrinkle cream and weight loss things that I'd received years earlier. The exact same ad, so it obviously was the same person. In unmarked envelopes again, and I just saved it and wrote on it, "Save for attorney."
Okay. Did you try to plan a Halloween party for the boys when you got back?
No, before I left, I tried to have Dan agree that the boys would spend Halloween with me. They had spent Halloween with me the year before, and we had a great time. So we were going to do it again, and Dan said no.
Okay. Did you go to the school that year?
Yes.
And why was that?
Well, I went every year, but my boys didn't have costumes.
Okay. Now, when you went to school that year,
Warnos,
is there something that they do at that school where the children wear costumes?
Yes, it's a wonderful school, and they make a big deal about every holiday. And the Halloween big deal is you have this parade with microphones, and he asks everybody, "Who are you?" and elaborate costumes, and everybody gets a prize. And it's really fun. It's a real cute school.
Was there one child there without a costume?
Yes,
And who was that?
Rhett didn't have a costume.
Okay. Was there?
Just reminded me of The Simpsons where Lisa is, it's where Marge has a gambling problem. So Marge goes from being the perfect mom to just kind of really into gambling and pulling the slot machine. So Homer has to make her costume. And she's Florida for the play, and it just says Florida. It's not even spelled right. It's just these two pieces of foamy that have been cut and tied around her. And she ended up winning the prize with Ralph Wiggum, who just brought in a package of Star Wars characters. And the prize for the students who obviously got no help from their parents in making their costume, shared by Ralph Wiggum and Lisa Simpson. No costume for Rhett.
Did you at any point in time receive calls from Kim in regards to her school situation?
Yes, constantly.
And what did she say anything about problems that she was having with her father in school?
Kim always had problems with getting money from her father, even the first year of school. She was constantly short of money and hysterical.
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
At that time, did she call with money problems from school?
It was more than money problems, but yes,
Had this been something that had happened in the past?
yes.
Okay. And what was she telling you about the money problems that she was having?
She told me that she had no rent. She had nowhere to live. She had no rent money. She had no transportation money. She had no food money. That Dan had thrown her out of the house earlier and would not give her any money unless she was registered in school. Now, Kim had messed up the previous year and missed her exams, and she didn't get credit for the previous year. So she was in limbo that semester and had to go back there and take the exams from the previous spring that fall. But Dan would not give her money unless she was a registered student, and she was not technically a registered student.
Boston
and I
cream
said, well,
pie?
how are you supposed to live? And that was her problem. So she was working in a bus station, she told me, to earn money, but she was only getting $5 an hour, and it wasn't enough. So would I help her was the phone call.
Was she upset?
She was very upset. She didn't have any money. She had nothing to eat. That's what she kept telling me. She had nothing to eat, nowhere to live.
Holy narrative. Just yes.
Nothing to drive, and she was only making $5 an hour, and she couldn't make enough money to get a place to live. And so and she said to me, how was she supposed to take her exams if she didn't even have a place to sleep?
Did she talk about Greece at all?
Yes, she meant it was through her that I knew that Dan took all these people to Greece and that he paid for it.
Okay. And was she upset about that?
And Reedy O'Neill's too, yes.
What about Reedy O'Neill's?
Reedy O'Neill's was the opening of a big Irish bar here in town, and Dan was a quarter owner of it, and it was supposedly worth $5.8 million. There was a picture in the newspaper that Dan was an owner of this bar. And so it was obvious to Kim and to myself on this phone conversation that...
Yeah, these litigating past grievances over money, it's way too in the weeds. It should just be a kind of blanket statement. I was owed $750,000. He left me with $28,000. These are the facts that point to it. But these individual tales of woe, I don't think are helping her one bit.
Dan had plenty of money for everything else, but he wasn't going to give her any.
Now, during the first week that when you came back from the trip from Acapulco, were you doing anything in regards to the condo in your home?
Yes, I got a decorator, and she sent a workman in and tore the condo apart and was going to replace shelves and replace carpeting, and she tore that up, and she tore up the tile in the entry. And she was real good about tearing stuff up, but I wrote checks for half deposits on the replacement items, and I couldn't get her to perform at all. And so the condo was torn up, but nothing was replaced.
Kitten Pusher, the 5-part doc, I don't think we can watch it all together because it's a separate creative piece. The person who's put it together is, edited, just got their own story. So I don't want to watch it in full and kind of replace it. But what I might do is maybe make a compilation, take 5 minutes from each of the 5 episodes and maybe do a 25-minute compilation we can watch together, and then point you towards the full episodes if you want to watch them in full. That could definitely be something we do at the end of the marathon.
Okay. Were you, at some point in time, were you moving out of your house and trying to move into the condo?
Yes, it was all happening at once. Yes, I just moved personal things out of the house and was living at the condo.
Were you, did you have any problems with any of the appliances at the condo?
Rhett was visiting me one day. It was during the Greece trip. It was probably the first day of the Greece trip, and he used the other bathroom in the condo for a bathtub or something. Anyway, he couldn't get hot water. So I went down in the garage to look at the hot water heater, and the light had gone out on it. And it was the first time I had done anything with it, and I had a match or something in it. The water heater didn't blow up in my face, but the gas kind of poofed in my face, and I had all singed eyelashes, and my hand was burnt.
Okay, now during this period of time when you're talking to Kim about the Notre Dame game and talking to her about the school, was there anything that you were reading? Did you read anything at that time?
Just the marriage encounter about all these different things.
And what was the purpose in reading the marriage encounter?
Same purpose as it always was. It's I wasn't crazy. And that the life that Dan promised would come if I gave him more time about neglecting the children and me. The life that he promised us to come did in fact come. He got the big boat he wanted. He got to go to Notre Dame with the family. He got the piano for Kim. Every single item, check, 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 check. He did get everything he promised us.
Is that something that you read from time to time when things weren't going well?
Yes.
Did you
Sigh.
receive any legal mail that week?
Yes.
Okay. And did you remember getting some letters? Near the end of the week.
Are we in November now?
Yes, we're in November.
Yes. Well, Walter Mon told me that Dan was not cooperating with the custody, and the October hearing was now put off. So not only was September put off, but now October was put off, and there was not even a further date given. It was just put off indefinitely. And so Dan was starting to resist and fight the custody thing, and I was getting mail from Walter Mon concerning a custody fight.
And in showing you what's been marked as People's 27. Have you seen that letter before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, At the end of were you supposed to have the boys the weekend of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of November? Would have been Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of November of 1989.
Yes,
Okay. And did in fact you have the boys that weekend?
yes,
And did you at some point in time get some mail in regards to the custody?
yes.
Do you remember which day that you got that mail?
No, I think it was Friday.
Okay. Did you remember what you did with the mail at the time that you got it?
I just put it on the kitchen counter. I get all kinds of categories of mail. I get bills that go one place and legal stuff that go another place and junk mail that goes in the trash. But this pile was on the kitchen counter.
What if you opened it up and looked just quickly to see what it was?
Probably.
Good point, A to B.
And
Nordstrom, new car, caviar, 4-star daydream. I think I'll buy me a football team. The jury's buying it, right?
did the boys spend the weekend with you?
Yes.
Okay, and Friday night, do you remember what you did?
We went to a football game at Danny's high school after school. And then the boys said we went to.
I've got the construction in my house. I'm intentionally talking over it now, but if you do hear that in the background when I'm talking, I've dialed in the mic so it doesn't pick up if I'm not talking. But if you hear a buzzing while I am talking, it's a little interior construction happening.
Old Town for dinner, but I didn't really remember that.
Did you go to with the boys anywhere on Saturday?
Yes, Rhett had a soccer game in the morning, and we were sleeping at the house for the weekend, so the boys could have the benefit.
Yeah, Detective Wolbefit says that caviar is too expensive, and I'm the same. I was never a fish eggs fan. I like chicken eggs.
Of the house, but the soccer uniform ended up at the condo, so we had to Saturday morning go up to the condo to get the soccer outfit. And then we did grocery shopping, we did haircuts.
Hey, welcome, Bernice.
We went by the beach and we saw
New
PJ.
name, welcome to the chat.
And then we went home and cooked all the food that I bought that afternoon.
Good to see you.
Greg, will you approach sidebar?
Certainly.
Thank you, mods, for saying hello to the new names in chat. Makes it easier for me to pick it up when I finally peek over.
Well, while the judge and the lawyers are talking where we can't hear them, gives us a chance to talk for a minute.
Gives me a chance to talk as well.
Let's talk a little bit about the quality of this.
Turn this down.
In the tone of this direct examination.
Okay.
And talk a little bit about eggs. My brother won't eat eggs either. My brother hated eggs as a kid, and then I had to be the asshole that said, cookies have eggs, cakes have eggs. And then he's like, okay, well, if it looks eggy, I don't like it, but I'll eat cake and I'll eat cookies. I'm not going to not eat cake and cookies. Mayonnaise is all eggs. Ugh.
You want to make sure that you're not
Fine.
That whatever your points are, the jury's going to understand them. In many ways, a good direct is like reading a real good book. Each chapter has
A little bit of what they're saying is interesting.
under that heading. And then
So the court TV, the reason I'm talking over it is the court TV analysis is really their creative work, whereas the trial footage is the public footage. So if I leave too much of the court TV footage in, then there could be an argument that I'm using their copyright material as opposed to using just the public footage that they have access to. So that's why I'm talking over it. But the one thing that I just heard the guy saying in my voice is that the direct should be like a good story. Like, think about, a Steven Spielberg movie where, you could explain the plot to someone after you saw it. I don't know that he's denigrating the direct, but he's bringing up that comparison. And given that comparison, I don't think it's been a very good direct. I couldn't tell you what the story is that they've been trying to tell, aside from a tale of woe.
to the next topic, because there's an introductory question. It says, now let's talk about the gun. When did you...
Look at that outfit. I think the prosecutor almost looks like elementary school teacher today.
buy the gun? Where did you keep the gun? How did you keep the gun? Where did you finally put the gun? Then we move to the next
Go
topic.
back to full volume.
That really is the purpose of a direct. Directs usually, although not all the time, are best when they are short and sweet because the jury can then focus on it and move out of it. Now, this is a complicated trial. There's a lot of information you have to get out. But remember, the core of the defense here is what was her mindset at the moment she shot these two people. So one of the things you want to find in this direct after each subject heading.
And that's something we've been talking about too, is basically most of the testimony has been about differentiating between second degree and manslaughter. She's not trying to say she didn't do it. Like, that's already in the facts. So for it to be such a fine line and for them to spend so much time on it, I think it's hurting them. And I think it's giving the state way too much to rebut on, because they've talked about everything under the sun from 1983 right up to the murders in 89. I don't see what's not fair grounds for the prosecutor to bring up at this point.
Is some reference by question to how did you feel about that? And we saw a little example of that with the South Bend, Indiana trip where
The football game.
Where he said to her at the end of going through, he says, and
that's funny. Kelly says the prosecutor looks like Michael P. Keaton's mom. And you may remember Elise Keaton as Meredith Baxter Burney, later Meredith Baxter, who played Betty Broderick.
How did you feel about that? And then you can almost see her break down where she said, well, I was left out of that. That was a very emotional time. It was a tradition in our family. I couldn't go. And after all, isn't that what he's going to argue to the jury, that this is one of the things that contributed to her emotional state?
I don't want to beat up on Jack Early because it's a whole lot easier sitting here watching than it is doing it.
Absolutely.
But one does feel that we're jumping around.
Might even be reporting live from my sofa. Tune into the beginning of the stream and you'll see a little.
Now, what I need you to do right now
with,
is think back
Paul,
to yesterday,
who said his name was Dan.
and just count each glass of wine you had from the beginning of the day right to the end out loud. So just visualize each drink and count.
There we go. This is my parody of the Family Ties theme song with Elise Keaton, who played Betty Broderick.
For 1,000,000 years.
Why do you not care?
And we know you deserve to be there
for 1,000,000 more.
Court sentences you to life.
Like George stopped breathing
on
while you were pissed.
Night you were pissed.
And you can't remember what you ever did before. What will we do, baby, without Boone? What will we do, baby, without Boone? Because there ain't no other mother I listen to. What will we do, baby, without Boone? Shatting our lives.
Intermission is complete.
Down subject to subject a little bit.
Well, you're right. It's hard to beat up on anybody, and you certainly don't want to do that because he may very well have some very great master plan in mind that we don't see at the moment. On the other
hand, giving the defense a lot of credit. Maybe there's a master plan that we don't see. I don't see it. But
and the real goal all the time has to be
they're talking over her testimony now. That's not me doing this anymore, but Court TV, I'm sure, will rewind it if we've missed something.
Jury, those are the people who decide. So you want to make sure you're communicating to them in as simple, straightforward a manner as possible. And we saw one example, which we didn't quite understand, where he was going along, he had referred to the gun earlier, and then all of a sudden jumped back into the gun, and then went on to another topic. It was sort of like the gun was inserted as an app.
A to B makes a good... I wonder what's going on here. Why are they doing the commentary while the testimony's on? A to B says, do you guys ever notice the difference between Sarah Boone's first and second mugshots? The first one, she looks a little scared. The second one, she's smirking. And I could see that because the first one is when she got hauled out right after the interrogation. There's that little perp walk of her out the back doors. You see Scott keeping an eye on her with his big red shirt on, and the transport officer is bringing her to the car. She probably gets photographed immediately there, and she's not happy because she's still pining for her cigarettes. by her next one, she's comfortable. She's got her little jail friends. She's kind of figuring out the network. And she went in smirking, knowing that this is going to be, everyone's going to be looking at me.
Afterthought.
Because you really do. This is a very emotional story that Betty Broderick was telling. And as you get swept up in it, and it's almost like changing gears, but doing it badly sometimes.
In fact, we were talking about it, and you said if you had to plot this on a graph, you'd be going like this, up and down with the witness. Sometimes she's very emotional and soft.
Very focused.
Right, and focused, and she gives you a good answer. And then there are other times when you ask her a question, and she seems very hard and very almost cutting in her response. And this kind of up and down is going to have an effect on this jury.
Well, it's interesting, too, because sometimes a story or a vignette is sort of dropped in, parachuted. Suddenly, in the middle of a line of questioning, we had this story about the party that her daughter Kim had allegedly, according to Betty Broderick, had at the house.
What is with all the chatter?
If you're a juror, I'm wondering, if you're not wondering, what's that doing here?
Why was that inserted? What point were you trying to make, and how does that fit into the grand scheme of things? The other point that you want to make about a direct, and this is an intangible that has nothing to do with how you ask the question. Remember, if you are at a party, and this has happened to all of us, and you're talking...
Interesting. So Bernice Conklin's in. She remembers the case and watched the Lifetime movie, which I believe is the Meredith Baxter movie. There's also a Netflix movie, I think is it part of the Dirty John series. Amanda Peet plays Elizabeth Broderick, so I haven't seen that yet, but I have seen trailers. Christian Slater is also a star in that particular story.
Somebody who's rather dull or boring, you tend to adopt the manner of the person who's talking to you. On the other hand, if the person you're talking to is
Monte Carlo, isn't that lively, in Africa?
You tend to become more animated and lively in your response. That's very important in a courtroom when you're questioning witnesses, particularly if it's your own witnesses. You want your witness to be lively, but not too lively. You certainly don't want your witness to be there moving along either unevenly or monotonally. So it's important how the attorney, and we should watch for this, not only in this case, but in most cases. Why are you guys still talking? How does the attorney's manner of asking questions
I'm going to just start skipping ahead
his
and
or her witness? Very
No court audio here.
Gonna screw around with the machine again and keep you from your sons for the next.
That's where it comes back. You know what? We'll just play it from here. I don't know what we missed. I don't know if Court TV is going to come back with it. But that looks like when they stop the commentary and go back to the court feed. They have rewound it in the past. There's been a couple of times where the morning feed starts, the audio isn't right, and then they rewind it to where the audio is right. So I think that most of this is being taken from the original raw tapes in the courtroom and then fixed on a reel-to-reel, analog machine from the past.
Next 2 weeks, going to play her games again, and it's going to drive you crazy, and that's why she's doing it, to create contempt orders that I was going to have to go back into the system, that Dan Broderick was now going to do to Walter Mond what he did to Tricia Smith, is that I hired Mr. Mond to do a custody fight, and we're going to drop the custody fight and play this contempt game again. It meant that that seeing the boys was going to be put off, and I just stood there and I felt so sorry for my boys, that they were missing everything in childhood. And I already mentioned that Danny was 13, and so the older the kids get, and we miss all these things like Halloween and stuff. Those moments are forever gone, and they're never coming back. And so this meant to me that I was not going to get the kids for the whole school year, probably, and that I was going to have to waste money fighting in court about stupid.
Kelia asks if they're replaying testimony. So do you remember this? Maybe they did go back after, because there was that brief where the commentators just started talking. And then we saw the prosecutor hit the stand and Betty was talking, but they didn't stop. Maybe. We'll just let it run. If you guys really notice it being repetitive, maybe we'll skip ahead. But from what I can tell, there's about 15 to 20 minutes of emotional testimony here. And then we get to the cross. Okay, call it 30 minutes of emotional testimony.
Things, and that Dan was just going to jerk me around and mess up the money, undoubtedly, with the fines. And then I had the condo going, I had the house going, and I was in flux here, and I had a third mortgage going. And so if he fined me like he used to fine me and take the money away, all these moves that I was making to get control of my life and make decisions were totally dependent on that monthly check. And if he pulled the monthly check, everything would come crashing down. I was very resentful of what he was doing to Kim. When I hung up that phone, I said, Kim, don't worry, Kim, I'll take care of it. No problem, I'll take care of it. And then I hung up that phone to that son of a bitch treating my kids like that, because this was our oldest child, and I thought she should be in the finest college instead of being jerked around by an asshole. And
How was your mental condition then?
I had been beaten down for so long, so many times, that I felt that all the resources a person draws on when they're in trouble.
Hey, Billie
over
Jean.
the years, exhausted all those resources. I couldn't, it was 6 years into this, I couldn't call my family and say, oh, Mom, look what he's doing to me now. I couldn't turn to any friends and for help. I had already tried every civil agency in this town. I had tried child abuse. I had tried battered women. I had tried the district attorney's office for help. I had tried the city attorney's office for help. I had called the ACLU. I had called HALT. I had called NOW. When you're in trouble and you're looking for help and you're crying for help and screaming for help, you try all these avenues, and I had already exhausted those avenues. I had a holy card on the wall in the kitchen that kept me going through a lot of really hard times, and it said that, God will not give you more than you can handle. And so whenever I thought it was just more than I could handle,
What she needed was the serenity prayer. Accept the things you cannot change. Have the courage to change the things you can. The wisdom to know the difference. She could have used that.
looked at that card and I thought, I can do this. And I was in Al-Anon and Course in Miracles, and they were like, one day at a time, and I really had that, don't stress about the future. Just, you can handle it one day at a time. And so when I looked at that card, I just said, I can't handle it. That card isn't helping me. This is more than I can handle. I just cannot be reduced back to the fines and to the court and to the threats and to the contempts and to the pull the money out and watch her go crazy and watch everything fall apart. I felt so victimized, and then I was angry, and this is all happening at once in my brain. I'm explaining it once.
Kelia makes a good point, and this seems like it would have been an effective opening for her testimony. This should have been the very first thing as she came out, as opposed to the last 4 hours.
One thing at a time now, but it's
Congratulations,
all happening at
Bernice.
once, and it's like, why are they doing this? Why the hell are they doing this to me now?
Good for you.
Why can't they just leave me alone? Why can't they let me get control of my life and get my kids and just have a peaceful, normal life? I didn't know what kind of sick jollies they were getting out of driving me crazy. And I was saying to myself, what do they want out of me? What the hell do they want out of me now? What do I have that they want? And the only answer I could come up with was that they wanted to just drive me crazy.
So that's a good point too. So we've pointed this out, how the judge is being chronological about it, and Kitten Pusher responds to Kelia and says, yeah, but the judge insisted on chronological presentation of the case. It may have been an unnecessary bootstrap. And that, because I'm finding this more compelling, but obviously if he started here, then he wouldn't have been able to talk about anything before this, because the judge said, keep it chronological. So on the one hand, I can see how, like when we're hearing the phone calls from Sarah, we want them. It would be so much better if we could listen to them chronologically, have them released chronologically so we can see the progression in their relationship and, where Sarah's at, instead of it all over the map. But for the case of this, it may have been better for her to start at what drove you crazy, Then a little later, we're going to go into some of the things that were your early warning signs. But having to spend so much time on the imagined or, possible slights of the very early marriage kind of look like it's petty testimony compared to, the reality of the situation. So that may have hurt her, that judge instruction.
Crazy. It was sadistic what they were doing. There was nothing else that I could give these people to get away from them. And I just went out of the house. I was going to go down to the beach.
How would you describe how you were? Did you feel depressed, happy?
No, I believe she's just described.
Physically, can you describe, was there any physical?
I've been physically beaten down through this whole thing. I couldn't handle being sued from the day one. I didn't know how to protect myself.
It's a good point from Nicole C. too. So at least when she's getting emotional, you're hearing it not just in the raised pitch. Right now you're seeing it in the color of the face. You're hearing it in the sinuses. There's other indicators that this is authentic remorse, or not remorse, I'm sorry, but sadness.
Defend myself. And every time legal papers came, I felt they were an attack. And I was scared, and I felt that I couldn't personally defend these things. And I tried the legal system, and I tried lawyers, and I tried myself, and I tried going to his house. And as I say, I just exhausted all of these avenues for coping with things.
Now, would those feelings have a physical effect on you at all?
Yes, in the pictures that you can see over the years, I didn't even look. I didn't even physically look like the Betty Broderick I used to be in 1985, not to mention 83 when this started. I was turning 42 years old on November 7th of 1985. No, I'm sorry, 1989. And that would have been the anniversary of me slitting my wrists in 1983. And I'm thinking, God, I was slitting my wrists in 1983. This is 1989, 6 years later, and it's gotten nothing but worse. I can't make this stop. I cannot get out of this mess that Dan started in 1983.
You said that you left. Why did you leave?
Because I couldn't even stand up. I was just like this, and I just didn't know what to do. And I didn't know who to call. I didn't know where to go, and I just didn't know what to do. So I just went out of the house. When you go down to the beach, there's a lot of air. And when you're feeling like I felt, you hyperventilate a lot, and you feel like you can't get a breath. And so you go down to the beach because of all the air, just to make yourself feel better and walk along or something, or just sit on the bench or something. But it was basically to get the air.
Now, how would you describe your thinking? And then was it a clear thinking?
There's more air at the beach?
I've already described. I've tried to say what was going through my mind, but it was all going through my mind at once.
Did you, when you went down to the beach, did you write something before you went to the beach? Before you left, did you write something on the letter?
Well, I initially was going to answer.
Again, yes or no?
Ms. Cafaro, who supposedly this letter was from, because she was Dan's employee that was supposedly taking over the case.
Showing you people coming on, did you in fact start to write a letter?
I don't remember now doing these things, but now that we have stuff in front of us, that is the letter I wrote that morning.
Okay. Did you write something after writing that letter? Did you then write something on the letter that you received?
Yes, I tried to write a more businesslike letter to Ms. Cafaro. I don't even know what it says now unless I read it. And then I just gave up. And I wrote a suicide note and left it on the kitchen counter like this. And it just says, I can't take this anymore. And then it says 3 things that I can't take anymore. Do you want me to read them?
Yes.
Number 1, Linda Colquino.
See you soon, Bernie.
Interfering with what little contact I have left with my children. She's been doing it for years. We've litigated it continuously. Number 2, the constant threats of court, jail, contempt, fines, etc., which is very scary to me. And no matter what the evidence, I always lose. Number 3, them constantly insinuating I'm crazy. The last sentence of this letter says that her emotional disturbance and mental disease, it says that they're not improving. And that just, that's the same thing that he'd been telling me since 1983, is that I'm emotionally disturbed and I have a mental disease. And it was never that. It was just that I couldn't stand getting attacked like this. And so it appeared that I was crazy or upset, and I was, but it was situational craziness. If they would just leave me alone and let me have a life, I'd be fine.
Did you end up going to the beach?
I left the house to go to the beach. I never got to the beach, no.
And why was that?
Because I was going to go down to the beach. That was the first thought. Just go to the beach, just get the air. And then I thought I was just going to fucking blow my brains out. But I said, no, let's not do that. That's not what's good for the boys. We're going to go over, we're going to talk to Dan. We're going to just try one more time to talk to Dan, to tell him to give me the kids and just leave us alone. He doesn't even have to give me any money, just leave us alone. So I went over to talk to Dan.
Yeah. What were you going to do when you went to Dan's?
I was going to ask him for the kids and to just leave me alone. And if he wouldn't agree at all, I was just going to kill myself in his house, not down at the beach.
Okay, so here we are. We're at the event. This is, we've taken a while to get here. It's been a long road, but okay, Betty, tell us what you were going to do. You just went there to talk? Just went there to have a discussion? You, Dan, Linda, and your 38th special?
Not at my house. And I had been contemplating suicide for a long time. It's in the diaries. I was extremely despondent in what was going on in my life here because I couldn't handle it. And I knew that if I killed myself, it was going to be in front of Dan Broderick so that he couldn't just say, see, I told you she was crazy. I had nothing to do with it.
Were you angry at yourself at that time for not being able to do things with the children, getting them out of this?
Objection, Your Honor, leaving.
Were you angry at anybody at that time at all?
Yes, when you feel that you're victimized like I did.
Hey, Bernice Conklin says, I've never watched this trial and I've subscribed to your channel. I'm going to go back and watch all the rest of the days of the trial when I have some free time. That kind of speaks to how I want people to be able to enjoy this trial. If you see us online, come in, join the live. The discussion could get, the live discussions are where it's at. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of different opinions in the chat. I think that anytime you see a live on, join, whether you've been following the days or not. And then in your own time, check in on the marathon. That's going to be there for forever. I'll timestamp all of the entries after the fact. So if you're watching an older one, you're like, oh God, how long do they go on explaining the case forensics? You can go to the description or the chapter headings and just skip to something more interesting or, enjoy the trial at your own pace anyway. So I think that this is a great community discussion. We can all just join in for the next 11 to 12 days. You know that there's going to be a live every day with some of your friends in it that you can have a conversation with. And after the fact, then it's going to be fun to just listen to the different days of testimony. You're like, oh yeah, I remember popping in and out of Betty when she was leading up to her cross. And then maybe there's going to be parts where you don't remember the trial because you were engaged in chat and the trial's new to you. Or maybe there's parts where you've got the live chat replay on and you realize there was a really interesting discussion going on in the chat that you didn't pay attention to because you're watching the trial. So in both ways, this is a community event, and everyone who's here live, you guys are creating the conversation that people will be enjoying on the replay crew. So have those big conversations in the chat. Be respectful to each other, but let's debate this from as many sides as possible and, give Betty her due. give Dan a defense, but be open-minded and approach this as a community that is looking forward to approaching many trials in the future together. So enjoy filling the squirrel feeders, Bernice. We're happy to have you back when you come back, and happy for everyone who's here.
A lot of self-hate because you can't handle what's going on. And I was mad at myself.
I'll admit it, Victoria, there are a lot of Betty haters here, and a lot of it is, we're coming at it from a we hate the criminals side. So, wow, there's a lot of a lot of drilling going on. In any case, we're going to lean against the criminal in Dan D chats, I think almost always. But I think this is a very interesting case because it's a lot easier to have empathy for Betty as a criminal. Personally, I don't know that everyone in the chat feels this way, but I have more empathy for her as a convicted murderer than almost any convicted murderer whose trial I've watched in the last 5 years. So, and that said, still, doesn't excuse murder, but there's so many horrible people that bar is really low, and Betty, I think, is clearing it for me, but not by much, but just clearing it as far as being better than the vast majority of the people who are out there and that we watch on a regular basis.
For not being able to handle this. And I had promised those children for years, don't worry, kids, I'll take care of this.
I've got a tile floor being put into the bathroom downstairs. And I think they're doing the cleanup to, grout away the edges of stuff to get it clean and set for the new tile to go in. So it's the last bit of prep work that's happening in there right now.
I'll get the lawyer, I'll get the psychiatrist, I'll do what we have to do. Don't worry, kids, I'll take care of this. And they told me to hire Walter Maud, and I disappointed them again because I promised them by this September they'd be living with me. And I promised and been unable to live up to my promises for so many times. And then on this day, I just felt that I had absolutely failed those kids. I could not get them. And I tried and I wasn't going to get them. We were going to play this game instead. And the kids were going to be very disappointed in me. And it was important to me that I protected my kids and did what I promised them I'd do.
Now, where was the gun at that time?
In the purse, in the car.
Okay. And did you ever at times carry that gun in that purse?
I didn't actually carry the purse very much. It would stay in the car because it was a big purse. And if I went shopping, I'd take a checkbook or I'd take a credit card or something. But the purse usually just stayed in the car.
This is the purse that held the purse gun, right?
Was there a reason that you put the gun in the purse at times?
To hide it from Danny and Rhett, yes.
They
were fascinated with it. I didn't want any accidents. They didn't listen to my first admonitions that if you touch this, I'll kill you. And
oh, Betty. Betty, self-awareness, really, Betty.
First admonitions that if you touch this, I'll kill you. And they touched it, and I was afraid someone was going to get hurt.
Yeah. Wow.
When they were over there, did they ever look for it?
They were fascinated with it. I don't know if they actually looked for it, but I would believe that they probably did.
Now, when you
really like to throw that around, my parents, we were talking about driving in the car, don't make me reach back there and have to smack you. Don't make me pull this car around. Betty's was, if you don't stop, I'll kill you. Don't touch the gun, I'll kill you.
When you went over to Dan's house, it was early in the morning?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And did you, you took the gun with you. Did you take the gun with you when you got to Dan's house, did you take the gun with you?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of taking that?
Every time I went to Dan's house in the past, I'd get this, 10 seconds or I'm going to call the police. Or once I got there to talk to Dan and Linda was in the window saying, you want me to call the police and stuff? So I brought the gun with me initially to make
going to interrupt. We're just over halfway through the chat. The chat is more respectful, but just as interesting and just as fiery. Kitten Pusher says, who is saying justifiable murder? My empathy for Betty is separate from taking a gun and blowing people away. Why can't both be true? And McCallum says, it's not easy being a single mother in the 80s. Low pay, anyone who thinks $400 per child is enough, it was not enough even in the 80s. So I think that that might be the issue that maybe we can move past as a sticking point. I don't think anyone is saying that the murder is okay. I think the biggest cleave in sympathies that's happening in the chat is people who at least sympathize with Betty's mindset, not her actions, but, you know, that she'd been fucked over, to people who say, no, she wasn't fucked over. She's making that all up to justify what she did. And I think both of those are valid beliefs to have going into how you assess the testimony. But if I'm correct, I don't think, and you know, you guys can correct me if you're wrong, if you're defending Victoria, but I don't think anyone's defending the murder as much as defending the fact that we can feel bad for the situation she was in. And, you know, she ultimately made a bad choice, made two bad choices, maybe even lots of bad choices leading up to those choices. But I think that's the biggest division that we have here, is that there are people who are like, no empathy, she doesn't deserve it, and people who are like, some empathy, but she shouldn't have done it. Not empathy and, you know, kill that bastard, let's drag his name through the mud. So maybe that helps bring the community together a little bit on it. And I think there's room for us to feel differently on it. I think we can have people that, you know, look at what she's doing and say, no, it just doesn't feel genuine. Personally, I feel a little bit more compelled by this testimony so far than any other, like just the last 20, 25 minutes, and not absolving her whatsoever, but just here is some of that empathy that I was feeling going into this case.
Make them have to talk to me. And if they said they were going to call the police, I'd say, no, you're not.
Did you plan to do anything if they didn't talk to you?
I told you, yes. If they wouldn't deal with me and wouldn't give me the kids, I was just going to kill myself.
Did you have in your car any keys that you thought might fit one of the doors of Dan's house?
Yes, I had a key ring with a funny looking key on it.
Okay. Was it because of the shape of the key that you thought it was that it would fit Dan's house?
It was a very strange looking key, and long before I was informed, or the kids told me, that Dan's keys were very funny looking, and I knew Dan had funny looking keys. It was a good chance that was his funny looking key.
Okay. Did you use the key to get into the house?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you going to do if the key didn't work?
Got in the house anyway. We always got in the house.
Did you want to wake Dan up when you got there? And when you first got there, did you want Dan to know that you were driving up?
No, I can admit to meeting.
Just saying.
What was your feelings about Dan knowing that you got there?
I wanted him to know I was there and that I had the gun before he jumped on a phone and reported me, which is what he would have done if he saw me coming from the street, or if I rang the front doorbell.
Did you ring the doorbell at all?
No.
Do you remember which door you went into?
The utility door of the house, which is mostly the traffic door.
Do you remember driving to his house that day?
No.
And do you know what route you took?
I remember leaving my house, backing out of the driveway and leaving. I remember that, but I don't remember at which point I decided where I was when I decided not to go to the beach and go to Dan's house. All the way to Dan's house, I was just thinking, I've just got to make this stop. I'm not going to live another day like this. I can't wake up just being absolutely at his mercy anymore. So all the way there, I just kept thinking, I've got to make this stop. And I don't remember what even road I took to get there.
How would you describe, was it affecting you physically? I mean, were you clear thinking and seeing things clearly at that time?
The only way I can explain it.
Sustained.
Okay, I stand corrected. There are people who are full justification on this. That's fine too. But I'm
How would you
surprised.
describe how the world seemed to you at that time?
It's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor, I would like to make an offer of proof why it hasn't been.
Another question.
If I'm referring to how she was physically seeing the world at that time, it may be different than she's answered before.
Oh, all right, go ahead. You can answer that.
The only way I know how to describe it now is that there was all these thoughts just churning in my head, and there was so much going on inside my head. That's kind of like my eyeballs were turned backwards, and the whole world was inside my head because of all this anguish, and so I wasn't seeing where I was going, and it was like I was just inward, and there was all this anguish, and
I'll restate the question then, because Victoria Carmen says, as opposed to first degree murder, yes. The question I was more asking and looking for, and let's maybe I'll repost it even a little bit more outright. Basically, should Betty have done what she did? As far as justified, like I'm guessing perhaps the answer is more of a legally justified as the second degree murder as opposed to first. That can be argued, but I think the thing that I'm assuming we're all in agreement with is that Betty could have made a different decision or should have made a better decision than the one she ultimately made. But is there anyone that thinks that there's no other way that this could have went, that, it was always going to end with Betty killing Dan and Linda, that there was no opportunity for Betty to take agency and make different decisions? So I'll repost it even a little bit more strongly worded, but that's what I'm kind of getting at with the poll question right now.
kind of darkness and crazy thoughts. Felt like you were in hell, actually.
Okay. When you got to the house, went in the back door, do you remember where you went?
I got upstairs, I know that, but I don't know which route I took.
Okay. And when you went upstairs, do you remember where you went when you got to the top of the stairs?
The door to the bedroom was closed, but the next door was open, so I went in that door.
Okay. And where does that door lead to?
To what they call a TV room, but it's part of the bedroom suite on that side of the house.
Okay. And was anybody up at that time that you saw?
No.
Okay. Do you remember, were you holding the gun at that time?
I don't remember. I guess so.
Okay. What did, when you went into the TV room, what was the next thing that you did?
The TV room door was wide open, and then the door to their bedroom was part open. It wasn't closed. It was like a jar.
Okay. And did you go into that? Did you then go into their bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do when you went into their bedroom?
Well, the motion that I made, although I don't think it was a big motion, the movement that I made into their bedroom woke them up, and they moved, and somebody screamed, "Call the police," and I said, "No," and I just fired the gun, and this big noise went off.
Here we go.
And then I grabbed the phone and got the hell out of there. But I wasn't even in that room. I mean, it just was an explosion. Just, I moved, they moved, the gun went off, and it was like, ah! And it was that fast.
I want to go through this. I want to go at least as much as we can, step by step. How would you describe your memory of that event? Do you have a clear memory of everything that happened?
What I can tell you in words now is it seems like a slideshow where slides are missing. You know, I remember driving up to the front of the house. I remember the front of the house, but I don't remember if I went to the front door, and I don't remember going around. And then I know I was upstairs, and I remember opening the door to the bedroom. So I see myself doing that. but then I don't see anything else. And then I know I grabbed the phone, but I don't remember leaving the house or running down the stairs or anything.
Let's just
So it's like
rewatch
there's
that because
these
we've waited a long time to get here. Let's watch how she describes this again. Going back a minute and a half.
big motion, the movement that I made into their bedroom woke them up, and they moved, and somebody screamed, "Call the police," and I said, "No," and I just fired the gun, and this big noise went off, and then I grabbed the phone and got the hell out of there. But I wasn't even in that room. I mean, it just was an explosion. Just, I moved, they moved, the gun went off, and it was like, ah! And it was that fast.
I want to go through this. I want to go at least as much as we can step.
I don't buy the I grabbed the phone in that description. It's hard to buy 5 gunshots, but I don't buy I grabbed the phone. It all just happened so fast. That's
By step. How would you describe your memory of that event? Do you have a clear memory of everything that happened?
yeah, A to B's got the same problem I've got.
What I can tell you in words now is it seems like a slideshow
My
where
fur baby's mom.
slides are missing. You know, I remember driving up to the front of the house. I remember the front of the house, but I don't remember if I went to the front door, and I don't remember going around. And then I know I was upstairs, and I remember opening.
So this is some of her I was driven mad, and I'm only remembering snapshots of what I did. I wasn't clearly thinking, but I don't know that this is, I don't think this is doing it.
Opening the door to the bedroom. So I see myself doing that, but then I don't see anything else. And then I know I grabbed the phone, but I don't remember leaving the house or running down the stairs or anything. So it's like there's these spots missing. It's like a flash of this, and then she's over there, and there's a flash of that, a flash of this. And that's what I told people later is, you know, I didn't see anything in that room.
Now,
Now, I guess there could be something to be said for the PTSD that comes from doing something like this, that she has self-blocked it and now only has snapshots in her memory. But even that, I don't think is a great absolution for murder.
you first went into the door, do you remember do you remember what happened when you first went into the door of the bedroom?
Well, I hardly even got in. I opened the door and I stepped into the bedroom, like one step.
What did you do at that point?
Well, I was gonna say, you know, Dan, wake up, I have to talk to you.
Did you say something?
I don't know.
What happened at that point?
I walked in and they moved away from me toward the other place. And I heard Linda say, call the police.
Now, do you remember them talking to you at all? Saying something to you other than
No, nobody said anything to me, I don't think.
Okay. And what happened when they went towards, what's the next thing you remember after they went towards the phone and said, call the police?
I kind of like screamed, like this huge scream, like, no! And the gun went off. And I just remember one time and one noise. But I know that I must have done that because you have to do that on the gun. But it was so fast. I just went, ah!
Now, did you scream out loud?
I felt like I made a huge scream, but I don't know if I made any noise. It was just all sensation. You move in and then they moved and then it was this huge explosion and scream and all at once.
Do you remember actually pulling the trigger?
No.
Is that a gun where you have to pull the trigger?
Yes, I asked people that day, do you have to pull the trigger? And they told me that you had to, but I don't remember pulling it even the first time.
But you remember a large...
I asked people that day if you had to pull the trigger. It's her gun.
Bang.
Yes.
Okay. What's the next thing you remember after that?
Is grabbing the phone, so that he couldn't get on it because Dan was trying to get on the phone and grabbed the phone. And I tried to get out of the room and it kind of jerked. And I jerked it back and pulled it out of the wall. And I think I threw it on the top of the stairs. I don't know. I may have just put it there.
Now, after you heard the boom, were you out of bullets?
I assume so, yes.
And how did you know that?
Because there was no more noise and the gun was clicking.
Okay. Did you hear the gun click?
I don't remember the gun clicking, no.
Because there was no more noise and the gun was clicking. Did you hear the gun click? No. That's an interesting testimony with between breaths.
I just know that there was this huge noise and then there was no more noise.
And then after the noise, when you said the gun was clicking, was that after the noise? The clicking sound of the gun?
I guess.
Objection, Your Honor. She stated she didn't remember anything.
Sustained.
Do you remember pulling the trigger after? Do you remember pulling the trigger at all?
No.
What did you, now, when you indicated, when was it that you thought about
Yeah, that's one thing we can say for Betty is she stayed consistent. Whether, you know, her justification is way off base, her story at her parole hearing in 2017 is remarkably like her testimony here in 1991. She's saying the same things, like, they did it, I was driven crazy, couldn't have happened any other way.
what was the thought about the phone that made you grab the phone?
Objection asked.
Sustained.
May I have that read back to me, Your Honor, so I can, I'm sorry.
Sure.
So I'll close the poll. I'm interested that there is somebody that is on the full. There was no other choice, but I can respect it. Doesn't have to always align with my own opinion. I would ask that as somebody that's in the minority defending an opinion that is a little contentious in the chat, try and be extra respectful of the fact that you're defending an opinion and not attacking people who disagree. And we'll continue to have a great conversation on these points. Yeah, maybe the judge has a hernia or something, and he's just trying to sit still, economy of movement, so he doesn't because it looks like maybe he's got something that somebody pointed out.
That you were scared that Dan was going?
Little pain management might be happening on the judge's half and on the judge's side, and that might be why we don't see much movement from him.
Grab the phone.
Yes, because every time I went to talk to him, he'd call the police and have me arrested on the restraining order for trying to talk to him, for being within 100 yards of his house.
And now at that point in time, when you left, do you know whether anyone was hit?
Super Kelly G,
No,
I'll show you who
Dan
I
was
think.
after me.
Okay. Did Dan say, do you remember Dan sitting up in bed and saying, okay, you shot me, I'm dead?
No.
Have you ever said that? Have you ever repeated that to anybody?
I know Lily says I said that. So I must have said that, but I heard Lily say I said that. I don't remember that.
Okay. And have you repeated it since then to people?
Yes,
And why was that?
because Lily said I said it, it must have happened. Or I must have said it.
Do you remember where you went after that?
Well, I had nowhere to go. I mean, I was afraid Dan was after me. I was afraid when I went into that house confronting Dan, and then when I left.
No, I'll be clear, Nicole. See, I'm not contending that Betty had no choice. I put that up in the chat just to see if I worded it as extreme as possible, if we would get 100% or less than 100%. So no, I'm coming from this I felt a little bit of empathy for Betty, but I know that I can see that there's some conversations going in chat where we are on both poles. Like it seems a lot of people are on the you don't commit murder, and you're a bad person, and I'm not going to take anything you have to say at full value because I can't trust any of it. So I think if my pulse is right, that's where the majority of chat is. I'm not quite that extreme. I'm a little closer to, conversations with my mom. I kind of get like this feeling of under-empowerment at the same time that you were supposed to be liberated. So there's all these trappings of women's liberation. At the same time, there's a lot of women probably feeling under the thumb of the guy they were with while, liberation's being championed all around them. So I get some of the frustration. So I'm a little bit more empathetic to Betty, but I'm 100% against that, the idea that she had no other choice. If you watch some of the earlier streams, my ongoing message has been, when you make money the most important thing of your life, instead of just moving on and finding the things that make you happy, you're doomed to, these sorts of poor decisions. There's a lot of ways, even if 16,000 was a pittance, compared to what she felt she deserved, she could have made a very good life for herself. She could have built a business that eventually was worth more than Dan's empire if she put that motivation into her own life rather than into, trying to even a scale of revenge or injustice. And even if it was, authentic injustice that she felt, the effort being put into trying to even that scale as opposed to just living her best life, it's clearly not worked out for her. But so no, I'm not advocating that she had no choice, but I did want to put it in as stark terms as possible just to get a sense of where the chat was. And knowing that we've got somebody that feels, this is it, that she had no other choice, I want to at least respect that opinion in my commentary, to give it the room to breathe as a possibility anyway. Even if I don't believe it at this point, I'm quite happy to have somebody that disagrees with my intention or my inclinations in the chat, which should foster me to look more at all the arguments. And even if I come away from it feeling the exact same, now it's because I've been exposed to a lot more sides of the argument. So no, Nicole C., I am not advocating that extreme point, but that I think that explains where I do sit.
I thought he was after me. And so I thought, oh man, you can't go home because he's going to call the police and the police are going to be waiting at my house. And I didn't want to scare the boys and everything. So I didn't go home. So I ended up at a phone in Claremont, at a gas station in Claremont.
Do you know how long?
And I didn't know what to do or where to go or who to talk to or what to do.
Do you remember how long you drove around before you got to that gas station?
No.
How long were you at that gas station?
I still don't even know where the gas station was. It's somewhere in Claremont.
Okay, but when you arrived at the gas station, were you there very long?
I don't remember.
Did you make a call right away?
I don't remember if it was right away. I did remember. I remember
great point, Kitten Pusher. Kitten Pusher says, remember, women didn't have the right to opening a bank account or getting a credit card until 1974. She was 10 years old then. I remember the first, they were called Master Charge back then, not MasterCard, because it was a charge card. You could charge things on it. But your Master Charge was marketed to men as a way of, you can put it on the Master Charge. Don't worry about your shrewish wife asking about your finances. You just put it on the Master Charge.
Okay, and did you call some people from the gas station?
I only remember dialing and calling and talking to Diane Black.
Okay. Do you remember calling Lee?
Yes, later.
Okay. When you called, where did you go from there? Did you go over to someone's house?
I called Lee and I told her I was in trouble or something. I don't remember really what I told her. But I said that I'll try and get to your house. And if I don't get to your house, that means they've arrested me because the Suburban is real big and there weren't many cars out on a Sunday morning. And it has a load 'em up license plate. That's what it says. So it'd be real easy to get pulled over. And I said, if I don't arrive, honey, it's because the police got me, but I'll try and get to your house. So I went to Lee's house. And the reason for that is Dan didn't know where Lee lived. So if he was sending the cops to get me, he couldn't send them to Lee's house because he didn't know where Lee lived. Nobody knew where Lee lived except me.
Did, when you got to Lee's house, how would you describe how you felt?
Well, whenever, especially this day, I felt bad that I was involving her, but at the same time, I tried to pretend like everything was okay. I guess, I don't know. I got there, I remember I took my camera out of the car, I gave her my camera, and I told her that I shot this gun at Dan's house, and I have to go give myself into the police. So I took off all my jewelry and stuff, but I know I did that, but I don't remember doing it. And then I sent Lee from her apartment to go check on Danny and Rhett because I was worried that the cops were there and that the boys were afraid and stuff. So Jason and Lee went to check on Danny and Rhett.
Did you eventually turn yourself in that day?
Yes.
And were you taken to jail after you were arrested? Were you taken after you turned yourself in, were you eventually taken to Las Colinas?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had conversations with a number of people since you've been in jail?
Yes.
When you first got to jail, how were you feeling?
I don't remember getting taken there. I know they put me in a suicide cell, stark naked for the first night I was there. And I was real shocking, and I don't remember being there or much of what happened. I was just I just went where people told me to go.
Yeah. Now that first day or the first couple of weeks that you were there, how were you feeling emotionally or mentally?
It's hard to I was very confused, but I was safe in jail. You know, they locked the rest of the world out when they locked me in this little corner cell. And that was good for me because then Dan couldn't get me. And I could just be safe in there, and I really liked that nobody could get me.
Yes.
One more.
Sure.
How much longer are you going to be?
Not very long, Your Honor, 5 or 10 minutes.
It's okay, keep going.
The Sarah break. See what I can line up for you here.
Getting that he was in
You guys were playing the hide and go seek.
Yes.
And at some point you put him in the suitcase.
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it would be funny
The
to
first
put
2
the
or
suitcase.
3
So
months
He thought it would be
before
funny.
jail, were you able to come to grips with what had happened?
No, I wanted to. I wasn't able to deal with it. I wasn't able to hug my children or talk to my children. I wasn't able to go to Dan's funeral. I wasn't able to tell anybody how sorry I was that all this had happened. Anybody who was affected by it. I haven't been able to get in touch with any of the people who matter in this case.
Were you able to talk to the boys about what was going on?
No, Dan's brother took them out of town right away, and I was kept from them for almost 2 years, and I wasn't allowed to send birthday cards or Christmas cards. I haven't had a phone conversation, but this summer in August, I was able to see them for an hour or 2, but I wasn't allowed to mention anything. I had to act like that nothing had happened. So I really want to talk to my kids about this and to a lot of other people, but they listen to all my phone conversations and they copy every letter that goes in and out. And it's that, everyone's afraid everything will get twisted around and used against them. And so none of us have been able to deal honestly with a lot of the things that need to be dealt with.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. I do. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would like a picture.
Mark this next in order, Your Honor. Triple line.
Yes.
Eight by 10 black and white photograph, Mr. Early?
Yes, of the defendant.
All right. Somewhere.
Showing you what has been marked triple I for identification. Is this a picture of you?
Yes.
And is this what you came to look like at the time of your arrest in 1989?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch recess at this time. I apologize for going into the lunch hour, but our sidebar was because we knew we were close to the end and the attorneys and I felt it was better to finish up. But I hope I didn't inconvenience anybody by doing that. And if I did, I apologize. We'll be in recess until...
And we won't be. We're going straight into cross.
2 o'clock?
The regular lunch hour.
2 o'clock?
Straight into
2
cross.
o'clock, all right. Recess till 2 o'clock. Please remember the admonition, don't to discuss the case among yourselves nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you nor form any opinions till it's finally submitted to you. See you at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Isn't it true that when you talk to Deputy Woods that you...
This is it. So, cross-examination. Anyone who's been waiting for Betty to be called on some of the statements that she's made, this is your time to jump back to the computer, wipe off your bloody keyboards, and enjoy the cross-examination.
told Deputy Woods, for example, one day after testifying that it was a good day today. I had the jury eating out of my hands.
No.
Deputy Woods...
Ooh, right off the bat, coming with fire. It was a good day. I had the jury eating out of my hands. It was one of her quotes from the first trial. That's the way we get started here. And just to clarify, so Billie Jean made the point, not buying the act from Betty is not an extreme view. When I said that we've got people on both extremes, not saying that one extreme is an extreme view as much as, you know, the views on this case run the gamut from the far, like a very rational view of the criminal's a bad person to the other extreme of the criminal could be justified in her actions. So not that being on that far end is an extreme view. It's just you can't get any more extreme. Like she's super guilty. Like we just think if you're on this side, you think she's guilty and, you know, is getting what she deserves, which is a rational view, not an extreme view. It's just the extreme end from the other side, which is justified, and she should have been out at 2010. Should have never went in at all, which is, you know, more extreme than anything I expected I would be considering in this case.
This was the deputy that was responsible for getting you prepared and ready to come to court each day, correct?
Yes.
And are you indicating that you never had any discussions with Deputy Woods about how you were impressing the last jury?
I don't remember those discussions. I don't remember any specific discussions about that.
Do you remember talking to her about how important it was for you to give the right impression to the jury and telling her about disagreements that you had with your counsel about what kind of clothes you should wear? And the fact that wearing bright clothes wouldn't be a good impression, it would make you look too happy, and that your counsel wanted you to only wear dark clothes and drab clothes to make you look depressed.
No, Deputy Woods ended up picking out.
Excuse me, if you just answer my question, did you ever have any conversation like that with Deputy Woods?
No.
You have been described by people who know you well as being a good actress, haven't you?
I've never heard that.
Never heard that Dr. Jacobson, the doctor that you saw for quite a period of time, described you as a great actress?
I've never heard that he said that, no.
That you had several different personas that you could display?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this.
Same.
You indicated that just this morning before we broke, that you had not been able to tell anyone how sorry you were. It is true that since you've been in jail, in fact, very shortly after the time you were put in jail that you started writing letters to people, right?
I've written letters from jail, yes.
You've written probably hundreds of letters from jail.
Maybe
Hundreds.
2 years.
And even in the course of a couple of weeks to a couple of months, right after
Hundreds of jail letters. Might have to do a little bit of a search for some of those.
November the 5th, you wrote many letters every day to friends, to family, to newspaper reporters, to celebrities. You were writing many letters during those. Let's take the 3 months after you were incarcerated, weren't you?
I don't remember specifically, but I have written letters, yes.
Well, you're not, are you disputing what I'm saying, that you have written probably at least 100 letters during that period of time?
In the 3 months after I was there, I wouldn't know. I don't know of the numbers.
Did you write many letters to your friends and to your family?
In that specific period of time?
Yes.
I don't remember in that specific period of time who I would have written to.
Did you write letters to newspaper reporters?
I corrected some articles. Yes, I corrected articles that I read that were wrong.
Okay. And did you write letters to celebrities, for example?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Did you write to Cindy Garvey?
Oh, I don't remember. Did I? I don't know.
Cindy Garvey. Cindy Garvey. I want to say that Steve Garvey was a baseball player and I think played for the San Diego Padres. And I think went into politics after baseball. It's possible his wife was into politics. You talked to Cindy. Let me just go back. I'll find out who she was while you guys continue listening.
Articles. Yes, I corrected articles that I read that were wrong.
Okay. And did you write letters to celebrities, for example?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Did you write to Cindy Garvey?
Oh, I don't remember. Did I? I don't know.
Cindy Garvey.
There was nothing ever preventing you from saying anything about your feelings about what had happened in any of those letters that you wrote, was there?
No.
You were free to express your feelings about what had happened and how you felt about it, correct?
Yes.
And you had many phone calls, many phone conversations with people
Oh, she's
shortly
beautiful.
after your incarceration, in which you were free to express your feelings about what had happened.
Cindy
Well, I've
Garvey
already
looks
touched, I
like
wasn't
summa
free to
cum
express any
loudmouth.
feelings, really, because I knew the letters were copied coming in and going out, and that the phone calls are listened to constantly. So I was, and even the visits are listened to. So everyone was pretty paranoid about that.
You were advised that the phone calls were not monitored. Your phone calls were never monitored. And you
Oh,
were
I don't
advised-
know that.
Okay. Are you saying that you felt that you couldn't express any of your feelings about what had happened because you felt that your letters were being monitored?
Yes.
And how would that hurt you or your case to say that you felt sorry for what you had done?
How would it hurt my case to say
How did
that?
the fact that you were being monitored prevent you from expressing your feelings like you've indicated? No one would let you express your feelings.
Because it just inhibited everything. I didn't know who would interpret those and get copies and switch everything around.
So are you indicating that you felt inhibited about talking to people about what occurred?
Yes.
You did write a letter, for example, to Amy Wallace shortly after you were in jail, correct?
That would have been one of the corrections of an article, I believe.
And in that letter, you start off by saying, I have pages and pages of notes setting the story straight, incident by incident. In most cases, you have the general idea, but the chronology and the facts are all twisted around. I'll call. We can talk. Neighbors and friends have bits and pieces. Only I know the whole truth. Are you saying that you were inhibited about telling her the whole truth as you saw it?
I was just correcting her article. Whatever she said that I felt was wrong, I wanted corrected.
Okay.
That's Cindy
Are you saying
Garvey.
that you were inhibited about saying anything that you wanted to correct anything that had been
Yes.
written about you?
Yes, because I wouldn't have expressed the feelings that I'm talking about to a strange newspaper reporter.
While we're on this subject, we'll come back, but when you say that you were correcting things that had been written, in fact, you made a specific correction with Amy Wallace about what Dan Broderick had said after you shot him. You indicated that Lee, who had testified that he said, okay, you shot me, I'm dead.
Mm-hmm.
You called up Amy Wallace and you told her, no, that's not right. That's not what he said. He said, okay, you got me, I'm dead,
Right.
correct?
Right.
Didn't you just testify before lunch that you didn't remember him saying anything to that effect?
I didn't remember him sitting up in bed and saying anything like that, no.
You don't remember testifying last time?
But I remember,
Excuse me. Do you remember testifying the last time you testified that he put his hands up and he said, okay, you got me?
yes.
Didn't you just testify earlier today that you didn't remember him saying anything like that?
Well, I don't know. What I really testified to is I don't really know what happened in that room. It was all these flashes of things.
Excuse me, you answer the question. Let me just ask you this. If you don't really know what happened in that room.
Oh, sigh, Betty,
was
sigh. That was a great sigh. She's hold it in. 2:25, 51, 15 seconds until the full Betty sigh here. This is a good one.
Testified to is I don't really know what happened in that room. It was all these flashes of things.
Excuse me, you answer the question. Let me just ask you this. If you don't really know what happened in that room, how was it you could write or call Amy Wallace and correct her about what had been said about what happened in that room?
Because at that time, way back then, I thought Dan said that.
Okay, so way back then, when you talked to Amy Wallace back in March of 1990, you had a clear recollection then of what had occurred in that room. Is that what you're saying?
No. In March, no. When Lee said that in the very beginning, in November, that I said that, we discussed it. I said, I couldn't have said that because she said I didn't know if I shot anybody, so he couldn't have said that.
Did you not call up Amy Wallace and tell her, correct her? He didn't say you shot me, correcting one of her daughters. He said, okay, you got me.
Your Honor, that's been
Okay.
answered.
Sustained.
You called Amy Wallace anyway to correct what your daughter had said. Is that correct?
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled. You can answer that. Yes or no?
Yes, I guess, if you said I did.
And you talked to her about several corrections that you thought that had been in the press that you didn't think were correct, and you wanted to correct the record, right?
Yes.
And Amy Wallace was not the only reporter that you talked to shortly after committing these crimes, correct? You talked to many reporters.
I don't
Is that
remember
true?
if I talked. Other reporters came to talk to me.
Have you
John
given-
Gaines, I've spoken to John Gaines, but I don't know when that started.
Okay, you've indicated you've given interviews to John Gaines from the San Diego Union, correct?
Last year, yes.
And you gave an interview or several interviews to Alan Abrahamson from the LA Times, correct?
On the telephone,
On the telephone or in person? Did you give an interview with Alan Abrahamson?
I've spoken to him, yes.
And you've talked to Irene Schaefer from the La Jolla Light?
Oh, Irene doesn't work at the La Jolla Light.
Okay. Did you talk to Cynthia Queen from the La Jolla Light?
Yes.
Betty's even correcting the prosecutor, and look how smug she feels for doing it. Get your facts straight, lady. I think Amy Wallace did testify. There was one journalist and was very short, just kind of confirmed that she received the call. I think that was the journalist that Betty called on the night of the Blackstone ball to say that Dan is having his wife arrested and put in prison.
And you talked to a reporter from the New York Times?
Yes.
And you talked to a reporter, author who wrote an article in the Ladies' Home Journal?
I don't really remember
Kathleen
if I
Neumeyer?
spoke to her.
The
on
Ladies'
phone,
Home
maybe
Journal
in
even.
New York.
You talked to Joyce Wadler?
Could you imagine going through a divorce as a guy? Well, there's probably not a ton of guys in the chat, but it's one thing, you're making it into the newspapers and society pages. They're talking about me in the Ladies' Home Journal.
From People Magazine?
No,
Did you give an interview to anyone from People
it
Magazine?
was a man.
Lorenzo Bennett?
I think that was his name, yes.
And in none of those interviews, those people have all written articles about what you've said. In none of those interviews did they ever say that you expressed any remorse for these killings, did they?
I don't know.
Are you indicating that you expressed remorse to these people and they didn't, and they said the opposite in their reports?
The remorse that I'm talking about was what I was sorry for was to Dan's parents, to Dan's brothers and sisters and stuff. I haven't spoken to those people.
Was there
To
anything
Linda's family.
Billie Jean brings up a fascinating cleave in the discussion. I like Sarah better than Betty. There, I said it. Which obviously does not mean I like Sarah, LOL, but at least Sarah is clear and obvious stupid horror movie. And that kind of gets into, you know, my taste for criminals, and I think what got me so interested in the Sarah story as opposed to any other true crime story, which I was just, you know, I'd watch that chapter about someone. Oh, that was interesting. If it was really interesting, maybe I'd look up Dreading to see a longer story about it, or, you know, Explore with Us. Maybe they're covering it. But for the most part, I would take a case, take a little taste of it, and then move on to the next case and the next case. And Sarah, it's almost like the other cases are, you know, hors d'oeuvres, and Sarah's a big wad of chewing gum. You know, you could just keep chewing on it, and you never swallow it. You're always just, you know, there's always something to chew. And it's kind of bizarre about Sarah, but technically I have to agree with you. I like her better than Betty. I like her better than pretty much all the criminals that are available, and not but I like covering her. I have more fun taking the piss out of Sarah in, you know, I've done like 150 shorts on it. Most other criminals I've gotten, you know, maybe I can do 2 shorts, maybe a third. Sarah, I've got like 150, and I've still got stuff in the bank. Like, you know, there's more fun to be made of her. So I think you've hit on a very interesting point, and I have to agree with you. I like her better too. Don't like her though, but I like covering her better. And I can see, like, even when I'm done with Betty, I'm sure I'll do, you know, throwbacks and callbacks and comparisons, but you know, there'll always be Sarah.
I haven't spoken to them.
Mrs. Broderick, was there anything that prevented you from writing a letter to any of Dan's family or parents, or any of Linda's family since the time that you committed these crimes?
Yes.
When you talked to the author from People magazine, which was just last month, isn't it true that you indicated absolutely no remorse, that Linda...
And I think the thing, Kelly says, I'd much rather listen to Sarah say outrageous, off-the-wall stuff using idiosyncratic language. I think the thing that makes it so much easier with Sarah is there's not even a concern about, you know, oh, maybe there's a redeeming factor. Oh, well, her grandparents did die when she was barely in her 40s. Like, there's no reason to feel like, oh, I'm a bad person for making fun of her. You just feel good inside making fun of her. You feel good inside shitting on her. And, you know, that's a good thing. I think we need more things like that in this world. If people seek out this channel because they enjoy it, that's good for all of us. We're all decompressing our true crime trauma by laughing at Sarah. So she's given us that.
Knowingly dated a married man, that you felt equally unconcerned about the death of your ex-husband. I wasn't the one who had the affair. I won't accept the blame for what happened. Didn't you say that?
I don't remember specifically saying that. If he says I said it, I said it.
Well, would you like me to show it to you and see if it refreshes your recollection?
No, I'm sure if it's written there, it says it.
That was pretty good too. You want me to show it to you? No. If you're saying it's written, it says it. These two would not get along at a social setting.
Knowingly dated a married man, that you felt equally unconcerned about the death of your ex-husband. I wasn't the one who had the affair. I won't accept the blame for what happened. Didn't you say that?
I don't remember specifically saying that. If he says I said it, I said it.
Well, would you like me to show it to you and see if it refreshes your recollection?
No, I'm sure if it's written there, it says it.
You didn't have just one interview with Amy Wallace. You had numerous interviews with her, correct? Before she wrote a large article about you?
This was in the very beginning, so I would have talked to her. I don't remember how many times she might have come there, or I mostly talked to her on the phone, I think.
And A to B, this Sarah says Sarah is more fascinating in every way, shape, and form. This gets to a discussion I had with Hear Me Out when he came in on one of my early streams and made the argument that Sarah isn't interesting, and then clarified that with, well, the new stuff isn't interesting, and then kind of went on to say that, you know, Lauren and Diane are more interesting. And I took... I just didn't agree. I think that Sarah is infinitely more interesting than both Lauren and Diane. And I can get the humor out of Lauren and I get the audaciousness out of Diane, but I'm not compelled to watch Diane. And with Lauren, it's almost like there's just a certain amount of his case that I can take before I feel like yucky inside from listening to it. Sarah is that perfect balance of reprehensible person yet fascinating, and you know, you get to feel superior because clearly we are superior to Sarah, and it's not a false sense of superiority. It's just like, oh, it's nice to feel superior.
Is it correct when she describes that over the next 6 months you called and wrote often, always eager to talk?
Sure, I don't know.
I'm just asking you if that's a correct indication of how many times you talked.
6 months from when it happened to when she wrote the article.
Yes?
Probably yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that, and Hear Me Out might have just had a couple too much to drink that night, but I was doing a Cowboy Criminology chat, or not even a chat. We were rewatching the Cowboy Criminology interrogation of Sarah, and he just kind of came in with this, Sarah's not interesting. And I'm like, whoa, that's kind of weird to come in. That's a hot take to come into a Sarah Boone channel with, but let's see where this goes.
She too indicated in her article that described you as being intelligent, angry, and without remorse.
Were those her words?
Yes.
Well, if that's what she thought, that's what she thought.
Well, are you indicating that you indicated something different to her, that you expressed remorse?
She didn't give me an intelligence test. She didn't know if I had any remorse. Those are her words. She didn't know if I was any of those things.
You don't find out about remorse on an intelligence test, but...
Well, she described that when she talked to you the very first meeting, that you insisted that all your actions were justified. You said, quote, he went off with the bimbo at 40 driving a red Corvette. Haven't we heard this before? Did you say that to Amy Wallace?
I did say that.
Because it fit her stereotype of he's the cheating guy. He's like Clark Griswold running off with Christy Brinkley in her Corvette. That's the picture that she had. And it's a decent story if you're just telling a tale of woe and you haven't committed heinous crimes. But once you have committed heinous crimes, like the chat, nobody will have sympathy for you, Betty.
You also told Amy Wallace that you were upset that people were mourning Dan and Linda, didn't you?
I was upset at the way that the funeral was handled, yes.
You said it always makes me mad when people call them the victims. You're tired of hearing people mourn Dan and Linda. Did you say that?
I thought the way the funeral was handled.
Good question,
wrong.
prosecutor.
And it wasn't that you were upset that you couldn't go to the funeral. What you were upset about, and that you expressed to several people, was that Dan had gotten full rights.
I'm surprised he covered those phone calls in the beginning, to tell the truth. I might be getting myself into hot water here, but fuck it, I'll talk about it. Tam Namaste says, I think Hear Me Out's over the jail calls from Third Rail. He doesn't want to cover them anymore, in my opinion. And that's the sense I got of it. I was a little like, why? If you think these are boring, and I agree on those, I kind of, it's not my thing either. I'm not judging people who are interested in listening to it, but I'm more compelled by a lot of other Sarah stuff than the phone calls. I just don't. They don't carry the drama for me that a lot of the other Sarah content does. But I'm like, if you're not interested, don't cover it. You're your own boss. Why would you, I have to do another stupid call. And it's like, no, you don't. There's lots of stuff you could do.
In the Catholic Church, and you didn't think that was appropriate because he was divorced.
No, I was very upset. I didn't.
Hey, Danielle, welcome back.
The funeral extremely differently, however.
Did you tell Amy Wallace that all of your actions were justified?
Referring to which all of my actions? I don't know. If she
Did
said
you
it
ever
was a-
make
And yeah, with the understanding that, everyone needs to do their own thing. If we all thought the same, just like in the chat, it would be boring. And if all the creators were creating the same, that would be boring too. So, we need a village of creators to keep everything interesting. So no slag there, just some thoughts, because he came into my chat with it. It was definitely something that lingered with me for a little bit, and I was trying to parse out why that conversation happened.
that statement to Amy Wallace that all of your actions were justified?
I don't know.
And when you were in jail, you also made statements similar to the ones that you made to Maria Peralta. You made statements like that to other people. It wasn't just Maria Peralta that you talked about your feelings about Linda, correct?
Excuse me?
Did you make statements about your feelings about Linda to other people in jail?
Maria Peralta is the one who testified without being shown on camera and was part of the media lawyer arguing for the right to show people on camera despite their wishes not to be shown, and was maybe one of the first media arguments to that effect. They were more successful in being able to prevent the image from being shown in this trial than they are in more current trials. So kind of interesting little time capsule to see how those first arguments on whether jurors' face or whether testifying faces could be shown.
jail?
I guess so. I mean,
Did you tell Deputy Woods, for example, similar to what you said to Maria
Hell yeah,
Peralta,
you're getting out of
Linda
sorts.
was, quote, a
Hell yeah,
fucking
deleted
bitch.
Daniel
She was
Siobhan.
living in my house, driving my car, sleeping in my bed.
Your Honor, I'll object. It assumes facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
I'm asking her if she said that.
Your Honor, it assumes facts, not evidence that those are Maria Peralta's words.
No, I'm talking about a statement you made to Deputy Woods.
Rephrase it.
Did you make a statement to Deputy Woods that Linda is a fucking bitch? She was living in my bed, driving my car, sleeping in my bed.
no, because those are not true, and I didn't make them to Maria Peralta, and I didn't make them to Deputy Wood.
Did you appear to Deputy Woods to be happy about what you had done and that you were going to get off?
During the 2 years that I've been there, I've appeared to be happy, I've appeared to be sad, I've appeared to be upset. If I appeared a certain way to Deputy Woods at a certain time, I'm sure during certain times I was there, I appeared to be happy, but she may not have known why.
In relation to killing Dan and Linda Broderick, did you appear to be happy about it?
No,
How about to Dr. Robinson, the psychiatrist that was there at Los Colinas jail?
I don't even know Dr. Robinson.
Dr. Robinson, he's a black gentleman.
A black
Wears
gentleman.
Cap on his head.
I've never met Dr. Robinson. Never seen a man.
He's a black gentleman. Come on, you know him. 23, 34, 59. That's just a second.
Dr. Robinson, the psychiatrist that was there at Los Colinas jail.
I don't even know Dr. Robinson.
Dr. Robinson, he's a black gentleman, often wears a cap on his head.
I've never met Dr. Robinson. Never seen a man of that description.
Actually, you don't even need my permission. If you're a mod and you have a link that's worth sharing, just explain what the link is. Don't just post links without, where people have to click it to find out. But if it's part to do with the chat and you've got a link that somebody might enjoy, post it in the chat. My thinking is if people want to go and check out the links, put them in their history and come back to my chat, I think it serves my channel better as a YouTube calls it sticky content, but basically if you keep coming back to my channel and going off onto, little rabbit hunts during the case, I think it shows that I'm a hub that, people share information and people enjoy YouTube more after seeing my videos. So If there's something relevant to the chat that's in the is on YouTube and there's a link you can share it. I don't mind if a few people disappear. Hopefully, because of that welcoming attitude, they'll feel just as welcome coming back and saying, "Hey, I checked out that short video. That was fun."
Well, you've indicated that you've been happy at times in jail. In fact, you gave an interview to Alan Abrahamson where you told him that you wanted the world to know how happy you were in jail, right?
Bernice, if you are joining, this is a good time to remind anyone, when you sign up for a channel as a membership, try and do it from a desktop computer, even if that's not how you normally access YouTube. As long as you're logged into your account, you can get your memberships for cheaper by not going through an app. So if you're able to access it, even if you're using your mobile phone, go to youtube.com on Safari or Google or whatever, and then subscribe to the channel. For me, it should be 99 cents US, $1.49 Canadian. But if you're doing that through the App Store, it'll be $1.49 US and $2 Canadian. So keep that in mind so that you've got more membership dollars for all the YouTube creators that you want to join.
Doing that?
I don't know if those were my words.
Do you remember telling him that you wanted everyone to know that you were doing fabulously well, that it's been wonderful? Prison is a country club?
No, because I was never in prison. I wouldn't have said prison was a country club.
Would you have said that prison is a country club, a tennis court, swimming pool?
I'm going to object. It's irrelevant.
Sustained.
Would you have said anything to him about the fact that being in jail was early retirement?
I'm going to object.
Or you can answer that. It's yes or no.
Maybe.
Would you have said to him that you don't have to worry about your car getting fixed? I can read, I can write, I can converse with people. No responsibilities?
There was a period of time after the first.
Did you make that statement too?
Good for the prosecutor. I'm very impressed at how she's keeping her in line. I think the same way that she was biting her tongue and allowing her to ramble in her answers so that she'd have stuff to rebut on, she's just the opposite now in her questioning. I think this is effective prosecution anyway.
Alan Abrahamson.
I may have.
And would that have been approximately March of 1991? Does that sound right to you?
Yes, it would be in the period I was trying to tell you about.
Oh, so condescending, Betty. Yeah, I was trying to tell you about it, but then you cut me off because you wanted a yes or no answer. Are you ready for my longer answer? Oh, so condescending.
I want to back up and ask you a few questions about some of the things you said when you were describing your early married years with Mr. Broderick. I'm not going to spend too much time on it.
Does anyone know if Chino, California is one of those luxury prisons for the rich? I don't think Chino has a luxury prison for the rich, but anyone from Chino, California can speculate on how many rich people happen to be there?
You testified that during the time that you were in law school, or that Dan Broderick was in law school, you described an apartment that you lived in. And you described this very ugly, rotten place that you had to live in outside of Cambridge, right?
Correct.
You did.
Welcome, Charles. Yes. Sarah said something to the effect of, you all assume that this is the worst time in my life, but actually, prison's been the greatest thing to ever happen to me. Best thing to ever happen to us, too, Sarah.
Tell us about the fact that during the second and the third year of law school, that you moved out to a very nice suburb in Marlborough and lived in a very nice apartment.
No, I did state that.
Objection. That is argument.
Oh my God. Christina Garcia says her sister went there and was friends with Betty. Now, I can imagine Betty is very social, and if you went to Chino, she would be someone that you'd want to be friends with. That's interesting. We may need to get some more details out of Christina Garcia before the Betty Broderick Marathon is done.
I said it had to do with getting a car, remember?
Okay.
Because we didn't have a car in the beginning, and I said we got a car, and then we moved.
And during the second and third year, then you lived in a very nice apartment complex in a very nice suburb. Is that correct?
Different places, because we had to move out in the summer to go to LA and come back to a different place. 2 different apartment complexes in Marlborough, Massachusetts. Correct.
And it was about 40 miles away from Cambridge. Dan had to commute about 40 miles every day on his motorcycle to go to law school so that you and the children could be in a nice suburb, correct?
Yes, remember I said that. We had an apartment above ground.
Okay.
Remember, I said that.
And during that time,
God, sometimes it's uncanny how close to what she's delivering testimony exactly how I would picture Sarah delivering it. If it was Quantum Leap and Sarah somehow leapt into Betty's body and had to testify, this almost feels like it. Wow, it's that close. Scott Bakula, Quantum Leap.
and you can correct me obviously if I'm wrong, but you indicated that you were totally isolated from people when you were living during those years in law school, correct? Didn't you say that?
Well, what kinds of people? There were other people living in the apartments that were adjacent to ours. I didn't know their names, and I didn't spend time with them, and I never met them. So I was not physically, there were other people there.
Well, there was Kim, who lived downstairs from me, who was automatically not nice. But no, Betty didn't even get to know the people around her. Sarah at least knew the names of the people she didn't like.
I didn't happen to know them.
You testified that you were isolated, though, from friends and people during the second, third year of law school?
I felt isolated, yes.
Isn't it true that you lived very close to a couple of good friends, the McCulloughs, who came over and visited you almost every weekend?
That was Dan's friend and his wife. Yes, we knew those people.
Jiggs McCullough and Sandy McCullough, they were good friends of yours as well, weren't they?
They became friends, yes.
Okay. And they would come over just about every weekend. They would visit. Dan and Jiggs would take care of the kids so that you and Sandy could go out shopping and have free time together. Right? Mm-hmm. Now you said that one of the things that you were really looking forward to after you got married, one of the goals you had was to get to Europe, right?
Right.
Okay. And you did get to Europe in 1981. You were able to take a trip to Europe with Dan.
Right.
I'd like to go to Europe.
In 1983, you were able to take another trip to Europe with Dan.
Right.
So you reached those goals as far as things that you've been looking forward to do with Dan.
Mm-hmm.
When was it that you took the Caribbean cruise with Dan?
Dan and I never took a Caribbean cruise.
Did you ever go to the Caribbean with Dan?
We went to the Caribbean on our honeymoon to St. Thomas.
Okay. Did you go to a trip to the Bahamas in the 1980s ever?
No.
How about a trip to Cancun?
Yes, that was a Club Med trip into Mexico.
And again, I think she says Club Med like that was a McDonald's trip. That was a Burger King, like a little fast food excursion. It wasn't a proper vacation. It was Club Med. For her, I don't think Club Med has the connotation that it does to me as a, middle to middle income type person, where it's like, oh, that would be, a nice established resort. There's standards. Let's go to Club Med. But no, she says it like, the Club Med holiday.
Trip to Alisal?
That was a family trip to a ranch before we joined Warner's, yes.
And when was that trip to Alisal?
That was when I had 2 broken arms, so whenever we can put that in there.
Neiman Marcus?
It was in the late 70s?
No, it would have been after Rhett was born, so it was 80 or 81.
Or the Nordstrom 6-month sale.
You said, you described the fact that Dan Broderick wouldn't let you be involved in the financial decisions and that he was very dictatorial about that. Isn't it true that you have previously said that you happily let him take over all of the decisions?
I've always said that, yes.
Okay. You said not being involved in the money saved me from a lot of anxiety, saved me from a lot of worrying.
That's exactly right, it did. And
So
I
that
never
was-
argued with that arrangement when we were married.
Okay, so it wasn't that Dan was being dictatorial and telling you that you couldn't have anything to do with the finances. It was something that you wanted him to take care of.
Well, I never asked him to do it, no. It was an unspoken agreement in our marriage from day one that he would handle the rent and the insurance and all those things. And it's what he called, women's work and men's work. I mean, that was the man earned the wages and paid the bills, and the woman took care of the food and the laundry and the children in the house, and never the twain shall meet. I didn't touch anything to do with the money, and he never had anything to do with the laundry or the kids or the food. That was women's work. But I did not argue with that arrangement.
And you were happy about that arrangement. That was
our arrangement, and it worked well for a very long time. Yes, I did not argue about it.
Yeah, travel agencies
You also
just
indicated
disappeared,
that
eh?
Dan had always been an extremely hard worker, right?
Very much so, yes.
Always, from the
That's
very
right.
beginning.
Medical school, law school, everything.
So, and you described that he basically worked 7 days and nights a week. He'd fall asleep at night with a legal file in his chest and wake up in the morning and do it again.
Absolutely. Even when he was a student, he worked that hard.
So during the marriage, he wasn't out there squandering your money. He wasn't losing it in Vegas. He wasn't womanizing. He was providing for you and the children and the family.
Yes,
correct?
we both worked very hard, and we did without a lot for many years so that he could get his, yes. Those are all correct statements.
There was a fart in the courtroom there. Every time I'm typing something, they shut up, and then I feel like I can explain
You
it.
indicated
when they
just
talk.
recently this morning, I think, about how you were upset that you weren't able to realize some of the things that you had wanted, for example, a boat and the piano. I mean, those were all things that you had prior to separation, right?
Those were not the things that I wanted. Those were in Dan's marriage encounter as the list of things that he wanted as his possessions and material goals, I think he called them.
And you've talked about that by 1981, which would have been 4 years before you separated, you basically at that point had an unlimited budget. You had
No, not 81. That was 83. 81 is, the testimony was that was the first year we had any money, and by 82 we had nice money, and by 83, between 81 and 83, by 83 we had tons of money. So between 81 and 83 is when we started getting money. Before that, we had no money at all to speak of.
in 1979 when Dan Broderick was making $82,000 a year.
Thank you,
had
Bella's
no money to
mom.
speak of?
When he was on his own, and he had the expenses of.
Bella's mom has gifted a Dan D True Crime membership, and Fur Baby's mom has picked it up. So congratulations to Fur Baby's mom. I think this might be your first time in a Dan D chat, and as a special gift, you've received a gift membership from Bella's mom. Thank you.
Was that the corporate thing or the personal thing?
In 1979, when his personal income was $82,000 a year, you indicating you had no spending money?
Right.
I would like to,
I wouldn't have known that's what his income was anyway.
before there's cross-examination, I'd like to see documents that support this.
He has discussed that.
You got your hand to show it to us?
Sure.
As I was telling Bernice in the live chat, anyone who does join for a membership, I won't be doing marathons all the time, but I do. I have a Friday show I do regularly. I do 2 Friday shows, one in the morning, one in the evening. Hit my light with my foot. So yeah, if you can't make the early one, then the late one's usually better. Or vice versa, but most people can make one.
In fact, it was 1979 that you put a pool in the house at Coral Reef, correct?
Yes, we got another mortgage on the house to do that. I think we did.
And did you not tell Jeanette DeWise, who you also interviewed with from the Reader, that by 1981 you felt you had an unlimited budget, you had a closet full of $2,000 dresses, you had a $10,000 formal gown?
No,
Dan had bought. When did Dan buy you the Lynx fur jacket?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay.
No, I don't.
So it could have been at that period of time then.
But what you said previous was 80 after 83. I thought I've always said the same thing. In 81, we started having money. That's why we went to Europe. But we went to Europe and switched houses and got you rail passes. It wasn't what you'd call a luxury
I understand.
trip.
You've explained that. I understand.
So what you just said that I said to someone in 81 is incorrect. That's not right. I didn't have those things in 81.
Your Honor, I may have marked as People's Exhibit next in order.
66.
66, a two-page document which indicates gross income of both Dan Broderick and Elizabeth Broderick for the period of time of 1969 through 1984.
Somewhere.
The dress I keep showing Super Kelly G is a Diane Freeze dress. And the reason that comes up is when Betty was talking about her wardrobe, one of the things that her divorce mediator
Do you
counselor
recall being
pointed out was that Betty was wearing a lovely Diane Freeze dress. And I didn't know what Diane Freeze dresses look like. And, you know, it is a little bit busy, but the point of the dress is that it's a cut that can flatter women of many different shapes and sizes. And the mediator was able to strike a chord with Betty by sharing the love of this particular dressmaker's fashion and how the dresses could look good on a number of different women's figures. So that's the reason this dress pops up from time to time when you hear Betty talking about her wardrobe. Let it run.
on this document during
Just over an hour of testimony left, raw testimony left in today's.
the course of the divorce trial?
No.
Summarizing the income?
No.
Did you put your income on income tax reports?
I had nothing to do with income taxes. If Dan did put something of mine on there, then Dan did it, but I didn't file separate income tax.
Why don't you take a look at those figures and tell me if you think that those are accurate figures regarding income?
It's funny, Kelly notices that I have a good fashion sense, and you wouldn't know it from looking at my own wardrobe. Charitably, you could call my wardrobe vintage, and it's just because most of my clothes are about 20 years old. It's not that they're any particular style, but I do appreciate it. As somebody who doesn't spend much time thinking about it himself, I can appreciate when others do.
Dan made this list up, right?
This was a list that was introduced into evidence, and I'd just like you to tell me whether you think that they're accurate or not.
I wouldn't have any way of knowing.
You had no way of knowing how much money you made?
Well, I think my teaching job was $7,000 a year. So he's got down here in 69, I made $6,200. So that's close. In 1970, Gordon Taylor.
If you, ma'am, if you could just read them to yourself and let me know if you think they're accurate.
I don't know how he ever could have. I have no idea. I don't know how he ever came to a figure on what I made babysitting because I never kept records.
Okay.
But in the beginning, it looks okay.
You have described your marriage
Good point, A to B.
to lots of different people.
Almost exactly 1 minute ago, the prosecutors made the point that she had nothing to do with the finances. But now she's kind of going back on that, examining it. No, I don't know where he got that from. And well, I never put the babysitting on the books. Suppose he would have some idea of what babysitting costs and could just extrapolate from there. 5 hours, $20 an hour, $100.
All over the course of the years, right?
During the course of what years?
During the course of
my life?
Yes, during the course of your life.
No.
During the course of after your separation, you've made lots of statements to different people
Yes,
about
after the separation.
your marriage.
Right.
And you have, for example, told people, like Mr. Hargraves, who was representing you, that your marriage to Dan was the most ideal marriage of any couple. You were very happy with Dan. Did you make that statement to Mr. Hargraves?
At times, yes. Yes, I believe that.
And you told Dr. Goldsband that we had a wonderful marriage. Is that it?
I thought so. I thought we did.
Okay. You told Dr. Robinson we had an ideal marriage until Linda came along?
Yes, probably. Dr. Robinson, I don't even remember meeting him though.
Okay.
Betty, Dr. Robinson, he's the black guy.
You tell Dr. DeFrancesca that you were always happy and that you had a happy marriage until Linda came along.
Right, I would have said that probably.
Well, when was it, I'm a little confused. When was it that you started describing your marriage as being rotten from the beginning?
When, exactly at the time you're on. When we separated, I then withdrew my consent for Dan Broderick being in control of everything. Until that point, I totally consented in our marriage to our agreement that he was in charge of everything. And when he walked...
Excuse me, wait a minute. Maybe, perhaps you misunderstood my question. When you talked to Dr. Goldsman, for example, that was in 1990. That was after you killed Dan and Linda Broderick. And when he asked you to describe the marriage, you described it as a wonderful marriage, right?
I thought it was. It was a very unequally structured marriage, but I went along with it. And I was happy when it was like that.
Well, how is it that you at other times described to other people that the marriage was a disaster from day one?
Dan was a control freak.
You don't understand. We were having a good day. It was a good day. Dan control freaked and everything went downhill.
And he had control in his marriage. As long as I didn't fight it, it was okay with me.
Okay, but if we're talking about after separation, let's say you've already separated.
Nicole C., Dr. Ruth Roth, rest in peace. She died recently, or not recently, but, you know, she lived a nice full life and she's no longer with us. She was the highlight of one of the, I think, day 4 or 5 of the marathon. She was the end of the stream and was the mediator for the court case, the divorce, and seemed really good at her job. She even managed to get Betty to let down her defenses, and to the point where Betty told the mediator, "I'm not coming here anymore. You're too good at your job. You make me forget how much I hate Dan," which is a sign that, you know, she was that close. Like, somebody like her as a counselor, as a psychologist, if she would have opened up to it, could have convinced her, you know, it's not worth it. We're having a good time. We just spent 2 hours not talking about Dan. Wasn't that great? Wouldn't you like to spend more time like that?
You already know now what you think about the marriage. When you talk to Dr. Goldspan, when you talk to Mr. Hargraves during the divorce, when you talk to Dr. DeFrancesca, when you talk to Dr. Robinson, you describe your marriage as being a wonderful, ideal marriage.
As long as it worked, it was. As long as I went along with this ridiculous plan that I was in, it worked.
But as soon as he
You
needed...
didn't qualify that at all when you talked to these people. You said it was a wonderful, ideal marriage until Linda came along.
Until Dan needed a change of scenery.
That's right. So.
Okay. Didn't you also write in your book that the marriage was a disaster from day one?
Looking back from the vantage point of where I wrote the book in 1988, and I think I've already testified to that on the ski trip when I was suicidal and depressed. I wrote that book as a memoir in case I killed myself, so my children would know what happened. And I was very angry at that point that it's 88. I still have no settlement. I've been put through everything. And
Wasn't it 1986 when you talked to Bill Hargraves, when you were going through the divorce, when you were angry about things, when you still told him you had the most ideal marriage of any couple?
But that was
Jack is argumentative, and if she can allow her to finish her previous answer before she has another question.
Overruled and argumentative, it's asked and answered to stand on that grounds. Go ahead.
Was it 1986 when you made that statement to Mr. Hargraves?
Yes, but that fits together because in 1986, I still hadn't despaired in the legal system and in everything else as I did by the point of 88.
So your anger at Dan Broderick after the separation is what made you change your feelings about whether or not you'd had a good marriage before the separation, correct?
Right.
It is true that you had discussed divorce on many occasions with Dan Broderick during the course of your marriage.
I don't know. No, we didn't discuss divorce.
You threatened divorce on many occasions.
The same way I've been said to have threatened to kill him. Yes.
Well, you
So often. That's another terrible answer, Betty. So you threatened divorce. Oh, yeah. Well, like the same way I threatened to kill him, which previous testimony is like every day, all day. Geez, Betty, no self-awareness there. Going back just a couple of seconds to watch that happen in real time again. 234. Yeah, that'll give us. Oh, the disdain. Look at that. The disgust.
Divorce.
You threatened divorce on many occasions.
The same way I've been said to have threatened to kill him, yes.
Well, you didn't just threaten to kill him, you did kill him.
Well, and we did get a divorce.
Yes. And you threatened divorce.
Wow. It got worse. You didn't just threaten to kill him, you killed him. Yeah, and we got a divorce. Like, didn't even pause, didn't even... Like, that is as bad as the moment in the interrogation room where it's like, why is this happening? Because George is dead. Yeah, and this, and like, wow, the transition. This is a key moment. We'll give that its due one more time. Unless she says something triple crazy at the end of this.
Divorce.
You threatened divorce on many occasions.
The same way I've been said to have threatened to kill him, yes.
Well, you didn't just threaten to kill him, you did kill him.
Well, and we did get a divorce.
Yes. And you threatened divorce even in the first year of your marriage, didn't you?
And probably to kill him in the first year of my marriage, too.
Does get worse.
You
Wow.
threatened to leave him when he was in law school, correct?
I've never seen it work like that. Bella's mom called her shot, like Babe Ruth, pointing a baseball bat out at center field on her second strike, bought a true crime gift membership with the intents of it going to Bernice Conklin, who just activated gift memberships on her profile. Bernice Conklin got that membership. That is incredible. I've never seen that happen. I've seen lots of, I'll try and give you one, and wow, everything is aligned. This chat, we can never leave. We just got to leave this running. This is going to be a 24/7 stream. We never turn it off. There's something happening here. There's magic in the air. And my God, that testimony. We're going to go back and listen to it again, because can she say a fourth thing that's even more crazy than these last three? I don't think it's possible, but I wouldn't put it past her either. 252:34. She'll say divorce, and then she'll say three crazy things.
Divorce.
You threatened divorce on many occasions.
The same way I've been said to have threatened to kill him, yes.
Well, you didn't just threaten to kill him, you did kill him.
Well, and we did get a divorce.
Yes. And you threatened divorce even in the first year of your marriage, didn't you?
And probably to kill him in the first year of my marriage, too, yes.
4.
You threatened to leave him when he was in law school, correct?
When Dan beat...
Okay, the only way that could have been better is you threatened to leave him in law school. I threatened to kill him in law school. But no, she stopped at 3. Still 3 crazy, unhelpful bits of testimony from Betty in her own defense.
Up Kim, and I left and went to New York. Yes, I was going to leave him.
Was there anybody else around when Dan allegedly beat up Kim, Mrs. Broderick?
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this argument.
Overruled. That's a proper question. Answer stands.
And so now you're saying that Dan beat up Kim, that you left him, but you still had a wonderful marriage.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this argument.
Sustained.
It is fair to say you would even have to admit yourself, in fairness, that Dan Broderick's description of your marriage and your relationship and whether or not you were happy was significantly different than your description, wasn't it?
When was Dan describing it? After the affair and after the separation and into the divorce? Or are you talking that he was describing it as it was happening when we were both happy?
Hasn't Dan described that you were never happy with him, that you were always volatile, that he felt emotional problems from the very beginning?
Smile. She's like, yes, reliving it. And as Charles Greaves says, where'd it go? At least she keeps her promises, so there's that. Yeah, she's totally like, is that a threat? That's not a threat. It's a promise. I totally get it's not a threat. That's a promise vibes out of Betty. Give her, we're really milking this last hour, but we've been waiting a while for it, so we're not going to be ashamed of rewatching a few things. He gets so giddy.
Whether or not you were happy was significantly different than your description, wasn't it?
When was Dan describing it? After the affair and after the separation and into the divorce? Or are you talking that he was describing it as it was happening when we were both happy?
Hasn't Dan described that you were never happy with him, that you were always volatile, that he felt emotional problems from the very beginning?
That's what he was telling you.
As to that question.
No real gangster stance.
He has described that, correct?
Bella's mom's had a
In
great
the
day
same
here.
way I
That's
was
awesome.
writing the book in 88, he was telling people in 88 and 89, he was trying to rationalize why we'd gotten divorced and he had the affair. And that's how he would explain things, yes.
Well, he described, you
never
got very
earlier.
angry at him at the divorce trial because he tried to describe his feelings about the marriage and how it had been very difficult from the very beginning and how he was never able to make you happy and how he felt that your temper was out of control and that you had had emotional problems from the beginning, that you had both tried to keep it together because of your Catholic background, because of the children that you had from the beginning.
He was making all of that up from the vantage point that he wanted it to appear that way in 1989.
So you're saying he was making all that up from his vantage point, but you're not making any of this up from your vantage point.
No,
Is that
I'm
what
not
you're
saying that. I'm saying my vantage point changed drastically over the years as to who I was talking to, as to what I was feeling at the time, and what I was talking about in the marriage.
Sounded like the courtroom got an AC because there was a machine that just shut off at the end of that testimony. So if you thought that was my ambient audio, it's not. But yeah, maybe they've got the AC finally up and running because something just went settled down at the end of that.
Well, it is true. You are aware that there are other people who also believe that you had significant emotional problems from very early on in the marriage.
I was never aware of anyone thinking that, no.
You've
Never.
interviewed with Dr. DeFrancesca. You've heard Dr. DeFrancesca testify that you had a borderline personality,
Borderline.
low frustration tolerance, unstable moods, intense anger, manipulation.
But I didn't meet her.
Object as to what time that was. That's
Stand, rephrasing.
Well,
Oh, Betty, we're slowing you down for that. 2:55:54. Go to 45, and we're going to slow her down to about 50%. Those 2/3.
unstable moods, intense anger, manipulation.
But I didn't meet her.
object as to what time that.
This is going to be 10 seconds at slowed down pace, but watch the gamut of emotions here from this face.
Stand, rephrasing.
Well, didn't Dr. DeFrancesca testify that personality
That's wild.
was something that you'd had all throughout your adulthood?
Your Honor, I'll object to that. That assumes facts not in evidence.
Well, she asked if she recalled her testifying after the last trial. Do you recall her saying that, just yes or no?
I don't specifically recall her saying that I've had those things through my whole life because she didn't ask me about my whole life. I didn't meet her until before the first trial in jail. So
Yeah, if Betty was out on the streets, she would keep that same haircut. It would just be buzzed super extreme in the back. And she would have like just the minimal bang on the front with the extreme sides. Yeah. Wow.
You described to Jeanette DeWise,
Or I have
who works
gas.
for the Reader, and had an extensive interview with you, that you were very resentful of Dan from the very beginning.
Detective Wobefit cannot see chat. She sat on her glasses and the lenses have cracked. It almost sounded like a poem. Sorry, I cannot see the chat. I sat on my glasses. The lens is cracked. So anyone who has anything to say to Detective Wolbefit, I will be relaying your chats through the main feed.
Correct. You were resentful that you had to essentially, you felt, be his maid. You remember saying that?
I know that he expected me to be his maid from day one, yes.
You described to her that before you'd been married, you had country clubs, you had cars, you had lots of clothes and designer things. I had a maid when I was growing up. My laundry got magically done. I don't remember who did it, but I know I didn't. And here I get married to this doctor, and all of a sudden I'm turned into his maid. You were angry about that.
I wasn't angry. It was just a kind of a shocking switch in time that the day I married Dan Broderick, he expected me to do his laundry and iron his sheets and make his bed. And it was a real drastic switch for me.
He couldn't afford to pay for a maid at the time, right?
No, that's not it at all. He used to do it all himself the day before I married him, or someone did it for him the day before I married him. It was just such a drastic thing that the day I married him, I was now the maid.
Well, when you testified last time,
That sounds like a problem with establishing boundaries that you made, Betty. And I can understand that you may have felt like you were born and bred for it, but to the women of today, you get started in a marriage, you lay those boundaries. If it's supposed to be 50-50, make it 50-50 from day one. Make sure the guy's getting into it knowing that it's a 50-50, and you won't have this problem 5 to 10 years later.
this is why I'm a little bit confused. When you testified last time, you said, I was happy to be married. I wanted to be married all my life. I was looking forward to cooking, fixing up the house, cleaning, having children.
Who even irons anymore? Like Super Kelly G says, who irons sheets? I've got an ironing board. I haven't used it for quite some time for anything aside from putting things on. I used to make my coworkers laugh because we'd go to the convention. So there was a yearly managers convention for the retail store. And the first thing I'd do is iron all my shirts. What the fuck are you doing? I was like, well, we've got nothing to do. We're just killing time here anyway. I didn't put any time into packing. I just threw all my clothes into my bag. So now I'm going to iron them. You're ironing t-shirts though. I'm like, yeah, these are the bosses of the company. Like, might as well look fresh for 4 days and then coast on that for the rest of the year. So I don't know. I thought I had a thing going, but they thought it was funny that especially because I'm usually kind of rumpled. So who do you think you're fooling? I think I'm fooling the bosses who don't see me the other 362 days.
Something that you were looking forward to doing.
That's right.
And yet when you got married and that was something that you ended up doing, it was something that you immediately resented.
It was just Dan acted like he was a paraplegic from the day.
A paraplegic? I'm married. Just put up your feet. Have any of you guys seen you know what? I'm going to post a link to it. It's a fun little video. It's a guy who tells his wife, stop, don't put the dish away. It's a secret. I'm letting you in on it. But if you just leave everything out, you go to bed and you wake up the next morning and it's magically cleaned up. I didn't want to tell you because I didn't want to spoil it. And the look on the girl's face is just like, you fucking idiot. It's quite a fun little short. I'll post it. You can either watch through it and then come back and then catch up on time and a half, or put it in your history to watch after.
Day one, like he couldn't any longer function in these regards because he had a wife now. It was just funny that he was able to function on his own before, and now that he had a wife, I would take care of all these things for him. I didn't hate him for it. I didn't, resent him for it. It was just kind of funny that all of a sudden he couldn't do these things anymore and couldn't even help me do them. It was woman's work now. Before we were married, he could do it, and it wasn't woman's work.
You indicated that because he took care of all of the financial matters, that you just knew nothing about the finances or any financial matters, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Well, somewhere along the line, you obviously became very knowledgeable about finances, long before separation.
I know you want to think that, but that is not
I know
true.
You all want to assume that.
Do you recall having discussions, for example, with Jim Milliken in 1983, when you were all on your...
Okay, tell you what I'm going to do, chat. I've talked over this a little bit. I've just posted a link that's 2.5 minutes long. Anyone who's watching live and in the chat, you can go ahead and click that because I'm going to rewind the video by 3 minutes and then just play it straight through. So if you've kind of paid attention, then you don't need to re-listen to it. If you're on the replay crew, you'll get a chance to listen to it without me talking about all the things I just talked about for the last 3 minutes. And if you disappear and come back, you're not going to miss anything. So it's a 2.5-minute link. It's funny, and you can tell us what you think when you come back. We're going back in time to 2:56:13. We'll see you in 3 minutes.
Her saying that I've had those things through my whole life because she didn't ask me about my whole life. I didn't meet her until before the first trial in jail. So
You described to Jeanette DeWise, who works for The Reader and had an extensive interview with you, that you were very resentful of Dan from the very beginning. Correct? You were resentful that you had to essentially, you felt, be his maid. You remember saying that?
I know that he expected me to be his maid from day one, yes.
You described to her that before you'd been married, you had country clubs, you had cars, you had lots of clothes and designer things. I had a maid when I was growing up. My laundry got magically done. I don't remember who did it, but I know I didn't. And here I get married to this doctor, and all of a sudden I'm turned into his maid. You were angry about that.
I wasn't angry. It was just a kind of a shocking switch in time that the day I married Dan Broderick, he expected me to do his laundry and iron his sheets and make his bed, and it was a real drastic switch for me.
He couldn't afford to pay for a maid at the time, right?
No, that's not it at all. He used to do it all himself the day before I married him, or someone did it for him the day before I married him. It was just such a drastic thing that the day I married him, I was now the maid.
Well, when you testified last time, this is why I'm a little bit confused. When you testified last time, you said, I was happy to be married. I wanted to be married all my life. I was looking forward to cooking, fixing up the house, cleaning, having children. That was something that you were looking forward to doing.
That's right.
And yet when you got married and that was something that you ended up doing, it was something that you immediately resented.
It was just Dan acted like he was a paraplegic from the day one, like he couldn't any longer function in these regards because he had a wife now.
I'm going to set that up as the next poll. Do you iron your sheets? I don't mean to game the poll, but personally I find that when you stretch the sheets over something that's large and rectangular, like a bed, it kind of does what an iron would do for them in the closet. So just stretch them over the bed. The question will be, do you iron your sheets or do you just stretch them over the bed, I think.
It was just funny that he was able to function on his own before, and now that he had a wife, I would take care of all these things for him. I didn't hate him for it. I didn't, resent him for it. It was just kind of funny that all of a sudden he couldn't do these things anymore and couldn't even help me do them. It was woman's work now. Before we were married, he could do it, and it wasn't woman's work.
You indicated that because he took care of all of the financial matters, that you just knew nothing about the finances or any financial matters, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Well, somewhere along the line, you obviously became very knowledgeable about finances, long before separation.
I know you want to think that, but that is not true.
Well, do you recall having discussions, for example, with Jim Milliken in 1983, when you were all on your European trip, and him being amazed at the knowledge that you had about financial matters?
If they're referring to the investment club I was in, which I imagine he is referring to the investment club. I was in a group of women and we'd pool our money. It was $20 a month. We'd pool our money and we'd talk about stocks and we'd invest in stocks. That's the only kind of money thing I did. And even with the investment club, I never kept the books or made the actual transactions. I was only part of the social get-together that discussed the stocks and wrote the checks.
And you were very knowledgeable about stocks and financial matters. In fact,
I bet they were a pretty sassy little bunch of young entrepreneurial women making investments and discussing it over, dinner at the Colonnade Room, having a little tea and, our investments are up 145% annum per annum.
the other people in the group listened to you, basically, because you knew what was going on.
Well, that's true? Funny, because all I knew is this once a month meeting with a bunch of housewives, and we talked about stocks, and that's the extent of it. we had a few little speakers and stuff. The other people probably knew absolutely nothing because that's the only way they would have thought I knew anything.
Didn't you consider after separation becoming a stockbroker and try to get a job with Dean Witter? And when they wouldn't hire you, you were upset because you, or when they offered to hire you, you were upset because you didn't want to go through a training program.
If you could find Dean Witter that said anywhere that they were going to hire me, I'd take the job in a minute. None of that is true.
Okay.
I never went to Dean Witter. They never offered me a job. I don't have the qualifications for a job. And whoever told you that, I don't know where they got it from. It never happened.
Did you describe it at all to Liz Armstrong?
No, it never happened. Nothing even, sometimes people get confused and there's a thread of truth and I can put it together where, they were confused. Nothing like that ever happened, except years earlier before the split up, I went to an interview at Merrill Lynch and the man was very rude to me and said that it was a job for men and that I had children and that I should basically go home and take care of my children. And I figured if I wanted to, I could have sued him. He was so rude. But I never took a test. They never offered me a job. Nothing ever came of it.
Welcome, Daniel Yarborough. Daniel, just so you're not alarmed, we're listening to a lot of gruesome testimony about Dan Broderick, who was killed by Betty Broderick, and Betty justifies her decision by besmirching the Dan name. So as a Dan who's joined the chat, just be aware that there'll be some negative things said about Dan. We're not taking it for the truth. We're not taking it for gospel. Betty Broderick is still behind bars today because of the things she did to Dan and Linda. So just be aware that you may hear your name dragged through the mud, as is mine.
Just so that it's clear, you're indicating that you never had a conversation with Liz Armstrong about applying for a job with Dean Witter and that you never got the job because you refused to go through the training program and refused to work on a commission basis? Never had that discussion with Liz Armstrong?
Haven't heard much from Mr.
I read
Early.
that Liz Armstrong said those things. Those things never happened.
Maybe he's running to his car to get the stuff that he forgot.
Not even close. Nothing even like it ever happened. I'm telling you, if they had offered me a job, I would have taken it.
One of the other things that you said during the course of your testimony was that after the separation, that Coral Reef was the only asset that had your name on it. That's one of the reasons why you were so upset that it got sold. It was the only asset that had your name on it. You were aware of the fact that you had your name on, for example, the Warner Springs condo. You were aware of that, weren't you?
I'm not sure that I was aware that my name was on that, but
well, you knew of that asset. You knew of
that is not an asset, though. That was not an asset at the time, and it's not an asset now.
Well, an asset is worth some money, right? Are you saying Warner Springs was worth no money?
When we had it for all the years, we were one of the very first investors, and it was unsaleable. Yes, at any price.
After the separation?
Yes.
You were aware of the Fairbanks Ranch lots, and you knew that your name was on those lots, and those were definitely an asset.
The Fairbanks Ranch lot that had my name on it was sold before the separation, I believe. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But the other Fairbanks Ranch lot was owned by the pension fund of Dan's Law Corporation, and it did not have my name on it.
What about Pioneer Park? You knew about Pioneer Park.
No, I didn't know about Pioneer Park.
You knew nothing about that investment with Helen Picard and her husband?
No, I didn't.
What about the Keystone condo? You knew about
didn't
that?
Have my name on it.
The Keystone condo didn't have your name on it?
No, it wasn't. It didn't even actually have Dan's name on it.
Well, you knew that it was a community asset. You knew that you
But that's totally different. Yes, I knew that everything we owned, in theory, was a community asset. But insofar as having my name on it and knowing how much it was worth, or having any paperwork, or being able to sell it, or know how much it was worth, none of those things had my name on it. And even if
whether or not they had your name on it, you knew that they were community assets. You knew that Coral Reef was not the only community asset that was being sold, correct?
Coral Reef was the only community asset that I knew about that was worth money, because we had 10 years worth of equity, and that I could see and I knew about that had my name on it legit. Other things that had my name on them I had no paperwork for, and perhaps I put my name on them as a formality. But insofar as knowing where the paperwork was or who owned it or who bought it, no, I had no participation in any other purchases.
And you've also testified that you knew nothing about any of the investments that Dan Broderick made with his brother Larry.
At which time are you saying I knew nothing? At separation?
You testified at separation.
When did I know
At
nothing?
separation, I didn't know about those things.
You knew that you had your name on the Calle de Cielo house.
Yes, but I also knew it had no equity.
Well, it had $143,000 worth of equity, right?
But that's not really equity when you're talking.
$143,000 doesn't sound like equity?
I don't think so. If you consider 6% real estate, whatever, to sell it. And when you buy a new house and the down payment isn't really enough equity, so that if you sold the house and went through the taxes and the fees and the points and whatever you do, you wouldn't have ended up with any money out of that house.
It is true that since the separation, you have variously described Dan in pretty derogatory terms with respect to how he was when you met him, correct?
Hold on.
Yes.
Nicole C.
You described him, for example, as
We have a wizard in the chat. Nicole C. can fold a fitted sheet, but they just, oh, okay, so never mind. They just spring back into a ball anyway, so what's the use? I've never understood folding fitted sheets. I've seen people where you kind of grab from the inside of the sheet where the corner is and then kind of tuck the outside flaps down, and you have to keep them. But it seems like a lot of work to do for something that's just going to stretch out and have all the wrinkles come out. So you can just throw it in a ball in the closet just the way that it went through the washer.
being a pathetic bumpkin.
I thought he looked like a nerd in the wedding picture now, but then he thought he was sharp looking. And I obviously did too. I married him.
After the separation, did you describe him though as being a pathetic bumpkin and a nerd and having no social awareness?
Hit and pusher.
You were the one that gave that all to him.
I said all kinds of ugly things every chance I got. Yes.
And during the marriage, before you separated, you said some ugly things about him in front of other people too.
We have our first consensus on a poll.
You made derogatory comments about him in front of other people, didn't you?
It took a while,
The
took a few
Broderick family
questions.
calls everybody fags all the time.
Mrs. Broderick, did you call
I'm going to rewind this so you guys aren't missing it, but just so you know, we were able to agree as a group on something today. It seemed like it wouldn't happen. If you were here at the beginning, we had some polls that were near 100%, but not quite there. But as far as ironing sheets, nobody does it. 100% in agreement. We can all get along.
about him in front of other people, didn't you?
The Broderick family calls everybody fags all the time.
Mrs. Broderick, did you call him a fag in front of other people at parties and social functions?
Probably, and I probably called him an asshole. Sure.
A fag and an asshole. That's... Damn. Betty, you're not doing yourself any favors on the stand today. Less than an hour of testimony. The prosecutor does not sit down, so we're not in any danger of losing the cross anytime soon. Definitely not today.
Wasn't it your testimony that you never used bad language till after the separation?
I used shit and damn and stuff, but not around the kids.
An asshole?
An asshole, but I didn't consider that.
Tough to discuss assholes without discussing shit occasionally, like go hand in hand, but that's the practical matter. That's just geography. She was in real estate, location.
Bad language in the text that I was using and stuff.
And you didn't consider it hurtful at all to say things like that or to put him down in front of other people? Wasn't it your testimony that you never used bad language till after the separation?
I used shit and damn and stuff, but not around the kids.
An asshole?
An asshole, but I didn't consider that bad language in the text that I was using and stuff.
And you
I
didn't
didn't-
consider it hurtful at all to say things like that or to put him down in front of other people?
It depends on where we are and who we're with and what he's doing.
Well,
I mean,
for
sometimes
example,
he was doing things and it was just funny.
For example, when you went to Lake Tahoe with the Forbes and a couple other groups of people, you recall that one of the couples there basically felt extremely uncomfortable because you were constantly putting Dan down and saying uncomfortable things and making them feel uncomfortable.
Now, what year would that have been?
1981.
I know that you interviewed someone who in 1989 or 90 or 91 said something like that, but I never knew back then. She's referring to the same weekend Brian Forbes mentioned. And Brian Forbes mentioned it in the context of what a hard worker Dan was. We went away on this weekend with tennis and swimming in boats, and Dan brought legal files this high, and he sat there with a highlighter pen while everyone else was playing tennis and having fun. He was working on the weekend. And so I was annoyed with him for either, do one or the other, but I wished he hadn't have brought all that work with him on the weekend.
Well, you were obviously annoyed enough that you were making other people feel uncomfortable and making comments to the effect that they didn't think your marriage would last the year.
She made that in 1991.
Facts, not in evidence, it's an argument.
Were you aware of the fact that she made that comment to Gail Forbes back then in 1981?
How would I know? No.
It is true that when you had disagreements or complaints that you didn't have any problems sharing those complaints with Dan Broderick.
About what, when?
If you got angry, for example, you didn't have any problems throwing a ketchup bottle at him.
I'm glad you brought that up.
I'm glad you brought
Did you
that
throw a
up.
ketchup bottle at him?
That was not even an argument. We were.
You want to see me mad? The ketchup bottle night, that was just, I was at a 2 out of 10. We weren't even arguing. It was a good night. We were having a good time. That was just, mazel tov.
Neither one of us were arguing with each other at that time. Kim was not there. None of the children were there. Dan came home from work. Want to tell you the little story? Dan came home from work. He's sitting at the dining room table and he's teasing me.
Do you want me to tell you a little story? And the prosecutor, yeah, you're not helping your case, so tell me a story. Can I tell you a story?
And I'm like, cut it out, cut it out, cut it out. You probably called him an asshole way back then. Cut it out. I'm really tired. Please cut it out. And he wouldn't cut it out. And he was joking with me. He was teasing me. I said, if you don't cut it out, I'm going to throw this at you. And then he went, whatever he was teasing me about, he did it again on purpose. I threw it at him and he ducked. And it was funny.
And he ducked, so she threw it at his head.
Didn't break and it didn't do any damage. And Dan and I told that story on ourselves to other people. I mean, and Kim told how funny it was.
Kim wasn't.
It was funny. He was laughing. We were laughing. We both were laughing. It was a good night. Well, Betty, bring it back to Sarah. Thank you.
There and wasn't upset about it. The fact that the ketchup splattered all over the wall.
That's not true. No.
No, it didn't splatter. I'm not a psychopath. Jesus. No, I just threw the bottle so it banged against the wall. It wasn't going to smash. It was a Heinz bottle. It was thick.
I tell you the truth.
So do I.
So do I.
I would have had to hit a stud or something. Just on drywall? No. Look at that face. She's having the best time in the world. No one can bring me down.
A good place to take the afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Honor, and I'm
Is it really a good place to take the recess? I would keep going. We keep going. We've still got 40 minutes of testimony. We're going to rewind that little section too, because you're on point now, Betty.
And then he went, whatever he was teasing me about, he did it again on purpose. I threw it at him and he ducked. And it was funny. And it didn't break and it didn't do any damage. And Dan and I told that story on ourselves to other people. I mean, that,
And Kim
we told how funny it was.
Kim wasn't there and wasn't upset about it. The fact that the ketchup splattered all over the wall.
That's not true. No. I wish Dan was here to tell you the truth.
So do I.
I didn't even realize that. Oh my God. I wish Dan was here to tell you the truth. So do I. So do I. I was so caught up in the ketchup. Oh my God. Could you imagine if Sarah said something like that? We both were laughing. I wish George was here to tell you. Yeah, so do I. So do I. Holy fuck, Betty. I think, there's only an hour left in this. At this rate, we've got 2 more hours of show. This is... My God, Betty. Okay, we'll go back to 13 seconds before this moment. Shit.
I mean, that,
And Kim
we told how funny it was.
Kim wasn't there and wasn't upset about it. The fact that the ketchup splattered all over the wall.
That's not true. No. I wish Dan was here to tell you the truth.
So do I.
So do I.
That might be a good place to take the afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Honor,
That's a terrible place to take the afternoon recess. That's just like, oh, your battery's dead. Well, let's just take an hour. You sit down, think about things for a bit. We'll come back. We'll wait till we're fully recharged. Oh my God, it's a terrible time to take a break. Fortunately, we don't have to take a break. I'm sure they'll be back in about 4 seconds here.
now I'm going to ask that she be admonished in front of the jury. If she wants to argue her case now, Your Honor.
She's not arguing, Mr. Early. Take a recess. Will 10 minutes give you folks enough? We've got a late start. We'll be in recess till 25 minutes after 3.
And I'll ask for the rest of my witnesses that she not glare at them when they're on the stand.
We're in recess.
I'll ask for the rest of my witnesses that she not glare at them while she's on the stand. So Mr. Early is objecting to the prosecutor looking at the jury and going, maybe making eyes like, you see what? I didn't make her say that. She just volunteered it. This is a crazy bit of, this is the good stuff. We're just going to watch the crazy from 30941 again, because that was good. Then we'll watch her say, so do I, so do I, so do I. And then we'll watch her lawyer get mad at someone making faces. Very, James Owens, like, I call a mistrial. She was crying, Your Honor. Crying in a courtroom. Never heard of such a thing.
I mean, that,
And Kim
we told how funny it was.
Kim wasn't there and wasn't upset about it. The fact that the ketchup splattered all over the wall.
That's not true. No. I wish Dan was here to tell you the truth.
So do I.
So do I.
That might be a good place to take the afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Honor, and I'm going to ask that she be admonished in front of the jury. If she wants to argue her case now, Your Honor.
She's not arguing, Mr. Early. Take a recess. Will 10 minutes give you folks enough? We've got a late start. We'll be in recess till 25 minutes after 3.
And I'll ask for the rest of my witnesses that she not glare at them when they're on the stand.
We're in recess, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember that Mr. Early, knock it off. We're in recess till
Mr. Early, knock it off. That's not an official judge's. Would have loved a Judge Crane it. Sarah, knock it off. Wow.
3:25, ladies and gentlemen. Remember the admonition.
You seen it come to order this court.
I could see Emily D. Baker getting admonished for facial expressions. She's very expressive. I can... What? I could totally see that happening. Super Kelly G.
Matter of People, State of California versus Elizabeth Broderick. Court finds all members.
Yep, that's right, A to B. The judge just said, Mr. Early, knock it off. Because he was doing a speaking objection after his original objection got not overruled, more like dismissed, like swatted away. Like, yeah, we're not doing this. We're on a recess, Mr. Early. But that's crazy. I just imagine Cranick saying that to Sarah at any of the points that would have been totally appropriate to say to her, and how Sarah would have like, did you just say knock it off? Even pretend judge never said that to me.
We're present. Ms. Broderick is present. You may proceed, Ms. Wells.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Knock it off,
Broderick,
Mr.
you
Early.
described during the course of your marriage, your pregnancies. You indicated that you had 9 pregnancies, correct?
Yes.
Some of those pregnancies were terminated on your part by way of a voluntary abortion, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, there was an objection before trial that she said I can't.
Your Honor, excuse me.
I'd like to be
Yes,
heard on this.
both of you approach the bench.
Ooh. Contentious from the start.
You described in 1978 Dan Broderick deciding to leave the firm of Gray Carey and go out on his own. And it is correct that that was something, he didn't just do that unilaterally, basically tell you, I don't care whether we have any security or not, I'm going to do this on my own. That was something that you had urged him to do, correct?
It's even discussed in the marriage encounters in 76 that that's our plan as a couple together, that we will do that. Yes.
Okay. So, and that was something that he had uncertain feelings about. That was something that you pushed him into doing. He wasn't really sure whether he wanted to do it, and that was something that you encouraged and you pushed, correct?
Well, he was sure he wanted to do it, but it was a very scary move. It was a very scary.
Knock It Off is not that far back. Kitten Pusher. Let's see. Where are we on my stream? I'm showing 5 hours and 18 minutes. Probably if you go to 5 hours and 16 minutes, it's immediately after. So I've rewound it a couple of times, but immediately after the I wish he was still here to tell you. So do I. So do I. There's a pause. Then they say this is a good time for a recess. We say it's not a good time for a recess. And then Jack Early makes 2 objections. One about the question and then one about the glaring, and then kind of mumbles, you don't hear it, and the judge says, knock it off, Mr. Early. So you don't have to go that far back, and you can probably catch back up on 1.5 speed in
move, and he was looking for reassurance that yes, I'm in it with you, and yes, we're going to do it, and yes, I was in it with him, and we were going to do it, but it was very scary, and we discussed that in writing in 1976 in both marriage encounters.
Okay.
But that was a year and a half before he actually did it. How it would be risky, and
it wasn't something where he was just by himself putting the family at risk. It was something that you had encouraged and pushed him to do.
Judge is pouring himself a drink.
I don't know that I definitely encouraged and definitely supported him, but I've already explained that Gray Carey was not meeting his professional needs.
Right, and I know you've explained that.
Right.
Do you recall explaining in your book that you pushed him, and after much hemming and hawing, he did it?
Kitten Pusher, that'll be a timestamp too. If you're watching this, or anyone that's on the replay crew, I'm sure 5/18/06 or wherever we start talking about it will show up as a timestamp for the OMG Betty B testimony moments from today.
Again, it's back to the book that was written in 88 when I was angry and suicidal. The real, you could have said I pushed him, but the real word is I wholeheartedly supported him and said, yes, I'm behind you 150%. Even if we lose the house, we can do this, because it was scary.
So I guess you are
you
acknowledging.
could say I pushed him, and you could say that I supported him 150% if that's pushing, but.
Are you acknowledging then that in 1988 anyway, that you said that you pushed him into doing it?
In the book, if that's what it says in the book, yes, that's what I wrote in the book.
And he went and picked out, once he decided to do it, he went and picked out some very simple furniture to decorate his office, and you were the one that encouraged and pushed him to buy the very expensive furniture so that his office would look bright.
Right. And I wanted to say, if we were going to do it, we were going to do it right, and that's exactly the time I went and got this resale license I described earlier, because I got the furniture for his office half price with that resale license. But yes, he had the finest looking office in town, and he had no clients, and that was my insistence.
And the family did not suffer any detriment by him doing that. He was immediately successful, correct?
He was very shortly thereafter successful, but because of the way the cases go, he didn't have a paycheck in the first, year or so, or a year and a half, or because of the nature of his cases. He didn't have people pay him by the hour, ever.
He did have an income, though. He was bringing home money in 1979. Like we've talked about, he was making $82,000 that year, correct?
I wouldn't know that. All I knew is we had a $500,000 line of credit at a bank, and that's what we were living on. That's what I knew.
The family didn't suffer any detriment by that. Is that correct? You didn't have to move out of your house. You didn't have to sell any furniture. You didn't have to go live in an apartment. In fact, in 1979, that was the year that you were able to put a pool in the backyard, correct?
We didn't suffer any detriment, but we were kind of put back to square one because of the $500,000 line of credit. We were living on loans, and the pool was all done on loans.
Okay. She obviously had some discretionary money in order to put a pool in. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't know that. Dan made those decisions. Dan got some kind of a mortgage. I knew nothing about that, but yes, it would certainly appear so if you put a swimming pool in.
If you knew nothing about it, how do you know that he financed it by way of a mortgage?
The swimming pool?
Yes.
Because I think at the time of the swimming pool, he refinanced the whole house or something and got a whole new mortgage that included money for the swimming pool.
Well, how is it that you knew that if you knew nothing about the finances?
Because I would pick up, in passing, things like that.
When you separated in 1985, February of 1985, you were living in the rental at Avenue de las Andes, correct?
Yes.
And that was a very nice, beautiful
Yes.
big 5-bedroom home.
At one point, Dan and I were thinking of buying it, but they wouldn't sell it. It was lovely. Yes.
And at that point, when you separated, you had been married 15 years. 15 years, 10 months, correct?
Fine. Yes.
You were 37 years old?
Yeah, I guess. I'll take your word for it.
Well, you don't need to take my word for it. How old were you in 1985 when you separated?
She's remembering back to 37 like it was her carefree days of her youth.
38. Well, I wouldn't have had my 85 birthday, so I was 37. See, I believed you.
See, I believed you.
And this photograph that's already been, maybe it hasn't been marked. May I have a photograph marked as People's Exhibit 68? I have another one that's been marked 67, and I'll identify in just a moment.
All right. 68, describe for the record.
An 8x10 photograph.
Of the defendant.
Yes.
Super Kelly G getting peeved by people saying more than 100%. I can't remember what skit show I was watching, but there was like an army and they're yelling things in cadence. And when we give, what we'll give our all. And when I say 110%, we can only give 100% because it's mathematically impossible to give more. Okay.
Some are.
Mannequins get a day off. Get to stay. Oh, that's the photo. That's
This photograph that's been marked People's Exhibit 68, this is a photograph of you, and it was a photograph that was taken in 1985, correct?
Yes, it says it in the corner.
And you had indicated that somewhere along the line, in order to please Dan Broderick, you had grown your hair down real long.
Yes.
Your hair's not long here.
That was 1983 on our trip to New York when I was doing the wrinkle stuff. That was 1983 because of the affair.
And how long had you grown your hair in 1985?
I can get you a picture of it, right down to where it was in college.
Okay, and then you cut it again in 84 or 85?
I don't remember, but yeah. On the trip to New York, I had long hair.
May I have marked as People's Exhibit 67, a poster board with a photograph of Elizabeth Broderick?
So marked.
oh, she likes that picture. That brought back good
Showing you
memories.
marked as People's 67. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And when was that?
I've never seen it before, but I recognize myself.
Was that taken in December of 1985?
I don't know. I know it's Gail Forbes' living room because of the map.
Okay. And it was taken before a New Year's Eve party in December of 1985.
Did you pick that up?
Was that
I know it was Gail Forbes' living room. That's a good pause so people can see what she looked like there in 1985. I know it's Gail Forbes' living room because of the map. Was that a thing in the 80s? Just having like a big mural wall? Like you'd get wallpaper like a map? Because my house, I remember we had wood paneling up half the wall. And then we had one wall that was like, it was like this vista, like it had, trees of fall and autumn, and there was a pond and leaves and this whole weird mural that I've always pined for. I've always wanted something like that. And anyone I've mentioned it to is like, that's pretty 70s. I don't think you can get that wallpaper print anymore. But this was a thing back then, wasn't it? To have like a feature wall.
Okay.
It was a New Year's Eve. So if you've got that year, must be it.
So this was almost a year after you had been separated. You separated in February of 85, and this was almost a year after that, correct?
Yes. I think.
Afro-Man's lawyer definitely elevated courtroom cussing to instead of just "can I curse," embellishing on testimony to make it spicier. It was about the right to curse, and it elevated even the most crass gutter language, which was a very fun way to experience swearing in a courtroom. Are you familiar with the song WAP?
I'm not really sure that that's that New Year's Eve. It could have been the next one. I'm not sure.
So you're indicating it could have been New Year's Eve of 1986. Is that what you're indicating?
Yes, it could have been.
When Dan Broderick moved into Coral Reef, you've indicated that the Coral Reef house was under construction, and he was simply living there in a sleeping bag or whatever, correct?
Yes,
As
the
far as you
construction
know.
was the ground floor. The bedrooms were untouched.
And at the time, around the time of separation, excuse me, strike that, let me back up. Several months before you separated, before Dan Broderick moved to Coral Reef, you had actually left for a period of several days, just left the house, essentially disappeared as far as the family was concerned, and were gone for several days, right?
No.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't recall at any time leaving and going and staying at Vacation Village and staying away from the house for several days?
I don't really remember that, no.
Do you recall going over to Gail Ford's house afterwards and telling her that you had just left and you've been staying at Vacation Village and living out of your car?
Unless she's talking about the time, I don't know. I don't remember Vacation Village, but I know I was homeless for a little while there in June, where I would have had to look for a hotel. But
prior to separation, several months before February of 1985, you left the house and you were gone for several days.
No.
In fact, Kim described you being gone for several days, just disappearing, and the kids didn't know where you were at the time that you moved into the house, which would have been September of 84.
No.
That never occurred.
No.
Did you ever go over to Gail Ford's house and tell her that that occurred?
No. At the time that we moved,
Thank you,
Dan and I
Addie.
had a fight the day that we moved because we had lived in our house for 10 years.
Keep us on track. The what's what and how many, though, is we have 27 in chat and we have 27 likes. So that's a decent ratio. That's better than 100%. Look at that, Super Kelly G. We've got more than 100% likes to people. There's a mathematical reason for that, though. It's not a mathematical impossibility like 110% effort. But
His personal belongings in the red Corvette.
Excuse me, I know, Ms. Broderick, you've described that you had a fight, but isn't it true that when you left for several days?
No.
You're not aware?
Charles Grieve getting in under the wire. Free Dan D True Crime memberships going out to... What have I done to my chat? Why can't I see the people? Juror number 3, yes, gets one. Stephen H, 1195 is a new member thanks to Charles Grieve. Kennedy McKenzie, Flash Fan, and Claire Emerton. Congratulations on your Dan D True Crime memberships. Play with your badges. Enjoy your Drunky the Bear badge and play with the emojis.
You don't recall going over to Gail Ford's house and her going down to Dan's house to check on him and the
I
kids?
read that in her thing, but I don't remember that.
Okay, so Gail,
Charles Grieve, you're the missing pink shorts in the puzzle. You have completed me.
do you remember when you did separate, having a conversation with Gail Forbes where you told her that life would be easier if you just killed Dan, or if Dan was dead?
No.
Did you ever make such a statement to Gail Forbes?
No, but I can tell you what she might be thinking of.
Did you ever make such a statement to her about the time of your separation in February of 1985?
No, not that statement, but
Did you ever say anything to her about life would be easier if you just killed Dan or if he was dead?
No, but do you want me to go on a little bit?
Not
No.
particularly.
Okay.
Not
no.
particularly. That's awesome. No, thank you.
And I don't mean to be rude by cutting you off, but council can ask questions on redirect if there's something else that he'd like to bring up.
Okay, fine.
Oh, that's okay with you, Betty?
In June of '85, you moved to the house on Calle de Cielo, and that house did cost $650,000.
Calle de Cielo.
$650,000,
I
correct?
believe so, yes.
And at that time, Dan and all four of the children, by that time, were all living at the Coral Reef house, correct?
Yes. And
Now,
I was there every day.
when you moved to Calle de Cielo, you indicated that Maria Montez continued to be your maid, correct?
Calle del Cielo, yes.
Yes, okay. You continued, you had a gardener, you had a pool man, you had people helping you taking care of the house while you lived there at Calle de Cielo.
Right, you had to. There's no way I could have done it.
Not at Calle de Cielo.
Between 1985 and 1989, you were able to put at least $200,000 into that house, into refurbishing it and fixing it up,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And you've described redecorating the kitchen and putting in a pool house and carpeting the house and furnishing the house.
Right.
And now you described that you fixed up the house in 1989 when you were getting ready to sell it. It is true though that the house was nice well before that. Several years before that, it was definitely furnished and carpeted and in a living condition.
It was a definite, very slow progression. It was a mess outdoors, all the landscaping front and back was a jungle. It was horrible. So it was a very, very slow process, indoors and out. I mean, every speck of every room and every floor and every door, so it was a very constant but slow process.
As of 1986, you described the house that you lived in, though, as being a big, beautiful house.
I mean, relatively speaking, it was a dream home.
Okay.
Because of the location. It was an absolute piece of heaven, what you could see from that house without even
By location.
moving. The whole back of the house, unobstructed, white water, ocean view, sunsets. It was beautiful, the view.
My question is, in 1986, did you describe living in a big, beautiful home with 2 great cars, having many friends?
Yeah, in 86, yes.
So as far as you were concerned in 1986, you were living in a big, beautiful home.
I was very happy in that spot. And relative to the rest of the world, the $650,000 ocean view home in La Jolla is a beautiful home. It happened to have been very dirty and very messed up and cracked doors, but I could have fixed that. And I did fix that, some of it.
So that wasn't something then you're indicating that caused you too much emotional distress?
That was very Sarah type's testimony too. Like, yes, it was nice, but there were problems I could fix. I was going to fix that. Like the gate that I built for them. There, somehow clicked out the top chat. I didn't. No, okay.
That the house was a wreck?
Yes.
When I lived there in the beginning with nothing, when I was, and I hope I've testified clearly to this, when I spent that summer there still expecting to knock the whole house down, I didn't move anything in and I didn't purchase any appliances or anything because I still thought we were knocking that house down in September.
This is all cross. If you want to go back, it's worth it. Another one to say. We're probably about a half an hour out from the end of the stream. I'd stick around, stay live with us for now. But after, go back about an hour and a half. And really the last hour has been the spiciest the testimony's been all trial. But the whole cross has been pretty good. And yeah, and actually this whole stream has been fascinating. Once the live chat uploads, or if you want to go back and watch some of the live chat, like keep it fresh in your browser, chat has been very engaged today. Lots of good discussions.
So that was very upsetting and disconcerting to me to live in a house in those conditions. I think I
Okay.
got a coffee machine.
Okay, but those conditions were taken care of by 1986. By 1986, you knew that you were going to be in that house. You knew that you had furniture,
I never
and
knew.
you were living in a big, beautiful
I
home.
never knew. I had some furniture because Dan told me to get it out December of 85, just before he moved. The day he moved, he brought the truck over and he gave me some furniture.
Kitten Pusher says, what is this proving? Is it that Dan took care of her after the divorce? And at best, I can see what the prosecutor's trying to do is call into question the idea that Betty was driven crazy by not having ends and means. So she's trying to impeach the testimony with times where Betty talked about how good she had it and the things she had. Again, it's probably not the strongest of the stuff to hit on, but she's only at the beginning of her cross now too. So I think hitting her on the monetary stuff is a good place to go, because Betty self-incriminates the more she talks about it. She endears herself to the jury, talking about possessions, regardless of whether she was entitled to them or not.
But it wasn't living room furniture that I bought later. And it was bits and pieces. It was a very long process.
Right, and you're the way that you're talking about it to me suggests that you didn't feel tremendously upset about that. You knew that it was a long process and you were going to fix things up, and you were fixing things up.
Well, the thing is, I wasn't secure in that home. And as I fixed things up, I didn't mind buying furniture and towels and beds and that kind of stuff that could come with me. But when I invested in the building of that house, I was afraid I'd lose my money forever if Dan sold the house, or in the divorce I didn't get the house or something. So I was really torn about repairing the building of the house.
Mrs. Broderick, from the time that you moved into the house in 1985 all the way through to November of 1989, did Dan Broderick ever do anything to suggest that he was going to sell that house?
No, except the ELISA and the forced sale of Coral Reef.
We're talking about Coral Reef. Now I'm talking about Calle de Cielo. Once you moved into Calle de Cielo, you knew that was your house to live in. He never did. Did he ever do anything to suggest he was going to sell that house?
No, but all I got was a phone call after the other house was sold. So how would I know he wouldn't do the same thing with this house? And I'd get some phone call or a 4-hour notice that my house was gone.
Are you saying you didn't know, you didn't have any idea that Coral Reef was being sold, but for that 4-hour notice?
Right, at that time, I didn't know. I knew there were discussions.
We'll talk about that in just a minute. Just so that it's clear, there was never any action by Dan Broderick to do anything to sell your Calle de Cielo house, correct?
Correct, but there was also no action to take his name off it either.
Okay, and there was a reason for that. The bank wouldn't let him take his name off. He was the one that
He didn't try.
The attorney's testifying there, but Mr. Early's letting it go.
He didn't
Yes, he
try to
did.
take his name off.
Yes, he did. Listen to
Isn't
that.
it true that Dan Broderick was the one who had the income? Obviously, the bank didn't take his name off. He was the one that
He didn't
was.
try. He didn't
Yes, he
try to
did.
take his name off.
Well, isn't it true that Dan Broderick was the one who had the income? Obviously, the bank was not going to allow him to take his name off that mortgage when you had no source of income.
I don't know that.
That's not a correct.
I don't know that.
statement.
Well, it's argumentative, sustained.
Do you recall him testifying at the divorce trial that he attempted to take his name off and they wouldn't let him because of the loan?
No,
That
because
he
that's
was the
not true.
security-
He never attempted to take his name off.
Okay. All during that time, you had your name on the property too, correct?
Yes,
And as of January of 1989, when the divorce became final, that property became your sole separate property, correct?
correct.
There was no doubt in your mind about that at the time.
Right.
Now, when Dan Broderick moved into Cyprus,
That's not me. Another one to say says, how many times has she sighed during this so far? She started off with some serious sighs, but it's kind of settled a little bit now that it's the prosecution asking her. Now it's more eye rolls and open disdain. But while she was being questioned on direct, almost every objection earned a deep sigh, and some with a forehead rub or a little self-soothing kind of There was a couple extras. They weren't just size on their own.
The bulk of the furniture that had been at the Coral Reef house went to you. And he moved into Cyprus with just a fairly small amount of furniture, correct?
No, the bulk of it didn't go to me at all. The bulk of it went with him, but then he bought all new furniture.
Well, did you see the shape of his house when he first moved into it at Cyprus?
No.
You never went into the house at Cyprus?
So that lady, it's been 3 days now that she's been assisting Jack Early, but anyone who watched the beginning of the trial, there was a definitely different woman, looked a little bit more like B. Arthur as Maud. We haven't seen her for 3 or 4 days now.
Cyprus when he moved in 1985?
No, not really. I know it was old, but I didn't ever, no.
You just marked one picture, People's Exhibit 69. Which is a 5x7, 4x6, excuse me, photograph of the living room.
People 69.
I see the picture.
It is the evidence lady that's on the phone. She's the one taking all those calls.
If you just take a look at this picture, and if you can, and you indicate, does that look like the Cypress house and the condition of the living room when Dan and the children moved in?
I wouldn't know, but I recognize my love seat, my sofa, my table set, the lamp, and our family's large screen TV there.
And you described that, with respect to the furniture, that you got a threatening letter from Dan about taking the furniture or else he was going to sell it? Something to that effect?
Yes, I think that's what it said. I think it said, get your junk out of the garage.
May I have marked as People's Exhibit 70?
70?
One-page letter dated November 26th.
Peter Boyle is today's judge. Also played Frank Barone's father, Raymond Barone's father, Frank Barone, and Everybody Loves Raymond.
You take a look at People 70. Do you recognize that letter as the one that Dan Broderick sent to you regarding the furniture?
Not particularly. Can I read it real quick?
Sure, you can read it.
Okay.
Is that the letter he sent to you regarding the furniture?
Mhm.
All right. In this letter, he indicates to you, I understand there are several pieces of furniture at Coral Reef that you would like moved to your house on Calle de Cielo. I will arrange for this as soon as you provide me a list of what you want. I am well aware that you want the desk, armoire.
I'm going to object to reading the letter.
Oh, I asked some questions about it.
Sustained. Ask questions about it.
There's a list of property here that he said you were well aware that you wanted. The desk, the armoire. the
Sally
love seats,
Field.
But I'm not sure about the piano,
You
the
like
living room
me. You
couch,
really
the
like
dining
me.
room set, the pewter flatware, the red easy chair and stool, the pink swivel chairs, the antique love seat, the coffee tables, the sofa table, the end tables, the table lamps, the Cibus, the corner cabinet.
Your Honor, I'm still going to object, Your Honor. She's reading the letter.
Sustained. Best evidence.
I'm asking a question.
Did you let him know which of these pieces of property that you wanted?
See, we never had a discussion over what I wanted and what I didn't want.
What he's indicating here is that he wanted
I
a
wanted
list
this
from
sofa
you.
and it ended up at Cyprus. So I don't know how that happened.
Well, did you get the desk and the armoire and the love seats and the dining room set? Didn't you get those pieces of furniture?
Those are exactly furniture that I got, yes.
And you got the pewter flatware, and the red easy chair, and the pink swivel chairs, and the antique love seat, and the
No.
sofa table, the table
No,
lamp.
this is the antique love seat right here. I didn't get it.
Okay. Did you ask for it?
I don't remember. I mean, I don't remember.
How about the Sidus?
No, I think we kind of split that. He ended up with some of it and I ended up with some of it. And those are just little statues anyway. Those aren't furniture. But it's the last sentence in the second paragraph that says, and if you don't tell me what you want or something, I intend to get rid of it or sell it or something. And I found that to be a threatening sentence.
The movers will be moving me from Coral Reef to Cyprus on January 3rd, so you have until then to let me know. Anything you don't indicate you want brought to Calle de Cielo, I intend to take with me or sell.
Right.
You thought that that was a threat?
Yes, I did.
Was that an attack? You described that when you got letters from Dan Broderick that he was attacking you. Did you consider this to be an attack?
I said when I got legal papers from Dan Broderick.
Okay. And my question to you was, did you consider this letter to be an attack?
No, but I considered it controlling and threatening.
That's
It
right.
is true that there was a period of time when you did not want.
Peter Boyle was Dr. Frankenstein's monster. Frankenstein, not common misconception. Dr. Frankenstein was the titular Frankenstein, and the monster was the monster.
Furniture in your house because you were fixing it up.
Because we were knocking it down.
Do you recall writing in your diary, I didn't want to move any furniture here because the work could be much more easily and quickly done in the empty house?
That's right.
You're not talking about knocking down a house, you're talking about putting in carpet.
What's the date of that?
Well, obviously it's sometime before you got your furniture.
Well, it's probably in the summer that I didn't want to move any furniture in because why? There was going to be extensive work, if not cut. One of our neighbors cut the house in half and carried it away. I didn't know if Don Edson would even want that house literally carted away. But certainly
One of the neighbors cut the house in half?
Going to be totally redone.
Okay, so it wasn't that you were being deprived of furniture anyway. It was that you had made the decision that you didn't want the furniture there.
For a certain amount of time, but that's in the summer. That letter's December 85, correct?
November 85.
Yeah. And there's another thing here is that we only had one set of furniture. And when Dan was moving to his house.
Yes, I know. You explained that.
Well, I didn't want to take all the furniture. Then what would they use?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you have said on occasion since the time of separation that when Dan left you, he left you penniless and homeless and destitute. Correct?
I didn't have any money. And I felt I was thrown out of the rental.
And so you've indicated that you felt you were left homeless and penniless and destitute?
I felt that way, yes. And I felt I was forced out of Coral Reef as well.
Before you had your motion for support, when you hired Mr. Hargraves, you filed a summary of your expenses in 1986, correct?
Mr. Hargraves did that.
And that was based on your expenses. You gave him all of your checks and he went through all of the checks and he marked the date and he marked the check number and he marked the amount and what you had spent them on, correct?
Absolutely not, no. If you have something like that, it would have come later. Mr. Hargraves did not use any of my figures to come up with his inflated expense thing that he filed at that time.
May I have marked, Your Honor, as People's Exhibit 71?
71.
We're on pace to finish with the clock that's on the screen.
Respondent Summary of 1986 Expenses.
Somewhere.
Showing you People's 71. Is that a summary of your expenses for 1986?
This is a Tricia Smith
thing, no?
Kitten Pusher says she was being difficult. Just store the furniture while the house is being refloored. Or, as somebody who worked, a couple of summers in flooring, you move half the furniture to the side of the house that you're flooring, and then you move the furniture onto the side of the house that you floored, and do the other half of the house. Most people's houses don't have so much furniture that you can't just move it to the side that you're not working on and then move it back when you're done. Those guys that do contracting can move an armoire.
Oh, it says Harvey Freeman. Okay, but it's in 287. Okay, now what's the question?
The question is that a summary of your 1986 expenses?
Yes, but this was done after the December 30th court hearing.
Okay, so you're just indicating this was filed after the hearing, but this is an accurate reflection of your 1986 expenses, correct?
I don't know.
Well, there are.
If he did ask for copies of my checkbook register, and then one of his secretaries put that together. I never used that. Hargreaves was a goner by that time.
Okay.
I never
Did he make a
referred to
summary of your expenses based on your checks? Are these, here are your check numbers, check date, and what you wrote the check to, and what the amount was?
Yes.
And the total expenses, the money spent by you in 1986 was $220,000.
We'll see.
Billie Jean likes to move it, and I also like to move it. We like to move it. Boom, 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 boom.
Would have gotten it from. Okay, you're adding in the mortgage payments on the Del Cielo house. I never would have received that money. Dan kept that money out.
Okay, was the total, obviously that was a payment that was being made for you, correct?
A lot of those things were payments that Dan made for me, right? So see that it doesn't add up like that.
Isn't the total are you saying the total expenses of $220,000 is not correct?
I don't know if it is.
Okay, well, if you want to take the time to look,
okay,
add it up.
Okay, let me first see what this is.
So I'll just sit back. This is like when Sarah was pro se and was like, and just so I can inform the
You
court,
would have said that it cost that much.
if I could have been sent this by email, I wouldn't be wasting everyone's time right now. Go ahead, read it. You have our time. And then she intentionally wasted everyone's time because she obviously wasn't reading the motion that was in front of her there. Yeah. Oh, Sarah.
To keep me in that house that year. But I didn't pay these bills, and I never had this money. A lot of it, some of it I did.
The checks came from your check register. That's where he got the checks and the check number. Obviously, you had made those payments. Isn't that correct?
I don't know if that's correct. I know he asked for my checkbook thing to make something, but I don't know if he used it for this. What I'm having a problem with is at what point Dan stopped taking the money out of a check he was giving me.
Mrs. Broderick, we're not talking about that. We're talking about how much money you spent in 1986 based on the checks that you wrote. And if you want to dispute that, that's fine. I'm asking you to take a look at that. And if we can, if you need to take some time to look at it, we can do that.
Your Honor, and I'm going to object as asked to the answer. She's already explained that she wasn't writing mortgage checks.
Well, the district attorney is inferring that there's some mortgage checks in there. I don't know. She can take time to look at it and give an answer.
Okay, can we discuss this a little?
Well, let's not talk about the mortgage checks. We'll take the
Okay, let's
mortgages
talk about
out.
the master plan on that page there. Right here.
Excuse me just a minute.
Yeah. I was wondering when she was going to stop her. Like Betty was trying to control the prosecution there. We'll go back about 20 seconds. Yeah, now prosecutor or district attorney watching. Once she gets the paper back, you can see her give 2 looks before she's like, hey.
Is inferring that there's some mortgage checks in there. I don't know. She can take time to look at it and give an answer.
Okay, can we discuss this a little?
Well, let's not talk about the mortgage checks. We'll take
Okay,
the
let's
mortgages
talk about
out.
the master plan on that page there. Right here.
Excuse me just a minute. It shows, for example, checks that were paid for your telephone bill, your gas and electric, your water, your pool service, your gardener, your food, your maid.
No, it doesn't say that. Look, this column says average monthly cost and he somehow got an average, and then he would have times that figure by 12 to come up with that figure. This is not actual expenditures that I'm aware of, unless it's in there somewhere.
Okay, well, let's look at,
She's adamant that she's unaware of these figures. On the one hand, like, it's one, if you don't know, you don't know. But you wouldn't be so sure, like, that's that and that's that, and I didn't know about any of this. Well, how did you know that's that and that's that? But, through the discovery, I suppose, but there's a certain point when she was aware, right?
pool service, number 19. Doesn't it give a check? The date that it was written, January 6th, and the total amount.
Right.
There's a total down at the bottom for all of those payments you made that year for the pool service. The total is $936. At the front where he makes a summary, he puts the exact amount of $936 that you paid for pool service. Now he goes through and does that based on your checks for every one of these and ends up with this total.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Because
If
I'm
you would
not
like-
sure.
If you would like to look at this and
If you're
challenge it.
sure, I'll believe it.
Okay.
If that's what that says, and you're sure that's what that says, I will believe it.
Did you spend $37,000 for clothes?
So there's a distinct difference between her and Sarah. Sarah would never give that amount of deference. Like, if you've got it in there and you're saying it's true, I'll believe it. No way Sarah would ever, even for the most tiniest thing. Like, right up until the case for her family law, she didn't give up on child support. And then, like, okay, yeah, I have nothing to argue on child support. Okay, well, you wasted a lot of people's time on that, but you're right, you have nothing to say on child support because you're in prison for the rest of your natural life.
1986?
I don't know. And if I spent it, it could have been on credit cards that I didn't pay for. See, does that say these are things really paid for, or are these things purchased and not paid for? And I'll believe whatever you tell me.
Yeah, there's no way Sarah would ever say the words, I'll believe whatever you tell me.
We'll look at the clothes.
We're showing you video of you committing the crime. Yeah, but it's just that.
Check number 3329.
What else is there?
Date January 6th,
That
payable to J.
Ignores the good day.
Amount $50.
Okay.
Okay, now are you indicating that that's not a check that you wrote?
No, I'm saying if that's what this says, I would believe every word of it, but I couldn't have agreed earlier until you show me things.
Okay, so looking here at clothing and at all of the checks that you
A to
paid.
B suggests the prosecutor is a cross between Velma Dinkley and Art Garfunkel.
That you wrote?
And some of this stuff isn't, well, go ahead. A lot of this stuff isn't clothing now. Any store that he has down there, like Neiman Marcus, is linens, a lot of it was. And Nordstrom's probably closed, but I. Magnin had other departments, and Saks has other departments. And I told you I had to buy everything for this house. So he wouldn't have known if those were closed by the name of the store.
Okay.
And Bullock's, I hardly ever bought clothes at Bullock's, so it must have been something else.
The last time that you testified, you didn't have any problems with this declaration. When I asked you if you spent $37,000 on clothes, you said sure. Did
Your
you?
Honor, objection.
Sustained.
About a prior incident?
Prosecutor snuck in quite a bit of testimony, it seems. I'm surprised there was no appeal in this case. Knock it off.
Consistent statement?
You got something to refresh the recollection? Go ahead.
My question to you is, do you dispute these checks? And if these were expenses or checks that you were writing? If so, we will get the original checks. If not, we can introduce this.
If you believe that that's what that is,
Mrs.
I'll
Broderick, that's not appropriate,
okay,
and you know
is
it.
everything on there say it's a check?
But I
Give it
can't
back to
get an
Just
answer.
let me handle it this way. This is Broderick. She can't testify. You have to testify. So just tell her whether you think those are accurate copies of your checks or not. If you dispute those are your copies, just tell her.
Can I ask her a question?
No.
No.
Not appropriate.
Are all of the figures in there based on
You
checks
can't-
of mine?
You can't ask her a question. If you want to
Okay,
see
let's-
them and see if they're your checks, you're entitled to do that.
If there are check numbers in there, they're my checks, okay?
Okay, you take a look and you tell me if there's something in there that you don't think is attributable to you writing a check on.
I would just have to look at it. Here's a page that says
So just look at it yourself, Mr. Broderick. If there's something there you don't agree with, then let her know.
Okay, would you come up here, please? This is a page that does not have check numbers on it. It says February, March, April, May, June, places of my charge cards and where I made a purchase, and the amount of the purchase on a charge card. It doesn't say I paid for that.
Are you disputing that you made that purchase with that charge card?
No, but I'm disputing that I paid this amount of money.
So what you're indicating is that
I had tremendous debts on credit cards.
Did you spend $220,000 in 1980?
Okay, that's what she's arguing. She's like, yes, I spent the money, but I didn't pay off the credit card. That's what this is. Yeah, no, I bought the things. I just didn't have money to pay for what I bought. When you're rich, they call it credit. When you're poor, it's stealing.
I cannot verify that without studying this more. I'm sorry. I know Mr. Hargreaves wanted to build up my expenses so that he could get me the support that he thought I should get. That.
Okay, and that shows that she was trying to do a bit of a scammy thing on her own with her lawyer. If you create a spending trail of so much, then that supports the idea that you need X amount of alimony. Look at her bank records. You know, she's going through $1,000 a week on clothes.
Astronomical amount, and I didn't know about these things when he did this.
Oh,
And he was
Nicole,
only
see,
five-
we're probably done for today. There's only about 10 minutes left, less than 10 minutes. So if this is the part that you're tuning out, then it's goodbye for now, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning's stream will be at 9:30 a.m. California Chino time, 12:30 p.m. in the East Coast, on the East Coast.
By the time this was done, so.
1980s
And
Mary
here-
Kay
here-
place.
Here are checks payable to credit cards, but not the full amount, payments.
Yeah, she's
not
paying the
full
minimum,
amount, so-
and she's spending the full amount. And I don't know why that is like a bone of contention. She thinks that it's better somehow that she owed debt for these things, because debt you incur after the divorce, it's not like that's shared debt. If she'd run up her bills before, then that, he would have been on the hook the same way as she was for his student loans. But
This is not all just checks that I wrote. There are pages and pages here of Home Federal, Great American, Imperial Savings, charges on charge cards that were not in fact paid, okay? But they were in fact charged.
You didn't write checks to make those payments
On the pages like this one,
on the charge card payments.
the charge card payments, I wrote checks to make charge card payments. If I owed $10,000 on a credit card, I only had to make a few $100 payment.
Right, and those are what is listed here under the check number and the payment that you made.
Right, but also on these pages where it's a month, not a check number. See right there, May, June, July, April, those are charges.
Betty's not shy about sharing the paperwork. The prosecutor does not want to be touching the paperwork at the same time as Betty.
On credit cards. They've not been paid, okay?
So you're indicating that you made some charges on here that you never paid?
A lot. And the figure he came to was of everything that I bought, but not everything I paid for.
I'm gonna leave this with you. And I want
Even
you
the judge is
to
having a
take
tough
look-
time with this.
take a look at
Nicole
all of
C's
the
not the
checks.
only one. Judge
And
was
if there's
just
any dispute with the amount of checks that you wrote,
doing a little pinch above the nose and lower forehead. Grant me serenity.
you can let me know.
I'm not disputing the checks that are in here, but it's not just the checks in here. It's the other
Excuse me.
category, as everyone will see when you submit it.
As of August of 1985, you indicated that Dan Broderick sat down with you and put together a budget and indicated.
Yeah, no,
that he-
she's just saying that she didn't spend all this money, like she didn't pay off her credit card is really what the dispute is here. That's, yes, I spent the money, but no, I didn't pay it off.
Going to pay you $9,000 a month for support.
I thought that was October.
Do you?
Isn't that October?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was October.
Well, do you recall writing about it in your book and indicating that it was in August?
I'm just mixed up. If it was August, it was August.
Okay.
It was my memory, it was October.
And he indicated that he was going to make voluntary support payments of $9,000 a month, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to that, he was paying the income tax, the medical insurance, the house taxes, the home insurance, the car payment, the car insurance, and various sundry
Yes.
other things.
Yes.
It is true that he was making those payments without a court order. There was no court order that was requiring him to do that, correct?
There were no court orders of any kind. When we
Good
did
to
that
see you,
budget thing, there was
bedtime.
no divorce. There was no.
You
separate
had been
divorce.
separated since February of 1985,
Yes.
correct? February, March, April, May, June, July, August. So we're talking about being separated for 6 months.
Mhm.
And this is a time when he wanted you to take some responsibility for paying your own bills, right?
That's what he said.
Right, and that was because he was telling you that the marriage was over, that he wasn't coming back, even though you continued to refuse to accept that.
That's not what he ever said. No, because he was still lying about Linda. If you're saying it's August, and if we're going on, it was August. He was still lying about Linda. He was still lying about everything. So no, he didn't say that. He just wanted me to lessen his burden of paying my bills.
Are you saying that he was planning on getting back together with you at that time?
How would I know? I mean, he didn't say anything about that. It wasn't a meeting about that. It was a meeting about that he wanted to give me a certain amount of money so I would start paying my own bills.
And that he explained to you that was because he was filing for divorce?
Absolutely not.
Do you recall him testifying at the divorce trial that he had told you over and over that it was over and that you refused to accept it?
That it was over, that in those words, that it was over?
Maybe not those words, but to the effect that the marriage was over, he was not going to move into Calle de Cielo with
Your Honor,
you.
I'm going to object to that testimony in '89 when he has a motive different than.
Sustained. You have a transcript, want to show it or refresh your recollection, you can do that. Otherwise.
I don't think she had any problems with her recollection. That wasn't the objection.
Well, if you want to show her what he testified to see if it refreshes her recollection, go ahead.
Do you have any problems with your recollection of him testifying to that?
Your Honor, what he testifies in '89 is not proper to bring forward at this point in time. That refreshes her recollection of what he said in '85.
That's all I'm letting her ask so far, Mr. Early.
This argument might take us out.
Technically, because there was no court order, he didn't have to pay you anything at that time.
Technically, that's correct.
And then in December of 1986, there was a court order from Napoleon Jones to increase your support to $12,500, correct?
I believe so, yes. It may have been January.
That's, when he was paying $9,000 a month, that was over $100,000 a year. That's $108,000 a year, correct?
I don't think I ever got $9,000 a month. It was his budget with the house payment. By the time he took off the house payment and other bills he said were mine, like those ones with the stickers on that we saw, that he said he was paying that were mine, I never got even half of $9,000.
Well, the bills were to be included in that. You would, if he paid your
True, but I
bills,
never-
that was included in the $9,000 support.
Right, but I didn't get the $9,000. He started at the top of the page with that $9,000 figure, but it never got to me. He made payments out of it.
Right. And you had decided on $9,000 a month, which is $100,000 a year. And out of that was to come your mortgage and your gas and your electric and everything else,
And
right?
that's what he was hoping that I would settle for, yes.
Do you?
Ms. Wells, be a good time to take our afternoon recess?
Sure.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. We'll be in recess till 9 tomorrow morning. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves or allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions till it's finally submitted to you. See you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
All right, so we'll see where the video kicks us to for tomorrow's opening testimony. Obviously, Betty's not going anywhere, but yeah, just a couple minutes left to wrap up. I thought what I'd do is, I was reading this at the beginning. I think I'll read this to close today and start using this again to open up our shows to a bit of a scene setter. I'm still waiting for that window to change. Maybe it's not going to change. No, Oh, it's a whole minute. Yeah, I wouldn't have talked over that. See where this starts. But yeah, I want to thank everyone who maybe is on their first visit, maybe is here on their 11th visit. Ooh, yeah, okay. This is from the Criminal Conversations channel. They had a viewer poll, and the Menendez brothers trial was the next one they decided to put on. Menendez brothers trial 1993, and the biggest trial since the Betty Broderick trial for Court TV. Prosecutor, even though they said afternoon recess, this must be the next day because she is in her Lady Di bright red today. We have a third court reporter today. She's in a violet number with a dark skirt and stockings. Judge is in his traditional position. Okay, so let's just do a little scrub ahead. Betty, prosecutor in blue. Betty. Okay, we've got 3 more hours of Betty in the next video. I'm going to split it over the next couple days because I'll be coming off of my 12-hour shifts. I'm going for a 12-hour shift tonight. As soon as I leave you from this, I'll be going to bed and then waking up to work for an overnighter. I'll get home at 9:30 tomorrow for the first half of this video that we've got here, which means we'll go for about 3 hours, 3.5 hours. And then we'll do it again on Tuesday. Same thing, 9:30, Chino, California, West Coast time. On the East Coast, that'll be 12:30. So the 2 short videos. Short, I got to do the quotes on this side. 2 short videos. And then we'll come back on Wednesday for a longer one, and then move to prime time for the Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night shows. Bump it back to the mornings for Sunday. We've got a few new members. We've got some new subscribers. So thank you everyone who is fresh to the feed. This is my original introduction, and I'm going to read it again because I think it suits the conversation that we've had here today, which, strayed a little bit, got in some cases a little personal, but I think it got dialed back, and I think we're all on the same page. Welcome to the Betty Broderick 1991 Trial Rewatch Marathon. This is a community event. If we're live, join us in the live chat. If you've missed a few days, go ahead and ask for a recap. And if you've watched every day, go ahead and educate. This is an informal and casual conversation regarding Betty Broderick, her 1989 crimes, her 1990 or 1991 trials, her divorce, her parole, and her similarities and differences from Sarah Boone. Grab your medical smack. I did that the last time I read this too. Grab your medical snacks, smoke your medical cigarettes, and top off your glass of Chardonnay. Tomorrow is day 11. You guys have been, as usual, fine and dandy. I am dandy, and I'm also feeling fine. I think... Yeah, I need to close whatever the last poll was. Was it about ironing sheets? Did I close that poll? Cussing in court. The winner is any cussing in court. Okay, that's fantastic. That was a fun one too. Thank you for everyone who has hit the like button, done the subscribing. I'm up to, oh my God, what are we at? 946 subscribers. That means 54 more, and I have the magic 1,000 and can stop worrying about how many subscribers I have. Talking right into my little box here that I have for the prosecutor. Okay. I think that's better, or did I make it worse? Doesn't matter because I'm leaving. Yeah, I want to go this way. Yeah, I like to move it. Okay, I'm getting a little self-indulgent now. This is the end of the stream, so if you're fine, I'm Dan D. This is the end, and if you want to say your goodbyes in the chat, that'll be open for 2 to 3 minutes more. See you tomorrow morning. Same channel, different time. And check out Daniel Siobhan's video. She uploaded something while we were live. So if you want something more to watch, go watch that. Or the Magic Coffee Table that we posted. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.